주목해봐요. 소라는 거기까지. 화가 나 만두를 녹이는 귀여움을 한 방울. 모두 다 wanna be our squad. 준비해 애니마 우릴 부른다고. 이것 봐 혹시랑 꼬리팝 내게로 출발했어 출동무. 애니마 팝 애니마 스쿼드. 애니마 팝 애니마 스쿼드. 혼란스러운 틈에 깜짝 큐네스 빛을 머금고 등장. 툭 건들면 쓰러질 듯한 모습에 감춘 쥐한 발. Let's hit up 엉망인 곳을 rescue. 한 번에 잠재울 큰 wave 일으킨다. 봐봐 새로운 느낌마저 숨겨뒀었지. 이게 우리를 power cute. 애니마 팝 애니마 스쿼드. 애니마 팝 We are 애니마 스쿼드. 따라 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 이라며 따라 따라
today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
QX 화이팅! QX 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, I am joined by Chronicler here, and we are ready for a day that's more of a precursor for another day, rather than necessarily a day in unto itself. Is that cruel to say, or is that just being honest? Chronicler, what do you think?
I think you're a wise man, Atlas, and you're trying to package something which on the surface might not be that great into something a little bit more palpable, and I like that. I do think the problem is that, as you're saying, and you see it already behind us, BNK, they haven't had the best of times. Even in the best of times for BNK, if you look at this team a year ago, they weren't amazing, but they had their moments. I haven't seen a lot of moments. And T1, they lost to Humble Life. It was a close series. Loss obviously is going to sting. They're going to try and get their revenge. But I would be absolutely shocked if they don't do the classic T1 fit and go, haha, remember how we lost BNK against Humble Life? What if we took that out on you?
Yeah.
And BNK's like, can you not? And they're like, haha, no dice.
Yeah, no, it could be a very rough time for BNK in this one, as T1 look to get closer and closer towards the top of the standings. Of course, it's not going to take just this one victory over BNK in order to catch up with both D+ and Humble Life Esports at 7 victories. But if they're able to then beat Humble Life Esports on Saturday, that could be the big one. So battle of two teams in need of a momentum shift. And this is the really interesting part, right? Is T1 are fresh off that loss against Humble Life Esports. They're going to be facing them once again. It's the big rematch day on Saturday. Our Saturday showdown is actually a double whammy, as we also have DK facing off against Gen.G, as well as their first round robin 2 matches. So a lot of precursion happening today, but also it's going to be at the the mercy of T1 up against BNK FearX, and then also non-Cuban Red Force that are going to suffer at the hands of Gen.G. It's a rough one.
And we look at this. So one of these wins was just after T1, lost Worlds, and we're obviously in a bit of a
state.
Yeah, like they were good in Spring 2023. Don't get me wrong, but I think that they were likely to drop a game left or right. The other one was the Poby situation. So things are not great. What we do see, though, is that BNK shockingly enough, is actually doing like pretty decent, better than their standings, particularly once Duro has come in. And I do think that Duro has looked like just a better version of Execute. They're still the same flaws where you go, oh,
Yeah.
Duro, I don't know about that.
And
But
the same champions and the same general
But
playstyle.
The upside is that Duro does just look better.
Yeah.
You know, it's not enough to turn around BNK, but it's something that they're going up. And I think Guma, his face in this picture really says it all. It's like,
Yeah.
that's not a face of mercy, Atlas.
And Duro did come into the LCK saying that he was the second coming of Carrier. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to do well up against the real thing here today. You could imagine that the nerves are probably setting in, but hopefully he's going to be all right as we do welcome BNK out into Lowell Park here. Clear, Raptor, Closer, Henna, and Duro will be the starting lineup here. No real changes outside of the fact that Duro is still in. Haven't really been seeing Execute too much, although he has been having a decent time in Challenger. Did manage to pick up some POGs and things like that down there. So hopefully he's thriving. We'll see whether we do get him back. But so far, Duro has been absolutely fine.
And we'll see what they can bring here today. I think particularly the 2-0 against DRX way back, that's what really set BNK on a really rough path. T1, they're 5-3. One loss to Gen.G, we'll scrape that one off the record.
Yep.
One loss to KT, and KT unfortunately is inevitable.
I mean, that's just one of those things, you know?
And a Hanwha series that was shaky. I think both ways. I think we had a lot of really great moments in that series, but it did kind of...
A lot of people said, like, are saying things like T1 were winning until they lost sort of situation, like looking like a better team on the day. I don't necessarily feel the same way,
I wouldn't,
but I do think that they are very evenly matched. Right?
Yeah, I think that's the key takeaway. I agree with you. I think that because T1 is a team that did exactly what Hanwha did, which is like just find one really good team fight and then capitalize on that. So I think you also, in a weird way, then take away from what T1 has done. But suffice it to say, T1, they just come off a fresh international, and I don't think they're going to be too bothered. Let's not forget what state they were in last year in summer. That is nowhere near where they are right now. As Raptor has, I think, slowly been climbing up. I think jungle, this split in particular, is really a situation where, like, if you're an inexperienced jungler, it's so tough because you're playing a lot of carry versus carry matchups. We're shifting away from that now slowly, but Raptor has been happy to pick up the more aggressive picks, and we'll have to see because Owner, you know, as long as he's not playing against Peanut, I think really has a lot of consistently great moments, and you know, Peanut kind of does that against everyone.
Yeah. I think Canyon also joins that one, but I mean, Gen.G are a very different beast.
I never mention Gen.G.
Yeah, they're not real. They're not real here in the LCK. We're just going to give them the clean sweep and move on. Up after this, in fact, it is Gen.G looking for the clean round robin, which no team has ever done.
Ever, Atlas.
And we've had some pretty amazing teams. So yeah, you can definitely see that they are a cut above. But let's focus on BNK versus T1 for this one. T1, I think if it's anything but a clean 2-0, then I'm going to be disappointed, mainly because I'm really looking forward to their rematch against Home Life Esports, and I want to see them in the best condition possible heading into that one. You can see some determination in Faker's face there as some relatively happy faces, I guess. I'm scrutinizing Duro a little bit here just because I want to see how nervous he looks, and he looks absolutely fine. He's having a giggle. Things are going all right.
Duro always looks like he's ready to pull a great prank, and you know he's put in a lot of work. He doesn't know whether the prank's gonna work, but he's having faith. He's feeling good, and you know you got to get the good vibes up before Guma and Carrier are going to most likely put a good amount of pressure on you. Yeah.
And we do have Ryu versus Faker again. Always a fun part of watching BNK taking on T1, as we do get to go on a bit of a trip down memory lane. Just have to see, like, everyone seems to be having a phenomenal time on the BNK side. Like, seriously good vibes. I wonder whether we should be worried for T1. We'll just have to find out. We'll wait and see as we dive into the draft here for game number 1. Blue side for BNK should favor them. as the Nidalee respect for Owner coming out immediately.
Yeah, it's also hard to tell whether those were genuinely happy or we're about to get
We're in
stomped.
danger.
Yeah, exactly. The we're in danger smile. The Sejuani, I think, is a really, really great call. Nidalee, I understand from a level of oppression perspective. I also think Raptor has, as mentioned, struggled, and playing into a jungler like Owner is not going to be a good time. We really saw yesterday as well how insanely hard it can be to try and play jungle when your lanes are not doing well. In the Kwangdong series, where Cuz was just like kind of there. The Kalista, interesting that it is still this high on the ban list. A lot of other teams have dropped it.
Yeah.
I think this is about trying to get Hannah and Doro a matchup that is at least remotely playable. If I'm going to get taken away. So Tristana Corki, which often is on the down list, taken... not taken off the board this time around. The Ashe still going to be the priority. Can obviously go both ways, but most likely that's going to go towards Hannah. I think Duro isn't really an Ashe type of guy, and we'll see. I also, obviously, taking away Ashe, I think is great. And so the 1-2 is great. I do think that Faker's Tristana has definitely been...
Plants!
It's been volatile. I don't think he's really been able to match the consistent level of play that we're very used to seeing with Faker, but the combo, it's self-explanatory, all right? It's going to be double A carry, probably pick up Ezreal here, even though you might struggle on lane. I feel like that 1-2-3 is still going to feel amazing.
Yeah, you can see Gumayushi actually having a little bit of a consider here. Not looking too vocal, though. See whether it is going to be something else. Never mind. He's going to telepathically tell the rest of his teammates that it's Ezreal that he wants to play. And they're going to lock that one in. This is looking pretty cookie cutter on the side of T1. Probably wanting to collect themselves a little bit of engage. Unless they don't want engage, because engaging onto a Zyra is a really rough time. We'll see what they can actually do to make sure that they have some way of taking control of areas in this one.
I'm not going to assume this is the case, but there is even the possibility that this is Ashe Zyra bottom lane. I just want to throw it out there.
I mean, it is Ashe Zyra. This is a famous one.
Like that would be cool. I don't think that's what's going to be the case here. Obviously, the most likely outcome is that it's just going to be Raptor on the Zyra. I want to have it mentioned.
Yeah,
it is a historical throwback, and I think Zyra actually in support.
I mean, theoretically, it can also be mid lane because you could play Corki Ashe.
Okay, well now I think we are straying too far away from.
I mean, I think Zyra mid's the best way to play her personally. It's too fiddly. Too fiddly getting around the jungle and making sure your plants do everything for you and stuff.
Atlas, you have like a 305 clear, and it's you don't even have to get your plants right.
But it's fiddly.
Okay, well, Raptor most likely going to go for that one. This is a very clear Leona signaling. I imagine the Leona are going to get banned away here on the side of BNK. And the one big upside for T1 is that if you go for Leona here, there obviously is some punish potential, but the Braum is already taken away, which is one of the big ones.
Yep,
and you also get counterpick for top. So Zeus will then be able to just counterpick into whatever clear has been played. Zeus has definitely been volatile in both his playstyle and his champion pool. It's going to be the Karma instead. So they're fine with the Leona being picked up here.
I think that's
what they have in mind.
Isn't it super weird, though, just because they were going to have 0 engage, and if it was Karma as well, then T1 are never going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, but the lane pressure would be, I think, incomparable.
That's true.
And the main thing with the weaknesses of not having engage, I don't think apply to T1, because they're maniacs. So like they're gonna play super aggro in lane. They're gonna get first 2 objectives. So I understand it from that perspective. I do think Ezreal Leona is still insanely good. So I don't think T1's gonna be too bothered by the fact that the pressure lane is not available to them. This is a clean way to kind of end the draft. The Jax is not as exciting.
I mean, it's exciting, but it's dangerous.
Yeah, I think the Aatrox is a safer bet. Even though it's not going to really make you excited, there isn't really too much synergy towards the top side. Normally we love to see something like the Sejuani, even though Sejuani Aatrox hasn't necessarily been standout due to the fact that Aatrox not really autoing as much as something like a Jax would. This is this is no front line. Well, you have Leona, I guess.
I mean, this is the classic.
That's the throwback. But Jace is already strong. And Jace is going to get buffed next patch as well. So I honestly, try and get as many Jace games in as you can. And Zeus is also gonna have his skin released sometime soon, so I gotta crank up that Jace value.
Got to make sure that you, it's like the preview. Got to get it in there. This also does mean that any sort of engage that they were lacking wouldn't have mattered. They have Leona anyway, but they're going to outrange B&K anyway, so playing in the neutral with this composition just sounds miserable for B&K.
It does.
How does Zyra ever get in there to do plant stuff?
Yeah, you don't. You really got to just poke. A lot in this game is going to ride on how well Duro can do. Because he can find engages as Alistar.
Yeah.
I think Alistar does somewhat struggle when you don't have map control and you try to set up engages because his engage is pretty telegraphed, right? Like you can flash and pulverize, but it is always something that I think particularly teams like T1 are very experienced with playing into compared to something like Durel, the Nautilus, which are a little bit more sure, or the Leona, which is non-committal. I just think that this is so T1. Like, T1 love playing these fiddly poke-style compositions. I think in isolation, the B&K comp looks good. Good spread of damage. You got engage, you got frontline, got strong lanes. In practice, though, I think T1 are very happy. There is some volatility here, particularly towards that mid lane. But as long as T1 can manage that, I think they're looking good here.
These Tristana Ivern compositions just seem so incredibly difficult to deal with. It's Zeus on his Jace as well. An uphill battle, potentially, for B&K. Let's see what they can do as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are onto the Rift for game 1. T1 fans out in force here today. There is not too many empty seats that I can see, and in fact, none. The people that were going to be in those seats are actually on their way. So I spotted like a couple that were empty, but no, not for long. All right, let's see how the start is going to go, because I think this is going to be very, very important, as Raptor is also going for the Conqueror this time around on Zyra as well. I haven't seen that one personally before.
No, really, I think we saw it maybe once before. Not 100% sure. It definitely is something that we don't see very often. I think it was Brand, actually, that ended up going for Conqueror.
Okay.
I think that the Conqueror on Brand makes a little bit more sense, because in Brand, for Brand, often your job is, you go in, you press your buttons, and then if you end up dying, that's honestly fine. I think Zyra wants to play it a little bit safer, so I really like the comm attack.
I mean, isn't that normally the Zyra thing as well? It's like as long as you've pressed Stranglethorns with some plants down, you're pretty happy.
I think Brand, his ticks make it feel a little bit more impressive. I think Zyra at least wants to do some pre-fight poking, with plants. We've seen that happen. Not in this comp, because you're going to get severely outranged, and it's going to be really hard to actually execute on that. Also, Clear going for Fleet. We've seen Fleet be so insanely popular. Yeah, just in general, like, look at the rune setups, right? Absorb Life, insanely strong right now. A lot of similarities. It's going to help a lot. Same for Zeus with dodging the skill shots that Jace is going to throw at you. As a Clear, as I say that, walks right into the Shock Blast. So it can use the sustain, so that's something.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, it is Aatrox. He should be getting a little bit bullied in this matchup. We'll see whether he's going to be able to find some angles. Of course, it's generally pretty Jace favored. And honestly, top lanes here in the LCK just kind of are, just because the players that we have that are going to bring out the Jace, namely Keen and Zeus, will just not let you really play the game if they're in a matchup that they're happy with. And this was a last pick Jace. And that's just it's how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, as Owner is going to be making friends with the jungle here. Always like that 1-2 punch. I believe it was Canyon that showed us that one first off a little while ago, as Kerry is going to go in. That's an immediate cleanse out of Henna. Already you can see Raptor in the area, but not going to be able to help out too much over here, and especially not with that ward already in the trap.
Yeah, Duro headbutted the minion there, so that was actually a great setup. Because Raptor was also in the area, but it didn't work because, well, I think he denied the cannon, so, that's
there you go.
That alone is not enough, as we do have some aggression being shown here.
Yep,
a lot of people roaming over.
Exactly right. It is going to be Gumayushi on the earlier roam, though, as now Faker in a little bit of trouble. Closer going aggressive. The former T1 mid laner actually putting a lot of pressure on here in this mid lane. Faker just going to be able to eat some potions, though, and We'll just try and clear out this wave, as now Henna could be in trouble. Oh, the Zenith Blade just barely missing. And that is so much pressure already here from T1 in these lanes.
He doesn't have cleanse. So he would have actually just straight up died if Carrier clipped him there. Not going to be the case. Henna just going boots back to lane as soon as possible. Is a cannon wave, so his loss will not be as bad as it could have otherwise been. But this is due to Duro not finding the angle there. At the very least, I don't know if Carrier would have actually died, but you would have gotten, you know, a much more favorable trade. Carrier's pressure would have been reduced, and that alone might have been enough to kind of make it worth it. As
oh, Faker going aggressive. Let's get the trigger seed, but he'll be fine. Let's wander his way out. I feel like there's a lot of matchups in mid lane at the moment that just involve going down to about 200 health and sitting there for the entire laning phase, and it's kind of nerve-wracking.
it's because they've played this matchup so many times.
And it's happening with like the Azir Corki matchup as well now, whereas that used to be just sit at full health and trade waves over and over again, and now it's just fighting at all times. It seems to be the case here with this particular lane anyway. Closer and Faker making sure that they are testing each other as often as they can.
We'll see if this matchup continues to be as prevalent when we get to next week.
Yeah.
Patch changes actually seem very substantial, at least in solo queue. We'll have to see if that's the same in pro, but the Tristana nerfs seem to be effective, which I'm very happy about. I also do have some bad news for you, though, and it might be a precursor to what we'll see in next series. Chovey's just now playing anything AD mid. I think I saw anything from like Draven to Zeri to...
That would make sense.
Yeah.
I feel like we're finally coming full circle, though, because as soon as you can just play Caitlyn and Ashe mid, then we're back to Season 1. We've just finally done it.
And then, what's next? They're going to revamp Psy and bring back AP Scion?
Yeah, and then like the year after that, we're going to be playing Zed again, you know? Like Nidalee's going to be a mid laner. It's going to be the greatest. We just do the full rotation.
Mid Kha'Zix?
Heck yeah! And maybe you can walk around while you're evolving so that no one has to suffer like Ambition does every day.
A great moment, as we do see Raptor trying to take this. Might be a little bit of a smite fight here, but look at that. Advantage on the roam.
Yeah, Grasping Roots going down there. Good smite there from Raptor as well.
Oh, he's 6 now.
Yeah.
That's actually quite nice, but look at that top lane Zeus.
This is the problem. Man advantage certainly going to be there for T1 as Zeus does come down. That is a lot of damage from Raptor here, and now the headbutt pole, but great buffer from Faker. Still,
now that's
BNK, they take control of these grubs, and they'll have him.
That's a with BNK looking kind of clean with it. Little bit surprised here, Atlas. Actually,
very impressed with Raptor.
Yeah, actually, really nicely played Herald Contester. I think one of the big things was that Zeus did have great prio, but he also was already chunked a little bit, and he was relatively low on mana. So he just, once he walked into the Zyra route, and Raptor got some more damage down, wasn't a whole lot they could do. And I think if Carrier's already there, you know, he could flash Snap Engage on top of the Zyra, which is obviously your biggest weakness. But if it's just Zeus and Owner there, it's actually really hard for them to lock down Raptor, especially without Daisy. So, well identified there by BNK.
Yeah.
They're also matching the roam to make sure that Carrier doesn't find a big angle. And that by itself not going to be enough to really change our opinion of how we expect this one to play out. But nicely done by BNK nonetheless.
I also do think that if BNK can keep up this level of tempo and this sort of control, then it is going to bode so much better than what we were expecting, right? Because a lot of what we were thinking about for this composition was they're going to be on the back foot severely. And that's so far not necessarily the case, as they're only down by about 300 gold, and that is basically just Zeus owning the top lane, and that's like him doing what it says on the tin. And there's also a big wave for Clear to catch here, so even then, not the worst news, although he does need to actually get some of this CS finally, is going to be able to collect a few of them. And there he goes. So he's still behind relatively considerably. But it's like the Aatrox Zeus'
it's just
like,
you know,
situation.
when Atlas is pulling out the relatively that things are not
there are a few
off.
a few things there, as Henna's gonna have to use the other summoner spell, actually gonna answer it with an arrow, and they did throw out a lot of buttons towards the Ashe here, but Duro was sort of nowhere in sight, so it's just more Henna with a very angry arrow.
Henna actually standing his ground there, also very obviously faking that he had reinforcements on the way, because if they knew that was an actual 1v2, He might have been in some trouble.
I mean, there are a few cooldowns down, and it was only level 5 for Keria, so maybe that's just...
Yeah.
He saw an angle there as the first Drake is going to be taken. We've got Chemtech into Cloud, probably an Ocean Soul, I would assume, based on the amount of rain today. As now Closer's just flying his way up. Daisy's out here as well. He's in melee range with a Jace, and that is dangerous. And also, the Angry Cupcake making her way over. So Faker with some spare time on this turret. Raptor going to come on over and try and answer. As I was talking about mid lane Zara, there we go. We nailed it. Not going to find the grasping roots.
It's actually
looks exactly like my gameplay.
That's not how it should look. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, I do. But the best thing about Zara is if you miss, the plants still probably hit.
I see you take the Heimerdinger approach to,
Yeah.
to CSC. It's like, it's fine. Turrets will get most of them.
Although Heimerdinger does have that grenade ability. I don't know what happens if you hit a champion with it, because I've never done it. But that one's a weird one.
I don't think anyone has, Atlas. We're not meant to know these things. This does mean that T1 actually gets pretty nicely. Faker does have the buffer.
Yeah, is he actually going to be able to find it, though? The Buster shot's beautiful there. I don't think Faker could have played that. Like, that was how he gets out of the gank, and he saw it. He saw it, found the window, gets out.
Really clean. Duro was very clearly looking for the interrupt mid-jump. Obviously, Tristana, it looks a little bit silly, but you can actually knock her out of the jump.
Yep.
And Duro was looking for that angle. Faker, nicely done there, absorbs the gank. Raptor was also there, which actually, I think it was a really cute setup there from BNK, because you have Duro walking out of vision, and then you have, in case Faker ends up, jumping towards the top half of the map, Raptor waiting there, but not going to work out. Still, though, the fact that there's no first blood, the fact this game still seems relatively playable, that's not enough. It's not like T1 is playing, one of those compositions where they kind of start falling off. I think this composition does really well until very late.
Oh, Arrow is going to find the tree, as Duro going to avoid the True Shot Barrage actually quite nicely. Still, we're once again doing this thing where Henna throws out an arrow, and there's kind of no one there.
He's just priming them for when he throws an arrow, and then there will be people.
Keeping them on their toes.
Yeah.
I do like that. His hit rate has been pretty good from what we've seen thus far.
It matters. He's playing AD carry Ashe. We've gotten so used to the... Although recently it's been a lot more of actual AD Ashe. But we've seen so many games as... hold that. Clear might have a trap here.
Yeah.
But Faker, he's like, nope. No. I'm going to walk towards that brush. Might still be an angle. At the very least, though, you can just play for grubs.
Yeah.
Player a standing guard should be able to catch this wave, and Zeus is actually on the back. Yeah, he's not going to walk in. Just catch the wave. You're getting your Raptors.
He's going to... Okay, he just made his way over.
That's fine.
Yep. And there we go. That should be 6 grubs going over to BNK, which is fantastic when you're against a Tristana. Denying Tristana any grubs feels phenomenal.
Yeah, the downside is that they're still down about 1.5k, and the real issue with this composition that T1 has, if they don't, snowball Tristana or Leona completely out of control, it's going to be mid-game objectives. Because we're going to get a Dragon fight, we're going to get Herald fights, and BNK do have the tools again, I think, to find individual targets, blow them up as Faker.
Yeah, Keria going in as well, but isn't going to pull the trigger just yet. True Shot Barrage thought that perhaps the fight would go a little bit further, as we do check in on Henna, who's just going to walk towards it. Not feeling too phased at all. Testing the waters here at T1. I still feel like they haven't necessarily turned it on just yet. Still looking for that big window to try and open this game up. So far, BNK have sort of not given them those big opportunities just yet.
In general, not a lot of opportunities in this game.
Yeah, not
outside
a lot
of Zeus.
There's
not
much
a
of
whole
anything.
lot happening.
Yeah. Have you spoken to Daniel Orks Harrison recently, and is he still underwater?
He's doing a lot better. I actually played some Swarm games with him before going to work.
Swan games? What's that?
Swarm. The
Swarm games. I thought you said Swan games. I'm like, are they like duck games? Okay, here goes the arrow. Grasping Roots connects, and there's your first blood, and it goes to Duro.
Well earned, not what you want.
I'm very
Duro,
sad that I started off the first blood of this series with talking about Swan games that didn't even exist.
Well, there's a lot of flooding happening. I understand the fact that you'd be thinking about Swans Atlas.
Yeah, there we go.
Duro, though, nicely done. Good setup. One of the big weaknesses of the Ivern is that once you do get on top of him, which can be very tough, there is a great amount of burst that was ready to be thrown into it. Actually equalizes the gold by a good amount. I like this play from T1 though, immediately answering back in mid, pushing the lead as they often do, trying to get the most out of a rough situation towards the top side. And they do spot this a little bit. They think they have enough people, but Duro just kind of catches them off guard. Actually, nicely done. You know, not going for the flash headbutt combo, first getting the knock up, then going in with the headbutt rather, then ensuring that they have the CC chain. And there isn't really a whole lot that T1 can do there, so nicely done.
Yep. It's pretty important to have some sort of targeted setup for the Zyra as well, because if you don't, you're just throwing out grasping roots and it's really difficult to make that land.
Maintaining
pretty good hit rate.
Again, that wasn't a CC target, but we got to celebrate the small victories, Atlas.
Absolutely.
Already, it's better than I would have expected. I was really coming into this expecting it to be a T1 taking out their anger after losing to Humble Life. Might still come. I'm not...
Well, I mean, they need to start fighting for some of these neutrals, because right now, B&K have taken all of them. Zeus should be able to get some spare time with this outer turret on the bottom side of the map, so that is going to be first turret blood going over to T1. So certainly good, but the trade is actually just everything as far as the neutral objectives so far this game. The Dragon also going to be taken here, though, so T1 are going to finally get their first one. Faker just clearing out this Krug camp, and Duro well and truly behind enemy lines. Faker going to look to pick up this wave as now Closer goes in, doesn't find the big one, but Raptor's still going to be able to throw this one down. And if they manage to take this inner turret, that is a huge influx of gold for this team. As Duro, he's still going to go for it, looks to get the charge as he's a very tanky boy, and he does, of course, have the unbreakable will, so he was going to be fine. Still, they do manage to get the charge. Nicely done.
T1 will have to give up the teleport for that. Zeus did manage to get us back in, so does finish his first half of the Anamune.
This is pretty proactive, and they've got 6 grubs, remember. This should be taken down, as there's the other teleport coming on in here. Faker going to make his way over. Zeus gets on down here, but Clear will be able to secure this turret. Can they keep themselves alive, though, is the question. As Faker looking to try and get out, but the Valkyrie's going to be there. Closer's still looking for more as, the root caller comes in. That's going to stop the aggression. But B&K, they are not taking this lying down, and in fact, they're kind of winning.
It's T1 playing with the usual confidence, and guess what? It's not warranted! You don't win that 2v2! Actually, Corki's so strong when he does get the try for a spike. Really, I think struggles early on, but when you approach that 2-item spike, insanely strong. Clear also was standing there into 280 characters with Sundered Sky and played at still cap, so he's vibing. And I understand T1 if you play that slower, because Owner was actually ahead on the rotation, would have gotten there earlier. But T1, they're really trying to cut a lot of corners here, and I think B&K are doing a really good job of punishing them. Because, look, again, like giving up this turret, that's one thing, but going in this aggressively, throwing all the burst into Clear with level 2 ultimate, it just doesn't do enough. And Owner arrives just a second late, and it just feels like, again, trying to bite off a little bit more than you could chew.
Yeah. First arrow going to miss as well, but would have been beautifully defensively placed if, it was T1 winning out on the trade. So I'm still going to call it a good one here from Henna. So we're checking out the damage to turrets. Everyone kind of doing a whole bunch of work here on the side of B&K, but otherwise it is Zeus on T1's side. Certainly been having some good times pressing the W button in his cannon form, just feeling good. As another arrow going to pierce the heavens once again, actually connects onto Zeus in the top lane. Redemption comes on down though, Owner trying to keep him alive. As now Daisy going to get grasped. Man, like, they're magnetic, these arrows.
Really nicely done by Henna. They don't get a whole lot though, unfortunately.
I mean, that's not the point. Isn't that what you said before? It's about, like, he hit them.
Okay, fair enough. Still,
all right, he needs to be a little bit careful here, maybe a lot of bit careful. As he takes most of his health bar. Okay, there's the Soul of Fleb. That's also not really going to do too much. And like you say, the grubs certainly paying dividends as they just take down the outer turret.
All right, it's a T1 classic Atlas. Please, Zeus Jace, carry us. We need you. We need you badly. He's very fed. He's about to hit his transformation in, it's like 80 mana. and he will be pretty close. Already has the Brutalizer as well, to what I imagine will be a Surreal does. So they're playing for his free item spike. You have the time. I do really want to reiterate, though, if T1 ends up giving up Ocean Soul, there's not a lot of things that a Pokemon will hate more. You know, Mountain Soul is also pretty bad, but I feel like Ocean Soul is... When there's an Aatrox on the enemy team as well...
Yeah, Aatrox with Ocean Soul is not okay. It's very, very rude. So
they're also full AD. So Clear can even go for like a very... can go Sterex into a very heavy Bruiser build.
Another one! As the turret was also hitting him, but the turret just explodes. And Duro is now going to look for Faker. There's a headbutt. Pulverize as well. Once again, there's unfortunately not a lot of people there, but they still get the flash. Good sidestep from Clear. Avoids Carrier as well. B&K just have the answers today.
They just look good individually as well. Like,
look at this. Getting the push, the full 4 collapse into the mid lane. They'll take this in a turret as well. Out rotating. This was not on my bingo card. I need a new bingo card.
Okay, B&K, I'm loving your game so far. I just want you to keep this up.
I'm a little bit worried as well.
No,
maybe we should just accept.
Because I've seen so many games where we're like, man, and then T1 gets like one fight at Baron, they ace you, and you lose.
Yeah, I do kind of have that the Quantum Freaks game like, in my head, you know?
I can feel it happening, and I don't want, because I feel like B&K, they've earned, well, they haven't earned the win. They got 2 kills, you know.
Yeah,
they're doing well.
They're 1,000 gold almost ahead.
It's not that big a lead.
Yeah, they're even on Drake's.
I want to believe, Atlas.
I know, me too. And they managed to take the inner turret in mid lane, and with this T1 composition, right? Like you want to be standing your ground and defending, right? It's pretty good at counter siege, as they've got all these brushes and stuff like that. Pretty good at sieging as well with the extra range they do have. Henna's basically dead.
This is exactly what I was talking about.
Huh. But now he gets to go back.
It's just
and then
it's fine.
Throw the arrow.
Just a Drake. It's just one Ocean Drake. Not going to be the end of the world.
What about trading it for Baron? Teleport does come in here.
Yeah, with Zyra?
I mean, they have Leandris.
Yeah, you can. They gotta be sneaky about it, and I think they would have already had to pull the trigger. Now the rotation for T1 is really easy, and it's T1. I don't think you're gonna catch them off guard. Are gonna spot it now. Do know this is going on as Duro.
Oh, arrow is going to pierce on through, but now Duro could be in a whole lot of trouble. He has to flash as he takes Carrier with him. Solar Flare doesn't do too much, but now Clear has found the back line. There goes Carrier as kill number 1. True Shot Barrage splits the middle of the fight. They have lost a lot of health bars. Headbutt Pulverize, and Gumayushi, he's too far forward. And now Clear wants even more. He's flashing in the Strangle Thorns, and there's the double kill for Closer. I mean, I didn't see it working, but then it just worked.
And it looks like Duro is making a classic challenger mistakes, tries to get the catch on a Tristana.
Right.
This is still very risky. I want to reiterate, this is a very big Jace.
Oh, Clear blocking.
That's big.
The shot
I think
blast.
they got
That
it.
was beautiful. Yeah, this is just secured. B&K going from good to better.
Ooh, there was 5 health on the Baron, but it's fine. They got it.
No, because he wasn't in the pit, so it's fine. Let's check it out one more time.
So great buffer by Faker, and this looks rough, right? Duro tries to get away, but crucially the E connects. So Carrier goes all the way in, and then Clear, actually standing in the brush with the Aatrox, gets the early reset. And that alone doesn't look too bad, but then here Duro. This play onto Guma.
Oh, man.
Guma playing very far forward. Ezreal feels so safe. But guess what? If you get CC'd, even with a preemptive barrier, ends up going down. The CC is there, and what a 1-2 from B&K. Get the Red Bull Baron power play. Take a decisive lead in this game.
And this isn't, like, I know T1 have taken some liberties in this game, you could say, right? They have been playing a little bit fast and loose. But I've just been genuinely impressed by how B&K have been playing this one out.
I'm genuinely shocked. I feel like they've looked so lifeless.
Right.
This entire split.
And because the thing that's been the most sad about this squad is the conversation about the jungle, right? And the fact that, you know, you see Willer and Challenger and it's not necessarily any better, and you're wondering, is Arrows going to connect once again? And like, what is this? Targeted arrows? That's insane. All right, they're going to grab another inner turret. This Rebel Baron power play is starting to get completely out of control. We're moving towards a 6,000 gold lead. There's a Solar Flare. That's going to connect as Duro does tank the Shock Blast. That could have otherwise been a whole lot of damage onto Henna, and he could have almost been dead, as now Clear just umbrally dashes out of the way of the Zenith Blade, and he will be absolutely fine. This siege is working out. They're looking to try and take down the rest of this turret. They'll get it as Daisy, he takes a lot of damage there as well and will go down.
Yeah, the problem is there's only one Zeus. Like, Zeus is a free item spike. He's insanely strong, but there's just one of him. Like, he can't be in multiple lanes at once. Faker, unfortunately, having another game in the chain of, I think, rather unfortunate Tristana games.
Yeah.
This one, not his fault, right? Like, I'm not talking about, this is just very nicely done here. Catches him completely. Duro also ensuring that Owner can't actually get to him to bail him out. Like, the synergy between, particularly the bot lane of BNK, is really, really shocking. Closer on this Corki also having a really, really great game. I'm vexed, Atlas, but I'm happy.
Me too. Yeah. It's just really impressive stuff.
And now all they need to avoid, again, because not a single kill has actually been found by T1, and playing a poke-comp from behind, absolute nightmare. They need to keep it clean,
well,
not overextend.
Bit of a vibes arrow there from Henna, not really going to find too much. As Raptor also taking some poke himself. There's a Shock Blast, that's going to send him home.
Yeah.
Fuller is not going to quite find the mark, as Clear at least sends this minion wave into the Nether. And T1, they've weathered the storm of the Baron. They haven't lost any inhibitors just yet, but there is an open door on the top side of their base. And B&K have them on the ropes. It's only 26 minutes into the game.
I know. Dragon is going to get taken here by B&K. I don't think T1 with the lacking control, if you look at the wards towards the bot side jungle, should be looking to contest this too heavily. It's just a second Drake. Doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Most likely, by the time that you actually are going to be forced to fight for Drake, you're looking at free items at least.
Oh, there's a headbutt pole as Carrier possibly caught out, does have to flash. That is going to be an offensive tool now taken away from the Leona. Could be important.
TP as well. Look at the flank from Clear. They don't know about this Aatrox.
Well, Duro going to get in there first as there's Clear, finally discovered. Carrier does have the Eclipse available, but Clear's got a World Ender, and he has got a right to use it. He's going to be able to take down the Leona now as B&K, they just have all of the control. The arrow is going to be avoided by the Arcane Shift. Nicely done there. The opportunism, though, I love it here from Henna. And they're going to get the big old triumphant roar, and everyone's going to be absolutely fine. Closer also, look at that gusto. Just utilizing his Valkyrie to eat some cooldowns. As now T1, they don't want to give this one up. Duro going to be discovered there as Faker going to have to rocket jump his way back. In goes Closer there, finds that Trinity Force proc onto Gumayushi and just does so much damage. My goodness, this Dragon, not long for the world. T1 not going to be able to contest that one, but it's this next Baron in 1 minute's time that I'm really worried about. I think if B&K gets that, they just win this game.
I agree. That's the last stand for T1, and what are you actually going to be able to finish? I don't think we're going to get a second item for Faker. Maybe for Guma, but I think for him it's also not looking very likely. Say he's also just bought the Dirk, so situation, the setup here for T1 suboptimal. And I think here again, this contest for T1, you can't do that. You're too far behind to try and fight your way back, particularly with a composition like this. I think you just have to accept, take the L, and just push the side waves, you know, push top. Maybe look for a push in mid if you can generate a little bit. Get a bounty, you know, just get a mid lane turret out of it.
Yep. Try
and at least force B&K to make a mistake. Just matching straight up when you have this little control of the game is a big gambit, and it doesn't end up working out. They don't get anything else. The Drake still goes over to B&K, and the last stand for T1, I think, is coming in about 10 seconds. And we'll have to see if they can deny this. Maybe Owner can get a heroic steal. That would possibly keep them in the game. We'll have to see if they can actually make that happen. Look at the power spikes. Right?
Oh, it's huge. And Closer, I don't think I've seen him this large in a game so far this season. As
maybe
they're
not even
trying to stay out of vision. Closer is now on vision completely. Duro going to get spotted here. This Baron is going down so incredibly low. Carrier gets into the pit. He'll have some vision there. The health bars are going low. Owner, can he get in there? The answer is no. The Stranglethorns gets the knockups as well as Carrier thrown around like a ragdoll. Faker dives in now. They're looking for the last-ditch effort. As Clear has found Owner. He dives on top of Faker and executes him. Zeus now trying to do what he can, but it is over. It is done. They'll take the Baron. They'll take the team fight. And by goodness, they're going to take the game.
In BNK, we were watching, we're holding our breaths, Atlas, because we were like, there's no way. There's no way, right? That even a game win would be colossal for this team. And you look at the scoreline, it's not even close.
It's not. And it's beautifully executed. It's wonderfully played here from B&K as well. Maybe this is the start of their resurgence right at the end of the first round robin of Summer. There goes the Nexus. It's only one game, but this is a team that was at the very bottom of the standings, 9th place. To then taking a game off T1 is massive for this squad.
And I'm left scratching my head as well for POG. I think I gotta give it to Closer. I think that mid lane performance absolutely beautiful, but I think a Duro vote.
I mean, a Raptor vote as well.
A
I mean,
Hannah vote?
His arrows
Those
are pretty
arrows?
good.
I don't know. I hope this is a split one because I think this was a team effort.
Yeah.
Clear in some of the team fights had a pop-off moment.
He did.
And BNK, we have not seen this team this alive, I think, in the entire year.
No, I haven't seen this team ever. This is a new team. And they're playing so well as a squad. The fact that Duro was matching all of Carrier's roams, they were ahead of the plays. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where they came from, but I hope they stick around because this BNK is fantastic.
And for T1, gotta go back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
On theory, that Ivern and Tristana, 1-2, amazing. But in practice, I just think it doesn't work for T1. I feel like we need to see Owner on something proactive and Faker on something he's more comfortable.
I would agree. I think that the Tristana hasn't been necessarily a good thing for T1 alongside, of course. Like, Owner is one of these players that does definitely do well when he has a lot of engage opportunities himself. Ivern, not that champion. But it's time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2. See you there.
끝났어. 아, 빨리 가야 돼. 미드 하지 마. 레오나 12초. 레오나 노플이다. 레오나 노플. 레오나 먼저. 아이번 플래시 있고.
다 같이 타워.
야, 잘했다. 버터. 아, 포탄만 치자. 아이번 노플. 아이번. 오케이. 야, 보자. 야, 보자.
야, 레오나까지.
오케이. 야, 다 죽여.
나이스.
지렸어.
the alarms because Upset Alert is on full alert right now as B&K FearX are like a tower and a Drake away from perfect gaming T1 in game number 1. Welcome to the space, Degon alongside Wolf and the Valdanalist here as, y'all, surprising outcome here in the first game.
Especially when you consider the way the draft went in game 1, where we had FearX, or B&K FearX, that is to say, having a pretty robust set of high-tier champions, but didn't have a composition, whereas T1 had basically the best you could ever hope for. If we take a look at the draft, you can see T1 end up having the Ivern, right? The ability to double 80 carry stack that. They have a Jace, so you could use the brush to set up poke. They also have great engage with the Leona. They have burst damage with the Tristana to single out single targets. But they didn't play to those rules at all. They got outplayed on the map by B&K. The macro was just way better.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because we were memeing a lot about the draft on our side, but it didn't end up mattering too much because T1 just did not have a good game, and B&K came really prepared today, and T1 seemingly did not. We made jokes like, you've got all these great champs on the side of B&K, you've got the wine, but also the mustard, and then you've got like chocolate, and like these things don't mix well together, but individually they are very strong. And B&K just as a team showed up in a big way.
Yeah, we were wondering what were the engages going to look like because you had Ashe, you had Alistair, but how do you put it together? Well, here in highlight number 1, you could see exactly how they do so. Basically, they throw all the CC and the ult on top of Own on the top side of the map.
This was a moment where we actually thought about getting this highlight, was assuming that T1 would still win this game to showcase how difficult it is to actually follow up on targets in this game, but it's really just T1 not respecting that rotation. And then they're rotating on the map extremely well, getting this turret here. Faker TP's down, but they don't actually win this 2v2, not even close, and Closer's spacing there incredibly good so he could stop the rocket jump or still close the gap on that rocket jump, so they TP and lose a turret and lose Faker.
Yeah, for some reason, it felt like T1 were just, like, lagging today. B&K were very proactive. They were making great plays on the map. They were ahead in macro many, many times. That was only one example, maybe 2 in that first highlight. And T1 were like, oh, we got to catch up. We got to, find them. We got to get to them. And then they were just late, and they were taking bad fights.
Yeah, well, one of the bad fights that they took here was at the Baron at 21 minutes here in highlight number 2. As, again, T1 just kind of wandering on in, and it started with a lot of missed ults, and then Keria goes on in. He's isolated.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really good flash from Duro. He reacts to Keria's Zenith Blade, pulls him in, so that's the first pick. And then, unfortunately for T1, this comp really relies a lot on setup. You need to have your brushes set up. You need to be able to poke.
Guma.
And they still go in. Guma should not be playing this like this. Has his barrier. Feels like he has an extra layer of safety. Absolutely does not. It's just the desperation here out of T1. I feel like so much of this game was T1 disrespecting B&K while also not playing to their draft's win cons.
Absolutely. I think that was really the main theme of this one. And B&K, they showed up so well. They were so ready for it. Duro had a great game. The team fighting from clear was amazing. And every time T1 made an overstepping, B&K were like, all right, we'll take this. We'll get one step ahead. And they just, eventually it got so far ahead that they won the game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Corki, Tristana in the mid lane, but I think both teams expected and wanted to see the Tristana Faker on Tristana. Faker looking to bounce back from a couple of oopsie performances, and on the opposite side, it's like, well, maybe he'll do the same here. Not so many huge mistakes, but he didn't get huge leads here and didn't feel like he utilized Tristana the way that we've seen other champs use it.
He didn't utilize it very well. I think it's been a pretty weak performance for both his Tristana and Corki in this meta. He's more of the, I'm going to punish overextensions. I'm the engage mid. I'm the guy who sets up that team fight. When he's just the boom damage guy, it hasn't worked out as well. He also got denied all 6 grubs this game, so wasn't able to make a big split push win con happen. They never had map control.
All right, well, let's take a look at our POG, the player of the game. Multiple candidates here on the side of B&K FearX, but it goes to the mid lane, the former T1 member. It's Closer getting it, his second one of the season.
Yeah, I think Closer getting this one just because he was able to punish on the bottom side of the map in this highlights, and, essentially, he wasn't playing like an amazing game, but he was very good at punishing mistakes. He was always present, outputting a ton of damage for the team, 40% of the team's damage in this one on the Corki, so great job for him. We didn't personally go for him, but I think that, B&K as a team playing very, very well, and you really could have voted for anyone here.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been an extremely tough game for Corki to play out. Had T1 set up the brushes, had any map control right, then it would have been a lot tougher, but he punished really well. Very split vote. We went for clear. I thought, even though he had a really weak laning phase, his laning into Zeus' Jace, still bounced back in a huge way and had a massive
die at all.
Didn't die.
Yeah, 3 bot, 3 top, just all over the place. Again, a kind of a comprehensive victory here by BNK because they were the proactive team. We've seen T1 do this before, be on the back foot, and then, all right, we'll group up, one big team fight, then they close it on off. But this lead felt a little too insurmountable for them to be able to do this time.
I think T1 need to ban Tristana, possibly, play the Corki or otherwise just avoid that matchup. Put Faker on his ear, play an engaged mid-champion where he actually can make a bigger impact because right now you don't want to go 0-2 to FearX. I mean, you're falling quickly in the standings here. Losing to BNK would be a huge, huge upset.
Yeah, I don't think they were planning on that. I think they were very much caught off guard. And yes, once again, I think Faker is somewhat proving at this point that he's not very comfortable on the Tristana pick. And that's fine. He can play other stuff, but I kind of agree with Wolf. Maybe you got to pass on this one this time.
Yeah, I felt like Zeus and Owner were just kind of passengers in this one, right? You're waiting for mid lane to do something, a lot of action on the bottom side of the map, but really not too much for Owner to be able to do on the Ivern. Maybe somewhere else to look here in the draft.
It's Owner's second career game of Ivern, by the way. He's 0-2 on it now, so it's not his first game, but it's his second. I don't want to say that he looked uncomfortable, but the whole team's game plan didn't really... It's like they were like, I saw this comp, I saw it at EWC, it's super strong, but the way they played it, I feel like was super disrespectful and never got to actually hit its win cons at all.
Yeah, it is very strong. I think that they just need to be better at, respecting their opponents, getting to objectives on time. I felt like a lot of times they were trying to, set up for stuff, but BNK was already there. And BNK, as we keep mentioning, they were super proactive. They were making all the plays. They were in total control of this game. And if they do that again, maybe they just win the series.
Yeah, this would be a huge, huge victory in the season for BNK if they're able to do so. To find out, let's send it back on over to the casters again in game number 2.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that one. I agree. I think that T1 just kind of pipped at the post almost every single time. I love the smattering of votes. Base Jonas Strong is back, man. The Duro vote just like out there by himself. I respect it. I would have been right there with him. But I think that honestly, every player on BNK deserved it.
That's why I love that everyone got a vote. Everyone got their moment to shine.
Absolutely.
In that game.
You know who also got a moment to shine? VNcast, because they got it right this time around, and that is just beautiful to see.
I like, that we all have our own views, and sometimes they clash. All I'd wish for is at some point during the space, just get VNcast, get them on the call.
Oh, that's what we need,
right? Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, no, I think that is something
we're gonna
we have to work out for the future. Yeah,
we're gonna make this happen.
That's a round 2 thing. Perhaps they could even just be a part of the space, like Cubby used to be. Just put them on the TV.
Oh my God, love that.
Just VN TV. That's what we can do. All right, we've got Ash banned away as well as the Renekton and the Vi, and there is Rumble, Nidalee, and Sejuani. So Tristana, Corki, both of them still up and available. Let's see what the priority is going to be here for T1 as Ezreal is going to be locked away first.
And it makes me wonder if they want to play Ezreal mid. I think Guma on the Ezreal unfortunately just didn't look that good. Also comes off the back of some of the performances we've seen from Viper, who I think right now very clearly at first place. But I think even Pace has had some standout games on it.
Aiming's also looked pretty good.
Aiming's looked good on it. We've had Deft as well. Henna has been a very early fan of this.
Yeah.
So him picking up doesn't come as too much of a surprise. And this is... I really, again, want to reiterate the confidence from BNK to say, pick Tristana again, do it.
Yeah.
Like, we don't care. Closer will lock in whatever is left open, and he will stop. And I gotta say, I really think that when it comes to the current level of tier list, something that Gen.G was very vocal about, what T1 is doing makes complete sense. But after that first game, it gives me pause, Atlas. I think that they are trying to play a style that maybe doesn't work for them. I think Faker just hasn't looked good on the Tristana. He's had some games where he's like really popped off, but outside of that, hasn't been enough. The Corki would make a lot of sense here. Maybe they want to go for the Lucian.
Maybe you just lock in Zyra here as well, because Raptor was pretty good on it.
Wow.
And the Aatrox going to be picked up, and now a couple of bans to protect it if they would like to use them, but not taking the Zyra, not taking the Corki. Kind of crazy to me. And Clear looked brilliant, honestly. Like, this is sort of shades of the Clear that we were seeing in Challenger that was just kind of smurfing on everyone.
Yeah.
He was so incredible. Him and Thanatos were so much better than everybody else. No other top laner really existed in Challenger when they were at their peak.
No. I'm trying to think back to the Ilma days, but I don't think even
he wasn't there.
That was a different era. Unfortunately, the Yasuo ban very cute here to come through. It's closer, so it's not a surprise. You know, he loves his melee picks.
And Faker has been playing a lot of Yasuo, so probably knows how the matchup goes.
In a bad way, as in not very fun for the Tristana. Not going to be the angle here. The Jace still going to get taken away. Even though they were able to match it, I do think that it was very obvious that Zeus was trying his darndest. And if they had one more pressure point on the map, I think that Jace could have been the difference maker. Even in the final fight, did an incredible amount of damage. What is going to be the pickup here for Raptor? I imagine that's what you want to go towards, and then you can keep this mid lane pick hidden, because there's not really a need for you to pick it up here.
And you can keep flexing the Ziggs as well. I think Zyra, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Looked very, very good, and more plants was better than just, you know, the one plant with his rock friend, you know?
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one-to-one friend. Last time.
Ooh, he's going to lock it this time. Yasuo and the Braum to be picked up here from Carrier.
Oh, we haven't mentioned this yet, but this should seem obvious, right?
Oh, God, yes. This is Closer.
This is his most iconic champion. It's a champion that we've seen him be very hit or miss. I think this is a lot more consistent. I actually quite like this. We've seen Zeka have standout performances on this. Chovy's also picked it and was fine, but it's Gen.G. The data isn't real. I gotta say, Atlas, I'm looking at this T1 comp, and you are very reliant on doing a really good job in your lanes, because I think that, unlike last game, the Yone fits much worse than the Jace did in this style of composition. You can try and play, you know, aggressively and go in with Daisy and Ziz instead of big combos. Faker can jump in. But if the game state is anything like last time, you don't have the Jace to bail you out. And I love the composition for BK. Good damage spread, good front line, lot of CC, and I think the lanes are actually looking quite good here for BNK. Now, T1 also had a lot of issues when it came to actual gameplay.
Yeah.
I imagine that they shored those up, but this isn't, I think, the type of draft that fills you with confidence. And imagine if BNK managed to get a big upset winner today. Would be huge for a team that struggled so much this summer.
I would agree. And I want to go back to what the changes are here for T1, because we were seeing the Yone hover, and I thought that in the context of having Leona there, Yone worked. With the Braum, you'd love a Jace. Jace would be so nice, and of course was banned away this time around by BNK, but maybe it was a different way that they could have gone. That being said, if they just tidy up the play on the side of T1, it will be a very different story, right? We know what this team is capable of. They're world champions, reigning for a reason. See whether they can find that as we head to the Rift for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. Here we are onto the Rift for game number 2. And we'll see whether T1 can bring us to a game 3 here. And they're going to have to double down. I think that if the momentum is going to continue in the way that BNK had it in game number 1, this could just be a 2-0. They just looked really good.
It was a stomp, right? The game realistically was a stomp, and we kept kind of waiting because we've cast enough T1 games, Atlas, to know that.
And I think that it was warranted, yeah.
But if they get a similar lead in this game, then it might be very, very different case. So we do take a look at some of the rune setups here. Nothing too surprising. Raptor going for the Conqueror. Again, they will keep track. I feel like tracking a Zyra doesn't do nearly as much for you as it does in some other situations.
You also get a bit of an idea because she kind of leaves breadcrumbs, you know?
She does.
It's a little bit of the Hansel and Gretel situation.
Now
I don't know where she is.
You know, what is the Red Riding Zyra, where she just has bread instead of plants?
Oh, yeah, that could kind of work.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, but not too much, because if you think about it a little bit more, I know you're really going to make that happen.
But you'd need to have a Warwick skin as well that's sort of themed the same way.
Isn't it just every Warwick skin?
Yeah, actually, hang on. And it was Annie, and also the breadcrumbs is Hansel and Gretel, and so then you'd need, like, maybe the Daisy with, like, the cupcakes and stuff like that. Yeah, it was all about the big house that was edible and things.
It's tough for me because of the the names are different in Dutch. So
True.
I have a hard time, but thank you for that. We do see the Braum level 1 being absolutely huge here, surprisingly. So Hannah and Duro having a much rougher time than they did last time. Although Duro did start that game by headbutting a cannon.
minion.
That did happen.
So now he's going to have to Zenith Blade a minion, and that's not going to do nearly as much. And so that's probably a good thing. Still, with this wave stacking up, that's kind of how Ziggs wants it in this early stage. As now Zeus going aggressive on to clear. Unbinds the soul, feels pretty good about it. And Closer, is he having a pretty good time here in this mid lane. And I want to talk about Closer a little bit just because I feel like he's lost a lot of what made him the great player that he was. The player that we were really excited about watching. And it was the fact that he would just go for risky plays. And he also looked completely unfazed by anything that happened, by his opposition, right? Like, he wasn't the kind of person that would seem nervous ever. As that was a nice sidestep there on the piercing light, as Faker's going to miss the rocket jump, then does get the reset and gets out, but still, not exactly the greatest of situations here as they're playing. Yeah, he's looking for the option. See whether he gets there, as there's the grasping roots, but Faker does make his way out. Turret shot going to land, as now Duro really far up in this lane. Gonna get stunned up there as well. The door is going to come down, but Duro still has to flash away. Henna not offering that much back at this point in time, and T1 looking like they are moving with a little bit more spring in their step this time around.
One upside is that Hannah obviously is going to be very safe, so even with Duro backing, we'll still be able to try and farm Keria. Nicely done there, denying him the opportunity to farm from a distance. And this wave state is a little bit rough.
Yeah.
Raptor, this is, I think, the one thing where Desire really struggles, is that even if you flash, even with Faker close to the wall, your roots aren't fast. They're notoriously slow. And we see right there, Faker still has the response time. Still getting a flash. I think Closer is going to be able to use that very nicely. Was doing great in the matchup. Imagine that will continue. And with his 6 in the horizon, should be able to play big on that, as Duro might be in some trouble here.
Yeah, Keria is going to turn up. Some plans coming down here as well. And yes, no flash means no life anymore. And that is first blood going over to Faker. A much better start here for T1.
Duro getting completely caught off guard there. I think maybe he was expecting a person, but it was 2. And that combination of the Braum and the Ivan, they're so sticky. It's so hard to get away from them once you've been tagged by anything. If you either get tagged by a Q or of either of them, you're not getting away, especially not without the flash. So Duro has played a very aggressive game number 1 as well. Does get punished here. Nicely done by T1. Starting to build an early lead here. And Faker, as we see, getting the help from his teammates.
Yeah, Ona here,
very straightforward.
Yeah, exactly right. And rocket jump, going to get Faker in there, and nothing that Closer can really do at that point. He's got a cull though. He's settling in for the long haul. As the looks, as Duro going to come back once again. This time takes the northern route, and that one seems to have worked, as somehow Keria managed to not find that Winter's Bite. It looked a little bit like it went through Duro, but that's fine. He's going to land that one onto Closer.
This is the great thing about having Lucian in mid if you're Leonia. Like, I can just lane here now.
Yeah.
And honestly, just see
multiple options.
Yeah. And it's like, hey, I got an AD carry. He can proc my Q.
It kind of looks like you've just put your mid laner in the bottom lane really early. Because that's where Ziggs kind of started. It's where Showmaker recently played him.
Thanks, APA.
How it all goes, exactly right. As all right, now we're all just piling in on top of Raptor. Can he get the buttons off? The answer is absolutely not. As now the culling's coming in. Keria so low, Faker also so low. Duro so slow though. And he's not going to be able to catch up to them. He might just be lying on the floor as well, and Ona's going to pick it up with the explosion of the trigger seed. T1 just kind of toying with them in this game.
Yeah, that's Ivan Braum right there. That's how it's supposed to work. The early shielding, the safety, so incredibly powerful here for T1. Able to get the most out of it, particularly with a champion with resets like Tristana. Very nice collapse there on top of Raptor, who didn't have his flash available due to the earlier fight.
And the aggressive flash over the wall, right? Like, punished for that.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel great here for B&K. be getting overly aggressive.
Oh yeah, of course, was in the mid lane gank.
Yeah. Zeus is doing some Zeus things here on the top side of the map. I was going to say Yone things, but it's more just Zeus things. His Yone is so incredibly oppressive. Is doing exactly that here. It's clear not exactly having as much fun as he was in the last game. But let's have a look at this one more time. And as soon as Raptor gets tagged, it's just everyone is on top of it.
It's the Q from Owner that's the biggest one, because it gives everyone a free gap closure. Just the Q from carrier hitting is nice, but it's the follow-up that makes the difference. And then here, they just don't have the cooldowns yet, right? Closer throws out his ultimate, but it doesn't actually take anyone down. He doesn't really have the tools at that point to try and make anything else happen. And the trades are good. And when this composition is ahead, we didn't get to see it last game, even more so with the Braum. It's really obnoxious to play into. When Ivan just gets to set up shop and objectives, throw down his brushes, people just get to poke, take pot shots, use the extra damage that makes your life very unpleasant, Atlas.
Certainly does. And Faker now as well does have 3 grubs for his Tristana. Also had first blood, so he is in such a better position than he was in game number 1. BNK, they will be able to at least take the first dragon once again. I don't think that there is going to be enough, although they are closing in. Duro, can he actually get them out of this pit?
Gonna have a fight.
Yeah, it's looking like it. As Mountain Drake, very, very tanky. Raptor is going to be able to secure it as now Duro making his way in. Faker going to get stunned, but the buffer was good. Now the Hextech Minefield is down, and Henna should be able to take some control. And we haven't really seen a fight with the Ziggs around as well. I think that Henna should have a fair bit of ability to help out in a lot of these situations, especially Mega Inferno Bomb. If there are those, the brushes down, you just put a big old circle in there and you say, well, you can take a lot of damage or you can get out of those brushes.
It really is a circle comp, right? They have, well, I guess if you count Aatrox Q3, 4 circles.
That's a lot of circles.
One composition. What we saw there as well is a really big thing, and I think why T1's lead matters so much, is that whoever gets first move is basically impossible to siege. I think it's a little bit better for BNK because they have a Leona, and Claire can maybe look for a flank angle, but we saw there as well, like T1 wanted to fight, but trying to engage on top of Zyra specifically, unless it's on top of her, makes it really, really tough as, I don't think Zeus is the target you guys are looking for.
Yeah, he's going to unbind the soul. Look for an angle here as Clear does get rid of the minions quite effectively. And Closer just doing his very best to try and hold onto this turret as Faker goes in. There's the buster shot, and there is the kill! Just stacks up the explosive charge and nowhere for Closer to go. That's 4-0. It's just a complete reversal.
So we figured out the problem in the previous game was that Faker wasn't fed when he made his plays, and now he is.
Very. It's actually, it's just, and it's Zeus and Gumayushi not really being a part of any of this. It is just Carrier and Ona coming on over and saying, all right, Faker, we're going to get you a whole bunch of kills, and then you can just carry us, and it's going to be fine. As Mega Inferno Bomb does come on down, Gumayushi taking a bit of damage there. And actually finding a fair bit here, as we can see.
The problem is that actually taking down Guma is not really realistic. And this is the type of Ziggs which, in theory, can work out, where you just use him as a wave clear tool, you know, with his poke and with his teleport and with his ultimate. But that isn't as strong as the aggressive Ziggs. I think DRX still are the best example that we've seen this split, where you use him as a turret pushing tool by playing strong side towards bot. Might be looking for it here.
Well, this is definitely playing towards bot, as there is the satchel charge being thrown on in. Not quite anywhere near being able to take this one down, as there is the redemption. And that is going to lock that one up as Faker continues to be frustrating. Closer, no teleport available. Had to cull very recently as well. We didn't quite see it. That's on cooldown also. A lot of tools available.
Yeah, it's Blade of the Rune King Dungan for Faker. He has Owner with him as well. His mid lane turret is not long for the World Atlas.
And Closer may not be either, as there's the root caller. Goomba Stomp does come on down here, and that's another stack up. And that is just Faker killing him one more time. With the help of Owner, they'll be able to take out this outer turret as well. And everything's just on fire for BNK. It was joy. It was beautiful. They were in Valhalla for game 1. Game 2 is a very different story.
You can see T1 after that game one really pulling back the reins, saying, okay, guys, we played fast and loose. Didn't really play to our win conditions. Realistically, looking at the draft, I think that T1 should have a lot of power, and this time around they're playing like it.
Well then, going to be employed here by Clear. Looks to clear out the wave as well, as now Owner's going to turn up at the same time. There are no minions left as he does flash on over, but there's the ulti from Zeus. There is the cleanup. They do manage to collect that kill, as now Raptor not finding any Stranglethorn value at all, really.
Yeah, the flash. Owner actually just got out.
All right. Is there good news that's going to be coming here for B&K? That's my question, because right now we're moving towards, I mean, it's a 5,000 gold lead. We're 100 shy of it.
If you're a fan of maximum amount of League of Legends, this brings the odds
there
up.
you go.
It's very straightforward. Lucian into Tristana is an extremely volatile matchup. Faker got ahead thanks to, I think, some great early roams from Keria as well as Owner. And now Closer is just going to chain that. Like, it's reminiscent of what we saw with the Ezreal versus LeBlanc. It's like the type of matchup where once you start falling behind, you need to move up to the wave to try and clear, and you can't. So, yeah, no, I think this is looking like we are heading to game number 3, which is fun.
It is.
It's not what we expected. I still think we can look positively upon the win that B&K got. I don't think they'll be repeating. Oh god, that was very close. Raptor actually had to smite. I don't think they'll be repeating the performance of game number 1, and I don't think T1 is really gonna give up the lead that they've found so far.
Don't think so. Definitely not in this one. As there are some stall tactics that are available, as Faker once again going to buff the rocket jump. We're not going to be able to find too much of an angle just there. Rukola just to deny Duro even further. Chemtech once again going to be coming out as one of our first couple of Drakes, meaning that we don't have to deal with that soul, which is quite good. Clear being toyed with here on the top side of the map as Zeus just waits for this turret to go down. Keria looking to try and block what he can, but is going to be in a turret protected by the Ziggs. But this is not the Ziggs doing the things that we like talking about, which is killing turrets and getting plates and being rotated around so you can maximize the amount of structural damage you can get done. This is not that at all. He's managed to take one plate on the bottom side, I think. I believe we got word of that just prior, but
Atlas, they've
not really anything.
They've gone one Drake.
Yeah.
They've gone one Drake this game.
They did.
I don't know if they're going to get a whole lot more.
Well, they're not going to get this Drake, because this one's going to T1.
Yeah, I'm really trying to look for something, but Braum Ivern comms, man.
It's the Ziggs scaling. Oh, it's actually a Cloud Soul.
I'm going to go back to what happened to G2 at MSI, which is the only way you lose if
Solar Flare goes completely
caught.
wide, and there is the Tristana possibly not getting caught.
Yeah, that's the only angle. Like that's how. If I remember correctly, yeah, this was T1 versus G2, right? Game number 3. And G2 was in a really good position, and all they needed to do was not get caught. Then, unfortunately, I think T1 found the catch in mid, if I remember correctly, and from there on out, there wasn't really a whole lot more that they could do. That's the position T1 is in right now. I'd like to think that they've learned from that and won't repeat the same mistake again, because there are a lot of compositions where, you know, one bad team fight can take you out of it.
Yeah.
One player overextending in side lane, the poke setup that isn't great. But I'm just looking at the 1v1 matchups, and they're a disaster. I'm looking at who do you actually lock down here, outside of specifically Ivern?
Yet none of them. Braum, maybe. It's looking a little bit tough, because like you were saying, there's Arcane Shift, there is Rocket Jump,
engaging on Braum just never works.
Yep.
You know what I think it's time for, Atlas?
What's the time for?
Is we find a new topic of conversation. Because I don't want to just keep talking about how doomed it is for B&K.
Maybe we could... What if you found out right now that actually B&K won this game? How would they then go about doing that?
A thought experiment?
Yeah.
Catch on Tristana into Nash.
All right, I guess that's just how it goes. That's a good point. You did bring that up. Okay, yeah, no, I think it's been exhausted. It has been exhausted.
Why? I could try to find more, but I was really trying hard before.
You were digging deep. You
I
went all the way back to
didn't find
G2.
I went back like May. That's what, 2.5 months?
Yeah, it's quite some time. It's
Yeah.
quite some time. As all right, there's an ulti. That's going to get a flash out, so Closer at least will survive for the moment, as this inner turret not going to be going down just yet. Ran out of minions momentarily, but getting the flash out of Closer, this is very dangerous times. Raptor just trying to exist in his jungle. As all right, Stranglethorn's going to come in. That's going to get a flash out. That is good news. This is not good news, though, because Zeus has his soul unbound and just destroys Closer. That's a solo kill. That's 0-3 now for the Lucian. And Raptor's going to come up. He needs to catch this wave as it comes in. He's putting out fires as best he can, but this one, this is just, you know, charred up here.
Should have been a rally up. That's what Closer said.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think it would have made a meaningful difference. I think T1 really cleaned up their game this time around, and they don't have vision. As it's just making the read. Closer.
Yeah.
You can't make that back when you don't have your flash. Even if you do have your flash, probably shouldn't. If you're under the turret, maybe Zeus doesn't go for that play, but instead going to be a kill over to a Yone that was already hard winning his lane.
And now Clear could be in a bunch of trouble. Does have Raptor moving on over, and Duro is in position. There are quite a few members of T1 in the area. And this outer turret is going to get taken for that reason. And we haven't really seen much from Clear this game either, right? He has been at the mercy of Zeus' Yone.
Well, he got counter picks and then, you know, ganked once or twice.
There's the knock up. Engage Braum coming on in there, as they'll just buy enough space to guarantee themselves this blue buff steal. That is successfully going to happen. As Daisy still staying amongst it. Clear looking for that flank angle, seeing whether he can get Faker, but not going to be able to stop him from rocket jumping away. And B&K, just not a lot of inroads, not a lot of options, and the inner turret just going to be taking a lot of damage here towards his top side. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to clear out the wave, but he's not going to have too many more of those for the next little while. And he kind of wishes that he had as many as possible, because there are waves to be taken all over the place. T1 just seemed to be pushing everywhere. Zeus once again going in onto Closer. Taking a lot of damage though, rebinds the soul, and he'll get out of there. It's really a rough time. There is just not a lot of things going well for B&K in this game, and it is complete role reversal, because it's kind of what was happening in the last game. But it was the other nameplates.
Yeah, really, the only thing that makes this one feel less bad is that we just watched B&K do exactly the same thing. Right. I'm trying to think of something, Atlas, that doesn't feel like a non sequitur.
So why didn't your place flood? Because you're in the same building as Dan. Why didn't your place flood?
Yeah, we didn't. We don't have a balcony.
Ah, so it's the balcony problem.
That's what it seemed like, yeah. It wasn't a problem with the actual building, even though we're relatively close to the river. Post a picture of that, actually. It was quite something, as it is currently monsoon season.
It is. There's a lot of water all over the place. I actually kind of miss living near the Han River, where I used to be able to like walk past and just see just how ridiculously overflowed it is.
I kind of want to see the actual river. That's going to be even more fun.
Yeah, that was the most fun. Going for those walks just to discover, and where you just like you basically wear like your swimsuit.
Oh yeah,
and just go for a walk. You just leave your umbrella at home, except that you're going to get extraordinarily wet.
It's
and
nice.
Just go for a walk. Yeah, I love it. So liberating. Walking
really
in the rain.
is.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's the best. No one does it here. Everyone's very, very scared of getting rained on.
Yeah,
I don't know why. You'd be very used to it.
Our weather is not great.
I mean, if you really like rain, it's the best weather ever.
No, because that's the worst part. It's not even rain, it's just perpetual drizzle. You don't even get the catharsis or the emotional impact of a good... Like, sometimes you do.
Of, like, the rain on the roof sound? Like, you don't get that as much?
The rain on the... You know, the romantic scene in the rain?
Yeah.
No, it's just drizzle.
But what about this teleport? This could be an option here. As
double TP?
Zeus is going to make it happen. Yeah, double TP does come on in. Zeus is going to be ulting around for a little bit, buying as much time as he can as the rest of his team head toward the Baron. And yeah, Zeus might even be able to die on his own terms here on this one as well, as he does unbind. He's doing some tricky stuff, but the Infernal Chains will come on down, and there's the slam dunk. So they take the top laner. Raptor wanting to try and get in here. I don't know whether he's going to be able to, though. And Faker is going to be able to kill him in the meantime. Dura looking to flash away, but that is a reset on that rocket jump, and Faker's going to find even more. That's the double. They'll take a Baron to boot, and yes, B&K do manage to get their first kill of the game, but it's in trade for probably a Nexus after all things are said and done.
I don't think you'll take that trade, Atlas.
It's not a great one.
I was parsing the math. I was trying to figure it out. It's not worth it. You don't go for this trade if you have any choice, but they don't. They're 10k gold behind.
They did increase their amount of kills this game by infinity.
Oh, Atlas, this game is breaking.
Yeah.
The previous game, we didn't get anything to talk about either.
Yeah, no.
And this game is a complete disaster as well.
It is. Thankfully, it's on the other side, so we get to see the true winner in game number 3. Or at least we assume it would be a colossal throw. I didn't even know whether this game is throwable, because it is looking extraordinarily over. It's a 10,000 gold lead, 23 minutes, shellacking territory well and truly, as Carrier puts up the door, and B&K desperately just trying to hold off these Baron minions. There are brushes everywhere, and this is what this comp does so incredibly well. Henna is going to get chunked out. Solar Flare is going to connect. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb doing a fair bit of work, and they're going for the re-engage. Can they find it as Clear, the one that managed to get a kill, is going to try and end the world, but unfortunately it's his that ends instead. And T1 getting a bunch of extra exit kills here as well. Zeus does fall down, so it is a 2-for-1 trade. Daisy also going to suffer her demise, but T1's still going to be able to get their prize. That is going to be the inner turret on the bottom side of the map, and they might be able to get even more. As I apologize for the rhyme halfway through there. It was not my intent, I promise.
I didn't even notice it, Atlas.
Oh, that's good.
Just
that's good.
Being enamored by what is happening right in front of us on the screen. T1, get the bot lane inhib. The pressure continues.
And it is now a 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they can just end, but I think this is the catharsis, you know?
Yeah, you need to dig the screws in.
Because it's raining in Seoul.
It is.
So T1 is feeling that energy.
Aha.
They're making it happen.
It is one of the things that I do find a little bit sad is that there's a lot of apartment living here in Seoul, and you don't get that rain on the roof sound.
I think rain on the windows it's good, but it's not the same.
It's not the same.
Oh, I agree.
Rain on the roof is phenomenal. Let's have a look at this replay here. As B&K, I mean, they're 12,000 gold behind. So this was a decent angle, and if Clear was anywhere near parity, might have been okay.
Yeah, if he was
wallets rain down, you know.
Could have maybe made something happen. Not the case, so he just doesn't have the damage. There's just not enough stats to actually take him down. But I don't know how they got here, but it's not good, Atlas!
We're out of the replay, into the fire, and Gumayushi throwing through these Mystic shots. They might get Daisy. There you go, Clear, looking for a flank angle. This is a bit weird, to be perfectly honest, because we're alcove gaming, and now Gumayushi is in Clear's in a lot of bit of trouble. And there's an ulti from Zeus. He dives in. They're able to take down Raptor, and now Faker, he just kills all of them. He gets a triple. Guma's going to grab a double. It's a full house. Faker's full of Gumas, and they'll now move towards the enemy base and probably end this game.
Yeah, safe bet, Atlas. The super minions are knocking at the door, and T1 says, okay, yeah, we can help you out with that one.
Yeah, I think it's time to stop messing around. Let's go to game 3 and really throw down in this one. There goes the Nexus. T1, a swift turnaround after what was a disappointing first game, and back to business as usual.
Not a whole lot of recompense. I'm just trying to think, do I go Faker, do I go Owner? I know Faker's going to get it.
Yeah,
I feel like Owner really deserves it, but I feel like I'd be that.
You should do it.
I
believe in the hipster vote for this one. I actually think
I genuinely
it's
think
his first Ivan win as well.
I think the lane was won by Owner and Carrier, and then I think Faker capitalized really nicely, but Who am I kidding? It might be an 11 out of 12, but I will take it.
I'm there with you. Okay,
that means a lot.
It's the 11 out of 13. All right, that's what it's going to be. I'm going to pretend I exist.
These are the faces of the team.
Oh man, yeah.
Got shellacked.
Yeah, not feeling too great about this one, nor about these damage numbers, which are also not looking too good. Up and to the right, as far as the gold graph is concerned. Clean one followed by an even cleaner one as far as the victory is concerned. 15.4 thousand gold, the lead as well. Some of the stats certainly getting padded in this one, but it is now time for us to take a short break. Then the space is going to break down that demolition show put on by T1. And we'll have game number 3, see whether B&K can find their way back.
네, 다 있다. 그냥 여기 있고. 아트랑 나랑 비슷할 것 같아. 아트가 살짝 빨아줄게. 남라인. 오른쪽에 아트 있어, 형들. 아이번에 오른쪽에 아트. 오케이. 나왔어. 내가 아트 밀어줄 수 있을 것 같아. 뭔데 줄게. 아트가 앞으로 방당이야. 천천히 해봐. 천천히 할게. 나왔어. 내가 다 잡을 수 있거든. 천천히만 좀 봐주면. 와드 없다. 여기 와드 있나? 부시 깔아줄게. 궁. 나 빠질게. 펜타. 바텀 텔은 없네. 일단 가보자. 어디 갔어?
He's not going to get hit by 3 abilities from Owner.
As now it's actually T1 who are in trouble as a massive sweep. The Wombo combo! It comes to life! As Bro will pick up the kills. They will take down 3 members of T1. Victor does get in and take Shao Paulo, but man, now we know what this comp does.
Commander Karis swoops in from the mid lane.
He is very low on health bar. And Dudu on the flank angle. Yehu going to be moving on over. Rocket jumps in. Let's see whether they can get the flanking Aatrox before he gets the flank off. As he is so incredibly strong. Finds the sweet spot onto Yehu. If this Tristana goes down, it is disaster. And it is exactly that. Teddy not going to be out and get it yet. This guy is just a monster. And that's exactly what Stevie Max meant. For Hanwha, they do want to stick around here to try and take them 5 now. The only opportunity that they have. The flash Gnar onto 3! The culling comes through, it's the Wombo combo! Killer Instinct in the backline as well from Viper! They do take down the Gnar, but I'd say he's done his job! As now Clear finding what he can, but I think they're just going to be chased down. The flash forward from Zaka, the flash forward from Viper, and there they go! Double kill for the Kai'Sa!
Now Vigor gonna hop in, he's gonna flash this time. As
He will not do that again, but the stun comes in, and a bit of damage now, and the lineup from Zeka, and the follow-up from Doran. It is huge here for the side of Hololive Esports. T1 in a lot of trouble. The flashes come in. Zeus will go down. Hololive Esports take all three, and they're looking for more. The magical journey on in. They get Keria, and Guba as well being chased down here. And they're looking at, okay, are they actually going to do this? Here comes Viper. Oh, man. Getting pretty frisky with it, but not going to commit, and now the push commences.
Yeah.
And that's Leona as True Shot Barrage gets it, and that's the angle from Fisher. Pretty huge, and now Deft in the front line is being flashed on, but the turret ultimate timing is very good. He's going to spend live, and the Yone ultimate in the front line, a huge shockwave from BDD. Might just get the trick done, as now you've got Perfect finally able to frontline. Down will go Barrel.
Turn it into the outer turret. That's okay. Call the bottom lane. Call that.
Toby didn't have teleport, so he's like, sorry guys, you're on your own. I'm winning the game over here. That's an inhib turret down.
Well, now he's on a flank angle. It's okay. Canyon looking for an opportunity here as the door cannot go multiple directions as Chovy, he's going to get himself out of there. True Shot Barrage does land on top of him as Bulldog's doing his very best. Killer Instinct into the back line. Leap is going to be sniped by Pays, and he's able to take both of them. Canyon to the rescue. On top of that, as Supercharger's there to avoid Dudu, who is a very big crocodile, and he's not even able to take down the Hens. Cuz wanted it as well. I think they're not going to test the waters this much. As Keen, he's teleported in. Chovy wants it, Everest Divine on just 3! And he goes golden as well. Canyon has to get out of there. The seismic shove is just as good. And he takes down the Zeri. Chovy almost falling for it as
I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
The world champs bounce back with a dominant shellacking of BNK Fearx after game number 2, as it's now tied up 1-1. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Wolf and the Valdanalist. And they got angry and they took it out on BNK in this one.
Just some really great plays early here on the side of T1. And this time, Faker got ahead. He was able to survive the first initial gank that we did see from Raptor, where we saw Closer push the lane in. Looked a little bit dicey for a moment there, but he was able to get out of that one. And then from then on, the pressure was on in mid. Faker turned the tides. He got massively ahead this time around. So some of the risky plays he made in game 1 at the game state didn't make sense. This time, when you're this big, you can do whatever you want.
And that was kind of the name of the game for everybody on T1, right? They got very far ahead in this early game, and we can take a look at the draft, and you see some of the iterations here from T1. They go for a very similar draft. You see the first 3 champs, and you're like, oh boy, well, that's what they just lost on. That's not a good sign, but I really love the Yone and the Braum to come in later. Another great counter into the Aatrox after the Jace ban comes out, and then the Braum, obviously very good into the Lucian and the Ziggs, which they do go for this time around. Love the priority on the Ziggs as well, the Ziggs Leona, just to take the Leona away and just kind of like get a very strong duo for the bottom side. Didn't work out for BNK, but I like the idea.
Yeah, I think it's a really good Ziggs angle, Unfortunately, the performance I had in the lane individually was a little bit shaky. I think Keria had a fantastic game on the Braum, so things went a little bit awry there. The Zeus Yone, so it's rare these days to see it, but you always love to enjoy watching this guy dominate in the top lane. He ended up getting like a 40 CS lead before the Baron even spawned. He was just so massively ahead. That was just an isolated island this time around, and he just ran with that lead.
Well, T1 fans see the beginning of this draft and they're like, salty run back, you know, the Tristana. No. Real T1 fans are like, this is what it actually looks like as we have highlight number 1 here. Faker's Tristana always looks like this. Gets the early leads, then dominates, right? This is what always happens.
I mean, this is a really rough situation here for BNK because Duro is getting the concussive blows on him. There's no way out of this one. He's just kind of doomed from the start, so that's where things start going well. And then BNK kind of decide they want to flip the game on this one because Raptor gets caught, he's tagged. The casters point this out. As soon as the hit comes through with the Ivern, everyone can collapse on you. And they decide to try to double down the play because I think Closer has enough damage at this point, but he doesn't have the damage here or any real mana. He can't close the gap, can't kill Keria, can't kill Faker, and they just give over multiple kills here, and it's just a complete disaster.
Yeah, the first kill definitely a bit of a mistake, Duro getting caught out, and then it just shows you the power of the Braum. It's like once you lock someone down, once you're the one proactively finding picks, you just kill them, right? You just get the stun down. It's a lot of CC, and the follow-up comes in. So, yeah, just a great start for T1 in this one.
And this is honestly what we were looking for in game number 1 from T1. We wanted a team effort here. Yes, Faker gets the kills, Faker gets the damage, but it was a owner coming on in, Keria as well coming on in and helping out in the mid lane. Then later on, Zeus gets in on the action with highlight number 2 as he pulls a lot of people around with him. Meanwhile, T1 taking the Baron.
I mean, notice how ahead Zeus is. He's 2 levels up on clear. And this is what Zeus will do when he gets an advantage in lane when he's on an island. He'll just hard push, he'll hard force, and then the reaction comes through here from the side of BNK. They chase him down, but all the while, look at the minimap. T1 already knew the second that they showed 2 people here, they could start this Baron. They're so massively ahead. They have so much damage at this point, and they have this brush control. How do you contest this with a Zyra? It's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, and it doesn't happen. I mean, at this point, they're so far ahead, it's like 6,000 gold. They just hop over the wall. They have the Braum right there as well to hop over. And, yeah, just BNK this time kind of getting out macroed, but in a sense, it was kind of desperation from their side. I don't really blame them because they're like, well, we have to try to get this pick. We have to try to take Zeus, but he extends the play for so long that eventually T1 get the Baron very early on.
All right, well, in game number 1, POG could have gone to multiple members of BNK. In game number 2 here, the POG for T1 feels like there's a leading candidate. Of course it is. The goat in the mid lane on Tristana, proving the haters wrong. Yes, he knows what he's doing. He's got it. 600 POG points here for Faker.
Yeah, I think the thing about this is that he was given the lead, right? He wasn't the one who individually made the lead, but he did get the kills, and he used the lead very well, right? He exerted that pressure. He had Keria in on pretty much every play, just, you know, good mechanics to get that kill, and then eventually is just able to jump in. A lot of support from a lot of the other members of T1, but it did kind of feel like he was the main character, which is kind of why I voted for him.
Yeah, I voted for him as well for the same reason. He pushed the advantages. I think I was really thinking about voting for Keria just because he had such a fantastic game, but I think there probably will be a few votes, but I mean, Faker was too big to fail, and he pushed those advantages. Tied now in the 3-way here with Canyon and Lucid, so, you know, he's moving up the ranks. He's had so many games where they got him ahead, and it all became about Faker.
All right, it's time to see. Let's see these votes here, guys. You know, I know that's what everyone wants to see at home. How do we do? Not 12 and 12. Okay, Keria getting the support. Right media. That's like pretty base. I know at home you're going to get some Keck W's, but Keria was around the map and way more proactive than he was in game number 1. And then some owner votes here in the jungle. How do we feel about that? Cronny giving that one over.
I mean, I think he mentioned on the cast, like, he had such a good early game. His brush ups were good. He had that follow-up play where, you know, I said BNK flipped the game, but it was really him setting up that pick on the Duro. Some good moments for sure.
Yeah, Owner had a good game. I think we could have been based as well and gone for Keria and looked really cool, but as we said, at the end of the day, it's kind of easy for Faker to look like the main character in this one.
All right, well, disaster averted. It's now 1-1. T1 still need to take care of business, or will BNK get their biggest win of the season? Let's find out as we send it on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, T-Gun. And I just want to say that it's pretty based to say that you don't want to be based so that you can be right. And that's what Veld is, dude.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I agree. I didn't have anything to add.
You were alongside Jonas Strong, and that is good company.
That is,
friend.
I'd argue it's the best company.
Indeed.
I'm never going to feel bad about that. Jonas Strong, prediction king of the LCK.
And now, B&K, they're not on the red side anymore. And that, I think, is probably a good thing. Blue side certainly looked a whole lot better for them. Let's dive into the draft here for game number 3, the deciding one between these two squads. Not something I was expecting to say today, to be perfectly honest. See what is going to be adjusted.
What will be the change up here? B&K, game number 1, close to a perfect game. T1, game number 2, also close to a perfect game.
Yeah.
All that we want is a game that, you know, has at least a little bit of a tug-of-war, a back and forth. We'll see if that's what we're going to be getting here, as the Ash Band do love that. We saw the priority that B&K put on it, and Hannah had an exceptional performance on it.
Ooh,
I actually don't mind this. I think Closer had a really good game, and I know Faker just got PUG for his Tristana, but it still has, to me, a level of volatility that makes me go, that's okay. The Ivern, I think, makes sense again. Really, it's one of those interesting games where I think as either team, you can feel relatively confident running back parts of the draft, right? The Tristana is definitely going to come out here. I do think that they need to ban away the Braum. I think the caster, or the desk actually did a really good job of highlighting how much value that Braum did get. Keria also, I think, was a very great right medieval, because if you look at a lot of those early game plays, he was there, setting them up, being on the front foot.
Well,
this is interesting, because this actually puts T1 in a bit of an awkward position. They will unlock in Tristana, but that does mean that at least some of the Gnar counters are going to get banned away. The GP, I think, most likely. That's a price that T1 is willing to pay as Faker locks in Tristana.
And this is the call that they got in both games 1 and 2, of course. But now, I think there should be some triage that should be possible. And I think the Braum, like you were saying, needs to be the first one taken away. That is... I mean, Keria looked incredible on it in the last game, but it also just augments the composition so beautifully. I think that the space illustrated it really, really well. And I think that has to be ban number 1. Or at least ban number 2. I guess the order doesn't actually matter that much. Jace going to be taken away here. Of course, Jason not a bit of a classic. And yeah, then just as long as you find the Braum ban, that's all I require. Unless they ban Yone, maybe they really want to protect Clear and give him an actual laning phase. But I honestly think you sacrifice Clear for the good of the colony, and you stop Keria from being on the Bram.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I think Keria's Leona games have also looked a little bit more iffy. As
the good old MF. Digging deep.
Kind of like that. I do actually think that we're kind of building towards an MF.
There it is.
Angle. Leona, it's the obvious one. That's the one loss for B&K, is that they can't pick Braum into Leona. I don't think they're going to be too sad about that. Can also pick up the pick for Zeus here.
Yeah.
And be the most shocking thing to come through. And Zeus is just going to take one for the team. Did a very admirable job, although it wasn't enough in game 1. Then, you know, had a great Yone game and still managed to be, I think, the only one on the team that died, which is very funny.
Hey, but he died to get a Baron.
Oh, no.
Strategic.
He still had a great game, right? Insane amount of pressure. Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
Interesting in a bad way, I take it.
Yeah.
It hasn't really been working out.
It's not giving me a lot of positive vibes.
It's not giving?
No.
No, I'm with you. I think the Senna has really struggled. When Guma isn't playing Senna anymore, you kind of know.
That's Seraphine.
Okay, that kind of catches me off guard. Because I think Seraphine picking it when the Senna's like locked in, you want to deny it, that makes sense. I guess whenever Ornn ults, you can just throw the Seraphine ult out in response. So it makes sense in that regard. And you have double Enchanter, which double Enchanter, double AD carry is very fun to play into.
Yep.
I guess in that light, it does make some sense.
Also in the sense of the intro for the LCK at the moment and the break music the majority of the time, it's a lot of Seraphine that we've had going on with the Anima squad.
Oh, very true. I actually played it, and it is more of a, you know, you can play with up to 4 people.
Yeah.
I tried it. If you play it solo, it's not great. But if you play with a lot of people, yeah, because she is kind of a support, even in that game mode.
Oh, right. So you're just saying like Seraphine herself.
In that game mode is also very supportive. We'll see what style carrier is going to go for here. There are obviously a bunch of different builds one can go for. And T1, let's be clear, even after that game number 1, still very heavily the favorites. But I think the B&K draft, I think it looks good. I think this has a lot of power. The main issue is that bot lane. Are they going to bring enough to the table in the mid game?
Yeah, and they're up against Seraphine Ezreal as well, which does not sound like a whole lot of fun.
No.
That is double ranged and a lot of poke, and you're just going to need as many Qs as possible, Henna, and we'll see whether he can find enough of them. Maybe another possibility here for B&K. They did it in game 1. We'll see whether they can do it here in game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I feel like the T1 fans have gotten louder and louder as the day has gone on. And of course, this is the deciding game. And a victory moving towards their matchup against Home Life Esports on Saturday is extraordinarily important, right? They need to stay in that race for getting at least towards second. Gen.G not looking like they're going to lose ever this season.
They're definitely not likely to lose their next series, Atlas.
Hey, we thought that was the case for this series as well, Chronicler, okay?
Okay, but T1 has also dropped games to Pro.
Owie.
And Gen.G don't really have the same habit of dropping random games against weaker teams.
Yeah, if that was the case, they wouldn't have dropped any games at all this whole season.
Exactly.
All right, okay, yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I do want to give a little bit of credit here to Duro for going Unsealed Spellbook.
Hey, there we go.
No grasping this time
God.
around. Yeah, no,
Yesterday
sorry.
was not it.
I know. I was very unhappy about
4 grasp stacks by 17 minutes. That's what we saw in yesterday's game.
Yeah.
You know, I was very close to managing to push that completely out of my brain.
And then now I reintroduced it.
Yeah, it's now back in.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
I had to live through it, as did you.
For the science, sometimes you have to realize that A, Scion Center is not what it used to be, and B, taking Grasp into double ranged is not great. Although there was a Leona in that lane, wasn't there? It didn't help.
Yeah, but even, like, Leona is just going to leave the lane, which she did.
Yeah.
I want to highlight Carrier actually going for the Jack of all trades as well as First Strike. So this is a build that isn't as strong as it was, I say, as they relentlessly pummel them. Yeah, because the last one was Senna. Also, one of those Gen.G wins, I just really want to... We always talk about the caveats when it comes to stats. One of those Gen.G wins, I forgot, I think Pace was like 0-5, 0-4, was not due to Lahens and Pace having a good time.
But one of those one of those Gen.G wins was
I
a
know.
masterclass of how to play the bottom lane.
I forgot who that was against, but the cancel on the dash Zeri with the...
It was against Bro.
Okay, well that does take away some of the...
Bro sometimes has to suffer for the highlight plays for their opposition, okay?
That is their purpose in the circle of life.
You know, honestly, like, if I was that selfless, I would be proud of myself, to be honest. Sometimes the Bros, they're just the next level.
No jump for Faker.
Yeah, Faker could be in trouble here as Owner is in exactly the right position. Grasping Roots will connect as Owner comes on over. It's a fair bit of health lost here for Faker, but doesn't have the flash, he'll be fine.
Just auto each other.
Yeah.
It's like Zara and Ivern both have such awkward walking animations as well.
Yep, and they're very planty.
Yeah, and they also don't, like, their autos aren't really the main draw.
Yeah.
See there, Owner good timing on the jump, covering for Faker, who doesn't have his rocket jump, so he doesn't have to invest his summoners. The minion situation, not great.
Yeah, there seems to be quite a few more for Gamushi than there have been for Duro so far, but it's a Senna lane, you know, it's not the end of the world.
It's not, and Senna, like, they did end up getting 25 to 30, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
In these type of situations, I think really Senna is actually, it's kind of underexplored, and I know there's a lot of min-maxers out there that are, every time Senna, like once we get to mid to late game, you can have Senna farm. That's okay. You know, that's a thing you can do. You can actually inject more resources into her.
Yeah, well, Faker is going very aggressive onto Closer, who has absolutely no mana. Carrier is going to turn up. And looks to drop the beat, but otherwise isn't going to find too much more. Neither the high note. So Senna's going to come on over. The Henna Senna, as it were. Piercing Darkness going to help keep Closer a little bit more healthy. Snare going to connect, but good buffer there from Faker is going to avoid any sort of follow-up. And so it is just a little bit of exchanging of blows, but feeling like it's already feeling like we get the classic like stomp close game. That's what I'm feeling.
That's all I'm asking. And I trust your waters, Atlas.
Yeah.
They're very often right. They're also very often
sometimes
wrong.
Colossally wrong.
I'm not, I don't want to hold in on that.
There was a KT in first place prediction in spring that I'd like to draw everyone's attention to if they ever think that I am in any way able to predict anything correctly.
Really, in a way, it's like the weather.
Yeah.
You know, it's temperamental.
And I grew up in Melbourne, which has famously some of the most eclectic weather ever, and it's also the least predictable. And if you ever like watch a weather channel or anything like that for Melbourne, it's so funny.
They just throw their hands up.
They should. They often try to predict things based on meteorological stuff, and it's just not real.
You guys have the clear sun into hail, into clear sun in like the span of half an hour as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
awesome.
We just don't get snow. We do get pretty ridiculous hail.
Oh,
not snow.
Yeah, no, we don't really get snow in the Netherlands either. That's actually one of my favorite parts of living in Korea.
Yeah, that we get snow. It's
oh my god.
I mean,
beautiful.
I can't wait. I can't wait for winter. I'm so excited. So excited. Is Henan not so excited here on this bottom side of the map as they are getting pushed in relentlessly. Raptor, though, is going to get started on these grubs.
That's nice. And some grubs. Mid lane also. Both these mid laners really extending the laning phase. They haven't backed. They're just both sitting on a single one. Duro.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit dicey, but Gumishi has to get over the wall and doesn't have very much mana left.
Wait, Duro's healed. He's vibing.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Hana's not vibing. I take it back.
Well, does now use the heal as Ona comes on in. There's the root caller, and oh dear. Duro. Very, very low Trusha Barrage splits them up, but they are still alive.
They don't have that much damage. That's kind of awkward.
Duro,
they haven't backed.
Duro is very, very happy that he is a walking blacksmith, you know, a walking forge. He can just start building himself some stuff. And he did make that ruby crystal. If he didn't have that, he'd probably just be dead.
Yeah, so the play was still successful because Duro is sitting at 32 minions.
Yeah,
but when it comes to actually
less
getting
than
the kills,
64, I think.
Yeah, it's really not that bad a trade. It's nice for Owner that he gets the camp. Otherwise, it would have been even more one-sided. But because Raptor continued clearing and actually was able to take his topside grubs, or topside objective rather, in the grubs, he has built a pretty substantial lead. So it is somewhat of a sacrifice. But really, with me, or in my opinion, with support Ornn slash. It's not support Ornn, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Ornn in a duo lane. My main issue is always not the CS, not the amount of money he gets, because I feel like Ornn just always reaches a point of relevancy, but the levels. And that's something that I do think we need to see Hana go and move away from this lane. And I think that the Seraphine actually makes that really hard, because Seraphine, even in support, has a lot of shove, especially when compared with Ezreal, fulfills a very similar role to what the Karma would do, where you just keep throwing these Qs on top of waves. So Hana can never leave. So Duro's just stuck in a 2v2 lane, which obviously they're going to lose the shove. And all-inning pre-6 is not a thing because it's Ezreal, and then all-inning post-6 into Seraphine Ezreal is still very, very tough. So they're just kind of stuck underneath the turret, and it's not fun.
Ooh, Rocket going to miss Faker there. Probably important, as that one didn't. So that's Faker taking a lot of
just
damage.
a bait.
Does still have Rocket
Almost
jump, like you were
here.
saying. Yeah, Trigger Seed comes on in. That's going to heal him up. Or, well, not heal him up, but at least give him a shield so he can stand in the lane. Look to clear this one out.
Tense game, Atlas.
It is
We're
very
getting what we
tense.
wanted.
And T1 are getting what they wanted as well here towards this bottom side, and that is plates. Crockery is what we're after. As it's looking to be a third. Should be taken down here, yep. Thanks to the W. And Raptor coming on over, wanting to clear out some vision. As we look, we turn our eyes to the dragon. First one going to be a Cloud. So no more Cloud Souls. It's not the end of the world.
And Duro just trying his very best to stay in his lane for as long as he can. Again, I think wants to just get as much experience as humanly possible. Now both 6 has been hit. And BNK might want to play for the grubs when they come through. Raptor will get spotted here. Does not check the brush just yet. As Willy the Ward is just sitting there.
That's going to get a fair bit of value if he doesn't walk in there. Zeus moving back over towards Clear, who's doing his very best to hold this wave at exactly where it is. Zeus wanting to break that little freeze.
That's
Hop
actually
is going to be traded. Nicely done.
It's good to see, and I know that this is what should happen in this matchup, right? You need like a 20 CS lead, but I think Clear has had so many rough performances that seeing him actually be able to make it happen against Zeus in isolation, again, completely par for the course. But given Clear's struggles this season, I think they're going to be pretty happy about that.
I would agree. And I think, you know, you go back to game number 1, he looked fantastic. Game 2, that was a roughie. That was a roughie for everyone. As T1, they're going to go for it again. This time it is just Duro. Henna is nowhere in sight. He's actually looking for a gank on that top side. Exactly. As Zeus looking to go all out, does pull them underneath the turret, loses a bunch of his tankiness though, and Henna doesn't really want to be tanking this turret. And as you can see there, if he got hit again, he would have been very, very dead. As Stranglethorns comes in, Zeus is going to avoid it, but no one's really hitting any of the turret's not hitting any of the bad guys. So it is just going to be Zeus going down in the end. They still managed to get the flash out of Raptor, and that is certainly good news. As the siege continues in this bottom lane, Duro, your turret is very low, and then you're going to find yourself kind of by yourself against 2 people. And so he is going to realize that, and he will vacate. 6 grubs going over to BNK, though, in trade for the dragon that is going to be picked up on the other side by Owner. First dragon coming on in. Daisy alongside Ivan going to be able to take that one down. So BNK, they want to be able to take down this turret.
6 grubs?
Yeah.
As you point out. I want to highlight, I want to see the replay. I think there was actually an angle for Zeus to get out there, maybe with the investment of his flash, but particularly given that they were winning towards the bottom side of the map, I think you can actually give it up. You're still going to get first turret blood, as we take another look at this. So, starts off by trying to clear out the wave, as you should, is a cannon wave, so I think actually quite a nice timing. And here, I'm pretty sure if he just heads up, like Henna is so low, I think he can peace out.
Yeah.
Then again, Raptor did have his flash, so I think Zeus made the read. So I can try to get away, and then if Raptor flashes after me, he probably kills me. And then I end up going down anyway. So try to go for the outplay, didn't end up getting it. Really nice flash there from Raptor if he gets knocked in. Actually think that there is an angle there to get a return kill. Ooh, nicely done there. And really, this is one of the situations where maybe could have, you know, found a one line where you are in that play and you get out. You could have also just left beforehand, which is probably what should have happened. Unfortunately, Zeus overstanding and overestimating maybe his own tankiness a little bit there.
He's now back down towards the bottom side. That's where the top lane now exists, as Clear is down there as well. We did see that Faker in a bit of a long lane, but we're going to focus our attention elsewhere. As the Ram comes out, T1 getting knocked around a little bit, but the same treatment actually going over to the side of BNK is now Clear looking to jump after Faker. It is a Yordle battle, and he smacks him out of the air. Man, it was like he was playing volleyball, just throws him against the wall.
Clear has been watching his Haikyuu episodes at the ready to spike that ball.
Oh, man.
Faker gets taken down, and crucially, normally if Faker overextends, and in this case, he was just on the back, not even overextending, not pushing too far in the side lane, but just caught on the recall. If Faker gets caught like that, usually T1 has his counter response, but that wasn't the case because BNK also making the play in mid lane. And Zeus.
Yeah, Raptor is going to usher him away here.
I think the catch would be huge, but I think this time around we'll still be fine. Also, Ivan was in the vicinity.
Didn't have the Rylai's, so not going to be able to get a slow with that particular plant. As here's the teleport, and Faker just not actually able to see it. And great Narbar positioning here as well from Clear, and as you can see, just throws him into the wall.
At the ready was Clear. Kill going over the closer is also ideal. We already have talked so many times about how volatile this matchup is. We saw legitimately between game number 1, game number 2, could not be a bigger difference. And now closer, like game 1, is getting a bit of lead, and we haven't talked about it yet. We are going to have to, Atlas, and that's the fact that the BNK composition, it gets kind of ridiculous.
It does do scale good.
Yeah, it really does. And T1 have some elements that I think will always be good. But I do think once you get to the really later stage of the game, once Duro becomes tanky enough, which he very obviously is not yet, he's going to be really hard to take down outside of Faker, who will then have to move up. And There is a lot of burst damage available for BNK. My main thing, though, for T1 that I'm worried about is that, yes, they have great disengage between the Ivern as well as Karia's ult. And we already saw, you know, the Duro froze his ult, Karia froze his.
Yep.
But the Wombo combo, if Clear joins the conversation, that's something that T1 are going to have to be very respectful of.
Especially if Clear's going to continue playing around this Narbar as effectively as he has been. As they're defending their outer turret in the mid lane quite nicely. Faker just getting to work in the jungle here. And Closer going to pick up that wave that Zeus just shoved in. 40 CS the advantage now for the Gnar, actually. And I was starting to think that Zeus would be catching back up just because he has had so much spare time in these side lanes. Not to be the case, though, as Clear is still kind of running the Rift right now.
It's only going to get worse. I imagine Clear is going to look for Cleaver second and be able to chew for this pretty consistently. This is, again, a composition for T1. Once you start losing, recapturing control of the map is really tough. You don't have, outside of Zeus, anyone that can face check, and you want to aim in a side lane, so it's not like you have a jungler or a support, which has a lot easier time of transitioning from either clearing camps or, you know, support's job in general is just to make sure that you do have some vision. So that's always going to be a sacrifice that will have to be made. Clear also on the call, now fully done. Duro is still taking a whole lot of damage.
Yeah.
Maybe pulling the trigger here.
Yeah, there it is. Call of Fortune comes in. He flashes after Gumayushi, but he's not going to fall for it. They do get every summoner spell out of Carrier. That might be valuable here as we move further into the game. And of course, our second dragon is now up and available. That's going to be an Infernal as well, so a big one if you just manage to get one of them. 1,000 gold, though, is the lead for BNK. T1 going to move over and start off this dragon. And it looks like BNK not going to be able to answer it. Just not enough control in that river. So they'll give that one up. That's going to be 2 dragons to nothing in favor of T1.
We'll see what dragon it ends up being. Actually, one of the games where the Camtexo was unironically really good. You have the heal on one end.
True.
Or
oh, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire, though. Don't you worry about it.
Oh my god.
Yep. Getting closer and closer to September, you know? It's when it has to happen.
It really does. Actually, we really will try here at the LCK to continue getting Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That would be nice, because they're pretty good dragons as well. I'm down with it.
Yeah.
It's all right. Daisy going to help out moving towards the siege, but she doesn't last very long. Not quite able to get it down to half health just yet. So the K-Ram, not necessarily super successful, but it is still a lot of pressure being put on here by T1 as True Shot Barrage. Wow, the double value there. Standing in this brush, working out very, very well. As now a teleport in. Closer making his way forward. Teleporting in answer here from Zeus as well. Wanting to get himself over because of the investment put in here by BNK. Now let's see whether they do successfully get this charge to work out. The charge is definitely coming in. It's just whether they can keep themselves alive. Dawning Shadow, decent amount of work here getting done as they take down the Cassante. The turret's also dead. The Wallop not going to connect, but BNK, this is the kind of tempo, this is the kind of gusto that we saw in Game 1.
And BNK, this is all very telegraphed. T1 was ready for this. But the play just is, well, I mean, they thought they were. Everyone was there. They had the people, but it didn't end up working out. And even with Raptor being the one that takes it, I was looking at Duro. I'm like, is Duro gonna, you know, is he gonna be okay when he goes in? Wasn't him. Ended up being a lot of damage attempted. But I want to take another look. So what happens here? So they get the ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
But Duro has cleanse. And it's actually hard for them to move up because Clear does have a pretty substantial Narbar. So Duro and Clear are standing there, so the front line's there. Raptor, even though he gets hit, is too far behind enemy line, so they don't really have an angle. And again, it's also like, how do you actually engage? Like, how does that look with the T1 composition?
They don't really have engage.
No. And they don't also really have poke. And then it beckons the question, if you don't win the early mid-jungle 2v2, and the Senna and Ornn get out of the laning phase relatively unscathed, and Tristana is in the head, how do you win team fights? Well, if BNK don't, and BNK might overchase, you know, walk into a big ultimate, walk into the classic Ivern bait, but I think the sidelines are looking rough, particularly with how big both Clear and Closer are.
Exactly, and I actually felt like maybe side lanes was going to be a way that T1 could tackle this game, right? Like, put Tristana in a side lane, she's going to eat through these turrets. Zeus is pretty safe if he is over there, even if his turret damage isn't necessarily massive. And then you have Ezreal Seraphine sitting in mid, clearing waves there, and you're very, very happy about your situation. As Faker and Clear doing battle once again, the prehistoric version of Tristana. Because, of course, both of them, you know, get more range as they level up, things like that. So I'm feeling like maybe it's a thing. Is all right, Zeus looking for an angle there, doesn't find the Q3. And Teleport going to be invested. Another one going to be down towards the bottom side as well. So that is double summoner spells here for T1, just desperate to try and get this game moving back in their direction.
And the counter punch.
Oh, wow.
It's not enough. Yeah, like
Clear has teleport.
They don't have TPs. Zeus used his flash in that play as well. They used a lot of ultimates. I don't think they have the damage though. Crucially, Closer wasn't there. So it is just Raptor as well as Hannah. Hannah also going for an actual AD build, by the way. Kraken Slayer, not the lethality weapons, but they're going to keep going.
Yeah, they're
Owner
still on
flash.
it. They're still on it. Let's see whether Owner can actually get in there. He dives into the pit, but it's going to be secured by Raptor. They take down the other tree as well as now you've got Clear diving on top, and BNK, I guess they took a vacation for game number 2 because they are back here and they are ready to play for game 3.
They are refreshed, Atlas. I don't know what beat they went to.
How is it refreshing what happened in game number 2? I don't know, but it obviously was because they're taking an inner turret. They just got a Baron. It's 4-0. What?
It's, you know when a movie gets so bad that you can't help but laugh? That's BNK in the last game, like, who cares? We got stumped. Yeah. It happens. But right now, I don't even think they're the strongest they're going to be. And they just got Nash. They've taken the top side inner. Their side lanes are looking insanely strong. I think that barring a major misplay from their end, they've done. This was still a flip.
It was.
I do gotta question this decision at least a little bit because Owner is in fact in the pit.
It was a pretty early smite. Was that Owner's smite and in there?
So it technically isn't a flip because Duro does have smite, but he didn't use it. So with the Untold Spellbook, you can obviously set this up and feel relatively confident. But what a moment there for Raptor, right? I think Owner a little bit early, but again, he's in the pit, so...
And he also really had to try and time it in amongst 2 smites going off, so I think you just kind of have to go.
Yeah, I like Owner not hitting that smite is definitely not not the problem with the whole sequence of events here for T1, but right now, Atlas, I think it's looking amazing here for BNK. And
100%. And it's too early for it to be looking this amazing, right? Like, this is the biggest problem for the T1 composition is that you've also still got Ornn and Senna. Like, where are the ornaments? They don't even have any yet. Duro's only level 12.
And it really does feel like what we said after game number 1 applies here again. It just doesn't feel, unless they get huge leads early, which was thanks to Owner and Carry out the case in game number 2 rather. This doesn't really feel.
Oh, the Stranglethorns is going to connect here as now Faker has to rocket jump out, but wasn't able to buffer that one. Still, he is going to keep himself alive. True Shot Barrage doing a fair bit of work here as Daisy's going to go down. Henna has to flash. In the meantime, Clear is just destroying an inner turret. Duro is there with him as well. Not entirely sure why. He was just wandering around, having a good time. They managed to take the inhibitor turret on the top lane, and 7,000 gold is now the lead for BNK. A 4.6k Rebel Baron power play. This team just feels like a different one.
It really does. It goes both ways. I think BNK, I said it after game 1, and then in game 2 I felt a little bit silly about my statement about them looking better than they have possibly all year. In game 3, I'm back on that train.
Oh yeah, but I also think that like game 2, I mean, you fall ridiculously behind early in some games, right? Like it happens to every team that isn't Gen.G.
It's also, and this is something that I think is the most important to me, it's something that BNK used to be known for, right? Liv Sandbox used to be known, even going back to Sandbox, a team that
these are
they
cool
won
kids
quickly
that never panicked, right?
And they lost quickly, right? They would just opt in to flips, and right now things are looking great for them here. Still no kills found by T1, but yeah, the items are still getting hit, and that's the one thing why, just like in game 1, I think we are still looking at this with a little bit of reserve. There is still a lot of power in T1 comp, specifically I think in the carry-out ultimate. If the wrong people on BNK get hit by that, and Faker and Guma can pump out enough damage, there's an opportunity, but realistically, without BNK even playing, they're playing it slow, so slow and methodical, and I think they know as well that this one is going to be in the bag. Like, as you're saying, first ornament, now starting to come through. Duro, still only level 13, but he's going to get bigger and bigger from here on out. I don't know how many stacks Hannah's sitting on, but particularly with this Kraken Slayer, his damage is going to be very respectable.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool that he's going for the slightly adjusted build. Used to see a fair bit of Kraken Slayer on the center back a while ago.
Doesn't have a lot of souls. That's 72. So.
Yeah, so not the greatest.
It doesn't matter though. You have a fat Gnar, you have a fat Corki.
Yeah.
Third item now done here for closer.
And if any Krakens show up, he can slay them.
Is Baron Nashor like a... Is that a Kraken derivative?
No, because Baron's from the Void, you know. Krakens are from Bilgewater.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I should have known that lore master Atlas would know.
Well, I just assume they're from the waters of Bilgewater because that's where all the pirates are, and a Kraken is a pirate creature.
It's the natural enemy.
Yeah. You got to be around where the pirates are. I think that's their main.
Maybe it's the other way
source of
around.
food.
Pirates just go out to look for Krakens. It's like how if you're a knight, you need to look for a dragon.
That's true. That's probably how it works, actually. I assume pirates and knights have a lot in common.
Yeah.
As far as how things are done. As Closer and Faker meet each other once again, Closer says, nah, I'm just going to give you a rocket and I'm going to leave. As BNK slowing down a little bit when it comes to the tempo. It feels like it has... Oh, never mind. Maybe not. As Carrier is going to have a shield broken. Never mind. Everything is going to be A-okay.
Do have to highlight that for BNK, without the Nash, this is a pretty short-range composition, especially because Hannah doesn't actually have a lot of souls. So their siege is relatively lackluster. There is a lot of wave clear here between Faker and Guma. Carrier, I have always been a bigger fan of the AP build. Obviously, can't go with the AP build when you're playing support Seraphine, but I do think that that is a ton of value that normally you'd get. Not going to be the case here. As they're just gonna start this up again. And T1, look at the lack of vision.
Yeah,
like only Zeus can face check.
They can't get here. They do throw down the scrying orb. Is now BNK backing away. Zeus moving in.
Look at the TP wards. Jonas Strong letting us know.
Yeah, a lot of different angles up and available here for BNK. True Shot Barrage over Duro, but doesn't hit any of the squishies that would have taken very meaningful damage from that.
I wish they'd put Duro in the side lane. Like, make sure you have the TP and just get him to level 14. Get an upgrade for either clear or closer.
Well, now the issue is, T1, they're moving over, and maybe it's not as much of an issue because this Baron can be two-manned, I think. As Stranglethorns comes in, there are so many seeds in there. It's going down so fast. The Ram is going to get the knock-up. It might be another 50-50 is clear. The Gnar bar is stacking, but the health bar isn't. Still, he makes it to a brush. The Baron is going to be secured. There is a snare on top of Zeus, but he still manages to make his way out. The Mega Gnar does come in. That's the Root Caller connecting, and that's going to buy them some space. So all five alive, but the Baron is not. They'll take an outer turret, for their trouble. And I think BNK are okay to go for that trade. There is also a Mountain Drake on the map that BNK could head over to if they would like. And Clear says no, because I don't need to kill a dragon if I kill a Nexus instead. And now everyone's going back. If BNK wanted to, they could head over and take that dragon if they'd like to. And it's a Nexus turret, potentially. No, the Miniwave is going to stop it, but it's mid lane inhibitor turret as well. This rotation is gorgeous from BNK.
BNK, no, they don't need the dragon. It's not necessary, Atlas. You want to get those base structures. Top lane inhib already down. That's going to make the dragon a formality anyway. I do think BNK, they haven't backchat after getting the Baron, right? So get the backs in, move over to Nash.
Ooh, that.
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't... I know it's technically still there, but is it really?
It is. It is. You know, it exists. It's their moral support turret.
Not the
There you go. That means that they don't get any of the global gold.
Yeah, that's true. They might get the strength as well.
Down.
So if there is an angle where T1 win, it does come off of them getting Mountain.
And that's going to be bounty gold as well, so that's going to keep things a little bit more even. Mountain Soul point available. The problem is that there is an inhibitor now missing, and there's also an open floodgate in this mid lane. And so yes, they do manage to augment their dragons with the mountain variety, Earth, Wind, and Fire in T1's back pockets. I just don't know how relevant it's going to be as poor Daisy just gets destroyed as soon as she comes up. In a turret here, the last one remaining going to be seen to by Clear. His teleport is up, and I think Zeus may have actually snuck around. True Shot Barrage
Hail Mary.
is going to miss, and yeah, can he find the all-out angle? He flashes! He does not find it! The redemption comes in as well. There's the all-out we were talking about, but it's on to Duro. He's so incredibly tanky. Carrier, not so much, and Raptor just blows him up! And the rest of T1 are now split. They fanned out. They're going to give up their inhibitor. An inhibitor turret is already being taken down because Clear set that one up earlier. And that's going to be all of the inhibs down. I think FearX may have done it.
Atlas, it's happening. BNK are going to get the upset win. We're in game number 3. T1, the loss against Hanwha, that was one thing. But there's something else entirely. Duro is tipping in.
This could be it, the resurgence for BNK. Clear smacks them both into their nexus. And now Gumayushi is going to go for it, but he's not going to be able to find the angle. There goes the nexus. Upset complete. BNK FearX take down T1.
And ever since Duro joined, I think the team started coming together. And the fans, they go insane. Because who could have predicted this? The T1 Hanwha series, that's the one where I think realistically, if Hanwha ended up winning, no surprise. They won the last series. If T1 ended up winning, we know this team can reiterate. We know this team can bounce back. And bounce back, they're gonna have to, because BNK, in both games that they won, looked so much stronger. It was really only the flips in the early game in game 2 that ended up completely snowballing out of control. And you know I had to vote.
Oh yeah,
you know I had to vote.
It's the volleyball king. It's the volleyball king. He's gonna have to get it.
If you for a vote to dismiss, coming in after Willie,
and also
doing as well as he did,
joining only 2 other players that have won on Zyra so far this season, and doing it twice in a series against a team very far away from you in the standings.
And one of those is Canyon, and we all know Canyon's stats.
Yeah, it's not included.
Don't count.
It's only that one game that I can't even remember who played it, but he did really well.
Might be cuz.
It might have been cuz. It might have been no. Pioshik tried and it didn't go so well. But Duro, it was a methodical game. It was a beautiful draft here in game number 3. I think based on the learnings of the first 2 games and with the advantages that you can get on the side of the blue side, I think BNK just played a great series of League of Legends.
I agree. I'm with you. And BNK, the closer, man. Him in particular. I don't know if you saw his face cam, but
there's always that closer grin, man.
But
every time.
He was actually genuinely going crazy with the rest of his team. I think Hannah and Duro also having a great game again here today as we take another look. But again, my favorite thing about these BNK wins is that you can go, I think Hannah in this one had a bit more of a muted one being Senna.
Yeah,
but if you end up voting for Closer, right, who again did a great job in the middle, if you end up voting for Raptor, if you end up voting for Duro, I can see the lines. I think this was a team effort well and truly by BNK. And on the flip side, for T1, some serious lessons are going to have to be learned, because I feel like this style, I know how much they stomped in game number 2, but it just doesn't feel like it works for them. If you can have 2 games like this against BNK, I think you got to try and find a different angle.
I would agree. And maybe they're, taking a different leaf out of the book, wanting to focus completely for their Hanwha Life Esports series. Drop the ball here, but they can come back all guns blazing.
The
big one on Saturday.
There, like Raptor, Closer, Hannah, all immediately, because they know if Zeus gets the knock-up and Carrier gets the chain, that could be it. But no.
And, I mean, there are a lot of things to say, right? T1, I don't think they drafted super well today outside of in game number 2. Game number 2, it looked beautiful. The Braum really augmenting the core 3 champions that we've seen be very powerful in the Trist, Ezreal, and the Ivern.
Duro's like, I gotta keep this minion alive.
As Gumayushi almost manages to be a hero in some of these moments. He's just losing his mind.
And, oh man, yeah, for me, seeing Clear and Duro, as Duro did 3K damage.
There
Doesn't
we go.
matter.
Hey,
you gotta win against T1.
It did almost as much as Ona.
Oh, Zeus.
Wait, actually, he did more than Zeus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was that's not something we're used to seeing.
No, I think Zeus had a great game number 1, then actually still pretty solid game number 2, and game number 3 was unfortunately a disaster. But it really feels like I don't think anyone on T1 had a good game in game number 3.
No, I don't think so either, nor in game number 1, right? And look, you can talk about side selection, things like that. You saw what T1 were capable of in game number 2. Things can get very, very snowbally. Still not sure how I feel about the whole Ivern situation.
Yeah,
T1.
as I said, I think looking at it objectively, this is what is right in the current meta. But I also think when we get to Saturday, I think T1 are going to swap it up. I just think it doesn't work for them. It doesn't kind of fly with what this team has been the best at. And I imagine that they're going to have to try and find a completely different angle to take on Humble Life, because I think Humble Life, if they're playing like this, it's going to be a rough series.
Certainly is. But now we've got some gentlemen standing alongside to break down this series. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Upset Atlas and Drama Cronny over there. What a huge, huge victory here for BNK. The biggest win of the split for them, and probably the biggest upset of the split, as they take down the reigning champs T1 2-1 here on week 5. What a way to kick things off. Welcome back to Space Degon alongside Wolf and Valdez, and a terrible day for Rain because there was tears everywhere. Tears for the T1 fans, tears for the BNK fans. It was such a huge win here.
It was honestly a very impressive series, I felt like, for BNK. I mean, in game 2, sure, they fell behind. They had that play in mid lane, and Faker got ahead, and Faker popped off, right? But in games 1 and in games 3, they looked like the better team, just straight up.
Yeah, they absolutely played a fantastic series. I think that T1 underestimated them in the first game, and then things got a little bit wishy-washy there in game 3, and BNK, they were ready to pounce.
Yeah, it looked like the same issues that happened in game 1 here in game 3, where it was you're just kind of waiting, you're hesitating, and I think a lot of it has to do with that Seraphine pick that came out at the very end there.
Yeah, so the thing about the Seraphine is that you understand the idea, right? You have the Ivern, you have double AD carry, another Enchanter would be awesome, right? That's what you're thinking. But if you look at the rest of the comp, there's 0 engage, none. And the casters talked about this. The R5 Seraphine doesn't really do anything. It wasn't even able to pressure the lane either. I think that, you know, if you go Karma or something that can poke a little bit more, then maybe you're putting on pressure onto the Senna and the Ornn, but instead it's just the Seraphine sitting there. Keria didn't hit many skill shots either, and kind of just didn't do much this game. Trying to support from behind on the Seraphine doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I think the reason why they opted not to go Leona was because of Ornn's Bellows Breath and like the interactions you can have there. It's really tough to play Leona into it. But I still would have honestly probably liked it more. The Karma was the big one for me. But I also want to mention the Gnar pick here, because this was really huge for BNK. They actually pushed the prio up on this to make sure it couldn't be banned with the Cassante Gnar ban trades we've been seeing. And it allowed him to have that winning lane topside that T1 opted into. Because they're running this double AD carry, and I think they were planning on probably running an Enchanter support, they knew we kind of need a tank in this draft, so they had to play the Cassante anyways, but BNK had the wherewithal to know that's likely going to be the direction they're going. We'll push the Gnar up, and for the first time in 3 games, Clear had lane advantage, and they played through it super well.
Yeah, you can appreciate T1 making a clear decision. Hey, this week, this match is about practicing this type of team composition, so you're going to go and do that. However, if it goes poorly, you drop an important game when we've got the big square of second place that goes on, and it's going to be a huge, huge deal here in tiebreakers as we take a look at how things shook up here in our first highlight. On the top side of the map, that's where the action was.
I mean, this is the Gnar prio that they have, right? Raptors up here, Hannah playing Senna, right? He can make the roam. Zeus tries to clear the wave. It's a little bit awkward for him to deal with this. Gets rooted here as well, and it's really just tough for him to actually survive through this, as he is able to avoid the ult there, but still goes down ultimately. But it's just a great play here from the side of FearX.
Yeah, great mechanics, good flash from Raptor, and then Faker not expecting this either. You know, the teleport behind him with the ward. They know he's up there in top. Faker does this all the time, trying to get pressure on the map, but he gets punished not the first time either, and, you know, they get up there, they take him down, and that secures the early lead for BNK.
Now you have a pretty substantial lead. You have a Gnar that's so big because he's already massively ahead in lane. He's a side lane threat. The Tristana is not getting grubs, can't be out in sides, can't be safe, and you have this comp that scales incredibly well. You have ornaments, you have a Senna that has infinite stacking, you got a Corki that's online. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Nice high Q spike as well, call out there by Cronny on the top side of the map by Clear. And then At the Baron call right there at 20 minutes, Wolf, you said it. It was like, this is a little greedy. However, if they're able to pull this off and stick on it, they take control of the game, and they do exactly that.
Yeah, so the thing about this, Unsealed Spellbook, double smite, right? And you have Zyra, fantastic at taking it at 20 minutes. And the issue for T1 is they get there a bit late, and they try to call the bluff of BNK. They're like, well, we see you doing it, and BNK are like, we don't care. We have double smite, and we have Zyra, so we can just force it. And the issue for T1 was like, okay, well, we have to try to flip it. It feels like a flip, but it's actually not because of the double smite, and you don't have a good way to get into the pit other than sending your Cassante and Ivern in there, and essentially that was the game.
Yeah, and Ivern's just so squishy. You made a good point to me earlier that maybe the reason why he smote so early was because he was aware of the double smite, wanted to try to outplay that and actually get in between the two. Didn't work out, but I mean, that's the Hail Mary that T1 were stuck with this composition that has no engage. It's got a lot of shields, got 2 strong AD carries, but from behind, you can't set those bushes up. You can't get there quickly enough, and they just fell victim again to lack of map control.
Yeah, a lot of time you got to get to the point early. You have to hold position and force them into you when you don't have an engage there. T1 not able to do that as they were on the back foot. POG time. BNK FearX has so many options yet again here, but I feel like we'll get to see which one it is, as there are multiple people that are available for the POG. I want to know what your guys' thoughts here is it's clear on the top
We
side.
voted for clear.
All right.
For us, it was a pretty clear vote, you could say.
Oh, God.
It was crystal clear. It was pristine. I mean,
Oh,
this guy,
both of you?
he got some help in the dive, and there was pressure on the bot side. You know, Zeus, he gets caught under the turret, but clear, he had a bunch of games in a row. We voted for him in game 1 as well. When they did win, he was just able to set up a lot of the plays in the top lane. He got ahead. He utilized this Gnar early pick, the priority in the draft that they got for him.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made for Raptor as well. Had a great game. I don't know if you really want to vote for either of the bottom players, but I think had a pretty good game, like good roams. And then Closer is kind of, you know, there's the boom boom angle, obviously, for that one. We'll see a Duro vote.
Did Right Media go too far? That's the question.
Right Media cooked last time.
I don't think this is the flavor I'm looking for.
Get your Keck W's out. Put them
He's
in
like,
the chat.
you know, there is one guy who can engage in this game, and it's the Ornn. That's the only.
Not it
angle I
for me.
see.
It didn't hit for me.
Right.
Sorry, Right Media. Nice try.
What are our takeaways here for FearX? Because I feel like the big talking point will be T1, what this means for them. But like, let's give FearX their flowers. Or what should we be thinking about this BNK team as we go to the second half?
I think massive improvements in drafting compared to what we saw from them in the last few series. Like, we were all a little bit worried about the direction Ryu was going, so big draft improvements, and also just playing the map incredibly well. A lot more proactivity for Raptor. Looks like he's really starting to gel with Clear, and the two of them are actually making big waves, so I'm somewhat hopeful.
Yeah, as a team, they just played really well. The macro was really on point. They were ahead of T1 very obviously, especially in game number 1. So that feels like they prepared really well for this matchup. Also individually, like Closer had a bunch of great games. Even was winning in the lane against the Tristana before everything went wrong in game 2. We also saw Clear really stepping it up. He's had some iffy moments. So if everybody can play their own game and the team is playing as a team, looks pretty good for BNK.
Always good to see a Eastern team find success and see how much it means to them, because at the very end, I'm not sure if you guys were able to see it, Closer was shaking. His hands were shaking. He was freaking out. It was such a huge win, especially against the former team that he's been associated with beforehand, and against Faker as well.
Yeah, I mean, he won lane against him all 3 games, right? Obviously, he had a lot against him in game 2. Like, it didn't work out for him, and they failed that dive with Raptor, but he crushed Faker. You know, he used to play behind Faker specifically, as you were alluding to there, and I think it's probably a huge moment for him as well that he was able to win this matchup so incredibly well.
Yeah, it means a lot for the players, for the fans, but also for their potential making playoffs, right? I feel like a lot of the other teams on the bottom are not going to be beating T1. Like, Bro took a game, right? Like, there will be some flukes, but to actually have T1 lose in a series against a team like BNK is not something that a lot of teams can replicate.
All right, well, we'll dive more on that topic in just a little bit, because we got to stand by with the winners right now. Deer has the translations. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Closer and Clear on the side of BNK FearX, who just broke their 6th losing streak against T1. Congratulations! Thank
승리
you.
축하드립니다. 클로저 선수 2023 시즌부터
Closer.
T1을 상대로 매치
Since the 2023 season, you were on a 6-match losing streak against T1, and you just broke it today. How do you feel?
아직도 떨리고요.
Honestly, my hands are still shaking.
축하드립니다.
I'm just so happy that we were able to win today and clear.
마지막 경기였던 만큼 각오가
So
남다르셨을
how
것
does it
같습니다.
feel
승리 소감
to
들려주시죠.
finish round 1 with a victory?
너무 강한 상대에
You know, yeah, it was our last
이겨서 그런지
match of round 1. Just being able to win against such a strong team. It's just so surreal to me. I feel like I'm just dreaming right now.
긴장하시면서 잘 치러주신 것 같습니다. 클리어 선수 오늘 POX가
And Clear,
1세트 승리를 하면서 블루에서는 또
with
처음으로
PRX winning
승리를
games 1 and
가져가게
3,
됐는데요.
you went from blue side for the first time. So you must have done some studying in the blue side a lot. So what was the process like?
편한 곳이 그냥 블루라고 생각해서 좀 더 블루를
You know, we've always been thinking that
했던 것 같고요.
the drafting is more comfortable on blue side for us personally. So
전략대로
I think it was that we didn't really,
것 같습니다.
아, 그러셨군요.
we weren't too concerned about our losing streak or not being able to win against T1. I think we just did what we were always doing. And so, Closer, in all 3 games today, you took, or T1 took Ivern and Ezreal Tristana as a 280 carry comp, which was a great late game which has great late game value. So on paper, with T1's comp looking so great, how did B&K Furex feel about that?
자이라 같은 게 저희가 준비가 잘 돼 있어가지고
So against Ivern, we had a really good Corki Zyra picks as like a counter. So I think something that we had prepared for, it really worked really well for us. I believe that we had pretty much really a lot of confidence just to counter that.
전략은 자신감이었던
So was there a hidden strategy that you left all these core picks open? I think our strategy was confidence. And Clear, in games 1 and 2, you played Aatrox against Zeus. And Aatrox looks so tanky and useful. So what are your thoughts on Aatrox lately?
리워크가 되고 나서
Currently,
대회에서도 종종 나오고
after the rework,
내부에서도 괜찮다고
you've been seeing a lot of Aatrox on stage, and I believe that
괜찮다고 생각하고
internally we've been rating him pretty highly, and I think today I felt pretty good with him. Closer, in game 1, your Corki's boom boom damage really gave your team the decisive edge, and so let's take a look at this next replay.
네, 이때 좀 설명 좀 해주세요.
Can you walk us through what happened
이때
here?
저희가 바론을 치면서
네.
싸움을 봐야 될 것
So we
같다고
started
해서
Baron
살짝
here,
좀 안 좋게
and we wanted to open up a
드로
team
선수가
fight,
플래시로
and
굉장히
it
잘
was
끌어당겨가지고
actually
여기서 이제 저희 투원
more of a
걸로
bait in the
화력으로
end, but I think
딜을
we were
잘
able
넣어서
to
이겼습니다.
sort of suck them in,
선수는 어떤 이야기 나누셨을까요?
and the team fight was actually really it went really well because of Clear.
그러고 나선 그냥 잘 나와서 좀 이겼던 것
So
같아요.
I think I called for the Tristana play or picking the Tristana off, and I think we just had a really good team fight overall. So Clear, in game 3, you didn't ban Gnar, but instead decided to pay him. So what are your thoughts on Gnar? I think this just despite being able to blind pick him or counter pick with Gnar, Gnar is always a really well-rounded champion. So I think even in game 3, I was able to comfortably pick him.
그 장면도 같이 보겠습니다.
So in game 3, we had a moment where B&K Furex had a bold decision.
어떤 판단이 있었을까요?
The Baron call could have been pretty risky here. So was it that the team believed in Raptor?
투스마로 좀 바론을 먹자 이런 느낌이었던 것 같은데.
So with our Ornn having Smite, I think we were just really trying to go for the 2 Smite comp and then try to secure the Baron. But I noticed that our Ornn didn't actually Smite.
결단을 좀 안 내리는데 이건 꼭 해야
And
될 것 같다
Closer,
생각해가지고 다 같이
what were your thoughts?
여기서 해가지고 싸움이어서 진짜 뺏기더라도
You know, I think it was just a really necessary Baron call and team fight to open up because we really didn't want the game to go any longer, and we just really decided to commit as a team, and it worked out. So B&K Furex was so speedy, and what an incredible confidence. So how are you able to pull off such a macro play?
어느 타이밍에 센지 같이 얘기도
Yeah,
많이
we've been
하고
able
되게
to
sort of research and study a lot of the other teams' VODs to study their macro play. And I think that actually paid off really well. And Clear, in the center of this macro was you shaking things up in the side lane. So how satisfied are you with your performance today? For game 1, my laning phase didn't go really well, but you know, in the end, we won, so I'm pretty satisfied. So with your victory in the last match of round 1, you finished with 3 wins and 6 losses. So what are some takeaways from round 1? Yeah, we had a lot of roster changes. And in the summer, I felt like there were a lot of missteps. We weren't really on the same page. And I believe that now that we were able to finish strong, I want to make sure that we are in the mindset that we will win all our matches in round 2. And any resolution going into KT? KT is a really strong team, and I want to make sure that we have the right mindset to get our revenge against KT. And Closer. And Clear. Since we were able to defeat such a strong team, I believe that we are capable of getting our revenge against KT. And that's the end of the interview from Closer and Clear, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. As we got some Aatrox questions in there as well. Looked really good. That was a lot there, and just great to see the moment here for the BNK players after such a huge win.
Yeah, I mean, it's their 3rd of the season, and it's against a really huge opponent. They clearly prepared really well for this. I think last week was a rough week for BNK, but it shows that with the right preparation, they could beat top teams.
They can. They looked great today. I'm just hoping that this kind of sparks a lot more wins. Like, they don't... I hope this isn't, oh, we just overperformed against T1 and now we're back to kind of wishy-washy play. Like, I want to see them prepare this well and play this well every day.
All right, let's take a look at the standings after our first series of the day, as this bumps T1 back down to a tie with the Kwangdong Freaks. Actually, behind Kwangdong Freaks because of the tiebreaker. And BNK Fearx get themselves out of the mush. That was DRX and Nongshim at 3 and 6 now, so big wins here in terms of standings, and as we start moving towards the playoff push for 6th place. Y'all, that was only the first series of the day. We got another huge match, a possible record-breaking match here. Gen.G versus Nongshim Red Force. Gen.G looking to make the win streak in terms of the first round, and in terms of games possible here if they win 2-0. Will they do it? We'll find out after this short break. We'll see you in a little bit.
갑자기 어디선가 들리는 엔진 소리.
하나생명전을 이기고 지고에 따라서 순위에 좀 큰 영향을 줄 수 있다고 생각해서 이번 경기에선 복수하도록 하겠습니다.
T1을 상대로 결승 진출전에서 패배했던 기억들이 아직도 뚜렷하기 때문에 역으로 저도 상대에게 패배의 감정을 돌려주고 싶습니다.
Prisoner
정체를 숨기고 오직 실력만으로 승부를 가른다. 미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유맨 시즌2로 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 진행을 맡은 당군 김유진입니다. 반갑습니다. 여러 같은 성원에 힘입어 드디어 서머에도 후아유맨 시즌2를 진행하게 됐습니다. 박수! 와! 먼저 박진감 넘치는 중계를 위해서 두 분 자리해 주셨습니다. 고수진 임주환 해설 나와주셨습니다. 네. 그리고 오늘 패널분들이 나와주셨는데 먼저 운타라님 나와주셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
반갑다모. 안녕하세요. 운타라 파이즈입니다.
뭐라고요?
반갑다모.
사실 지난 시즌 돌이켜보면 운타라님도 형편없었거든요.
기억납니다.
네네. 오늘은 정말 활약상 기대해 보겠습니다.
기대해달라모.
알았다모. 네.
고맙다모.
알겠습니다. 옆에 지금 저 눈을 가리고 계신 분이 계십니다. 본인 소개 직접 부탁드리겠습니다.
어디로 쏴야? 포킹이면 포킹, 퀴즈면 퀴즈 다 맞추는 남자 백발백중의 노페 정철입니다. 반갑습니다.
사실 근데 그렇게 눈 가리고 오늘 계속 진행하실 건가요?
가능합니다. 맞춰볼까요 그렇게?
그러시던가요? 괜찮겠어요?
아니요 안 괜찮습니다. 벗겠습니다. 네.
예. 사실 지난 시즌1 보셨을 거 아니에요?
정독하고 왔습니다.
몇 명 정도 맞출 것 같나요?
말씀드린 것처럼 뭐 백발백중이라고 했으니까 8명 중에 한 7명 정도 맞추는 걸로.
기대해 보겠습니다.
감사합니다. 열심히 해보겠습니다. 화이팅!
네, 고맙습니다. 이분은 또 누구신지.
어쩔 때는 요원, 어쩔 때는 여러 가지를 또 AP 헬리오스까지 필요한 거 다 할 수 있는 헬리오스 신동진입니다.
헬리오스님 워낙 또 냉철한 분석가 아니겠습니까?
저번에 뭐 시즌1 그분들 하는 거 보니까 형편없었어요. 딱 맞추고 갈 자신 있습니다.
알겠습니다. 그럼 혹시 공약 있습니까?
네?
상의 탈의 그런 거 안 됩니까?
제가 봤을 때 그 시청자분들이 안 좋아하기 때문에.
그럼 시청자분들 좋아하시면 해주시는 거죠?
네?
댓글에 막 좋은 의견
시청자들이 원하면은 가야돼. 있자오.
알겠습니다. 있자오. 자, 이렇게 세 분 만나봤고, 자, 그 옆에는 신입 아기 토끼 이은빈 아나운서님 나와주셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 아나운서 이은빈입니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 사실 또 걱정이 되는 게 잘 모르시지 않을까? 이런 또 의구심이 있을 수 있단 말이에요.
제 일상이 선수분들을 분석하고 공부하는 겁니다. 이거 제 비밀 노트인데요.
그럼 실례지만 그 노트 한번 살짝 펼쳐서 어떤 내용인지. 왜냐면 저희 또 주작이 있을 수 있으니까. 저희 또 그런 거 검증해야 되거든요.
좀 부끄러운데.
괜찮습니다.
이야.
뭐야?
진짜 아기 토끼.
이렇게.
진짜로 안에 뭐 어제 급하게 뭐 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠?
절대 아니죠.
절대 아니고.
절대 아닙니다.
알겠습니다. 그리고 옆에 악어인가요? 레네톤인가요?
안녕하세요, 레넥톤입니다.
진짜 레네톤이 오신 거예요?
저희 형 찾습니다. 나왔어 어딨죠?
그럼 오늘 녹화 끝날 때까지 그 상태로 계속 계실 거예요? 괜찮으시겠어요?
죄송합니다. 벗겠습니다. 네, 안녕하세요. 나라카일입니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 제이스 장인으로 또 유명한 나라카일인데 오늘 뭐 괜찮으시겠습니까?
제가 또 라이엇에서 계획한 솔전의 준우승자 출신으로 제가 면밀히 냉철하게 분석해서 다 맞춰버리겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 이제 본격적으로 시작을 해볼 텐데 경기 방식 간단하게 안내해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 8강 토너먼트 방식으로 진행을 하게 되고요. 승리 조건은 총 3가지가 있는데요. 펍을 선취점 내기, 그리고 CS 100개, 첫 타워 파괴, 이 3개의 조건 중에 하나만 달성하게 되면 승리를 가져가게 됩니다. 그리고 귀환은 한 번만 가능합니다. 자, 과연 시즌2에는 누가 우승을 차지하게 될지 첫 번째 매치를 앞두고 있는 선수들을 모셔보겠습니다. 나와주세요. 머리부터 발끝까지 아장내주마 쓰레기 같은 놈들. 귤먹맨. 난 내가 없어. 너도 곧 그렇게 될 거야. 펌킨맨.
갱플랭크랑 피들스틱 같은.
네. 귤먹맨님 안녕하세요.
반갑습니다. 우승까지 바라보고 왔습니다.
말이 길지 않아요. 굉장히 좀 상남자스러운 그런 말투가 보이고 펑킨맨도 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 초반부터 바로 지옥으로 보내버리면서 시작하겠습니다.
질문 있습니다.
네, 운타라님.
펑킨맨님 혹시 운동하시나요?
운동을 해본 적이 없습니다.
혹시 그 귤먹맨님 선수 지금 몇 년 차이신가요?
오, 좋다 이거.
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
노코멘트 하겠다라고.
이거 진짜 예리했는데.
수정이 된다는 얘긴데.
이거 진짜 예리했는데.
펑킨맨님 군대 다녀오셨나요?
와.
아직 다녀오지 않았습니다.
국어 선수 아니다.
상대방에게 도발 멘트 한 번씩 부탁드리겠습니다.
바다 밑으로 수장시키겠습니다.
자, 얘기를 해주는 펑킨맨.
지옥의 사신이 너를 목을 벨 것이다.
아, 목을 보겠다고. 아리 연결 좋습니다.
자, 오글거리는데 재밌다.
바로 귤먹맨과 펌킨이 펼치는 후아이맨 시즌2 첫 경기 시작하겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 귤목맨입니다. 1대0 그래도 좀 자신 있는 편이어서 제가 우승할 것 같습니다.
본인 가면은 좀 어떻게 마음에 드시는지.
제 이제 실제 얼굴하고 싱크율이 좀 상당하더라고요. 제 얼굴을 아는 사람이라면 어느 정도 유추할 수 있지 않을까.
혹시 따로 준비한 전략이나 이런 게 있으실까요?
전략 그런 거는 사실 무력이 부족한 사람들이나 준비하는 거지, 저 같은 사람은 이제 그런 거 준비 안 하고도 기본 실력으로 우승할 생각을 넣었습니다. 호박 머리통을 박살내도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 펑킨맨입니다. 후아이맨 시즌1에서 다들 좀 체력이 아쉬운 것 같아서 우승하려고 나왔습니다. 살면서 1대1을 접은 적이 없고요. 누가 상대든 다 박살내주겠습니다. 그냥 바다에 빠뜨리고 제가 유유히 지나가겠습니다. 귤먹맨, 넌 내 상대가 안 돼.
근데 시즌 1보다 지금이 더 어렵지.
어려워요. 아니 이게 목까지 가렸어요.
체격이 큰 사람 누군지 빨리 좁혀봐.
아 근데 비디디? 고성이다. 들려? 죄송합니다. 아닌 것 같은데.
자, 안녕하세요. 후야맨 중계를 맡은 폰이 임주환 역시 중계의 고수진 해설 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다.
반갑습니다.
목소리 들리나요?
준비 완료입니다.
아, 저 이제 벌써 빠르게 뱀픽이 들어가고 있는데요.
자갈갱인가? 자갈갱이네. 본인 챔피언을 밴을 하네?
그러네?
귤먹맨이 귤을 먹는 갱플랭크를 매렸다는 건 자체가 저도 오히려 갱플 같은 거 꺼낼 줄 알았는데 그렇게 가네요.
리신 미러전?
똑같은 게 나왔습니다.
좋아요. 미러전. 미러전.
이게 1대1 대결에서 가장 정석적인 픽 중에 하나거든요.
기본룬 두 번째로 가시죠.
기본은 감전으로 가시죠.
점화 전멸로 가겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 감전 기본론이 뭐죠?
두 번째,
그리고 약간 뱀픽장에서부터 서로 전멸 위치가 달라요. 이런 게 약간 힌트도 될 수 있고요. 그렇죠.
D전멸. 왜 D전멸? 영재? BDD F전멸인가? BDD가
D예요, D.
D예요?
네.
확실해요? BDD D예요?
확실한데?
확실해요?
아, 그래요?
네.
BDD 과연 D전멸 플레이어는 누가 있는지 확인해 보시길 바랍니다. 자, 이제 이렇게 해서 양팀 선수들 리신 대 리신 점화 들고 경기 들어갑니다. 빠르게 경기에 들어왔습니다. 서로 지금 점화의 감전도 동일하고 잠깐 지나간 걸로는 스킨도 비슷해 보였는데
담전 리신 미드. 진짜 1대1 국룰로 간다.
일단 내가 확실하게 알아. 리신을 한다, 정글 안 해.
전 미드라이너 같아요.
귤먹맨과 펌킨맨 멋있는데요. 서로 세팅도 똑같고 노란 검만 들고 왔어요.
와! 택이 봐 이거.
겁만 샀어요. 원래 팔면 돈 더 주지 않아요?
맞아요.
포션도 안 사고 그냥 한판 붙고 이길 사람이 가자. 맞습니다. 경기 오래 끌지 말자. 서로 밀고 빠지면서 체력 관리 해줍니다. 슬쩍 밀었다 빠졌다. 한 번씩 또 감전 터뜨리고. 근데 귤먹맨이 지금 딜교환을 라인을 당기면서 좀 잘해놨거든요.
약간 패.
귤먹맨 리신 잘한다.
귤먹맨 약간 지능형이에요.
네, 디테일 살아있어요. 영재님 같은데요?
약간 침착해.
그래서 이거 펌킨맨이 지금 웨이브를 홀딩 당하면서 약간씩 밀려나요. 이게 지금 리신 플레이 하는 게 정글 유저가 좀 아닌 것 같기도 하고요. 그리고 또 약간 좀 시간을 거슬러 올라가면 탑라이너도 리신도 하고 그랬는데. 그렇죠. 근데 뭔가 약간 귤먹맨이 좀 더 숙련도가 있어 보여요. 맞습니다. 하는 게 약간 원딜 느낌도 나는 것 같고. 귤먹맨이요? 아니면 펌킨맨이요?
펌킨맨은 살짝 촐싹거려.
네, 쳤었어요.
실속이 없다.
실수 없는데 멋있어.
6렙 되면 순간 순간적으로 들어갈 수도 있어요. 그리고 키트도 뺏겼어요. 이거 펌킨맨 리신 어색한데요 지금 느낌이. 약간 뻣뻣하죠. 네.
라인전 하는 거 보니까 펌킨맨 이거 서포터인데?
그 생각하셨어요? 저도.
근데 그러면 엑스큐트 아니야?
그니까. 서포터 엑스큐트야 이거.
진짜.
그러니까 위치도 그렇고.
진짜로.
혹시 앞이 안 보이는 거 아닌가요? 약간 좀 패널 쪽에 계신 분도 생각이 나는데. 다 맞췄고 살짝 들어갔다가 깔끔하게.
일부러 이거 도발? 이거 와! 아니 감전 터뜨리고 바로 빼는 거 뭐야?
타워를 한 대 맞긴 했지만 진짜 터뜨릴 거 다 터뜨리고 나왔습니다. 귤먹맨. 어떡합니까 펌킨맨? 펌킨맨 지금 수세에 몰려있지 않나요? 펌킨맨!
한 대만.
정말 맛있다.
왼쪽은 라이너야.
라이너예요.
일단 호 불면서 일단 껐어요.
아, 근데 두개 찍어서 이거 그냥 용의 분노.
그대로 들어갔어.
저리 가. 아, 펑키맨 도망치고 있어요.
같이 찍었어요. 같이 용내.
아, 펑키맨 도망치고 있어요.
같이 찍었어요. 같이 용내. 뻥뻥.
이건 집타이밍? 이거 영화의 한 장면처럼
서로 그냥 발과 발이 딱 맞닿았습니다.
네, 서로 날아가는 모습이 슬로우 모션으로 보였을 것 같습니다.
그래도 펌킨맨 위험해요.
근데 펌킨맨 지금 가진 게 아무것도 없어서 이게 어떻게 좀 잘 극복해.
이렇게 귤먹맨이 이깁니다.
GG.
끝난 건가요?
탈퇴각 잡는 거 뭐예요?
지지.
이거 펌킨맨. 이걸 집타이밍?
아니 엄청 침착해 귤먹맨.
귤먹맨 잘하네.
다 보면서 한다. 우와. 진짜 변수 1도 안 주네.
와, 근데 서로 집까지 안 가기로
아니, 이거
했나?
펑키맨 집 안 가?
그러니까
펑킨맨 이거 이거 들어오나?
아이 못 들어가.
에이,
와. 저는 엑소캐슬.
근데 맞는 거 같아.
동의합니다.
진짜.
근거가 많아요.
승리를 가져간 귤먹맨은 멋진 세레머니와 함께 무대 뒤편으로 퇴장하시면 되겠고요.
어떠셨어요? 이왕 이긴 거 무슨 거 봐줘.
네, 앞으로 모셔봤는데 펑키맨님 마이크 어디 갔죠? 마이크가 무기는 꼭 챙겨오네.
죽은 자는 말이 없습니다.
라인전 하면서 느꼈는데 이게 좀 약간 초삭되시더라고요. 스킬을 쓰는 게 음파를 그냥 막 던지는 걸 제가 보고 일단 정글이랑 미드는 아니다.
질문 하나 더 해도 되나요?
아, 그럼요.
데뷔 업다운으로 5년 업인지 다운인지.
업입니다.
그러니까 저희가 계속 토론을 했었는데 기본적으로 라인전에 대한 그 개념이 살짝 부족한 느낌이 있어서
맞아.
저희가 서포터일 것이다.
네.
그 서포터 중에 좀 덩치가 있으신 분들 몇 분을 추리다가 국어님을 거의
맞아요.
확정적으로 생각을 이제 우빈님이 추천하셨었거든요. 근데 아까 군대를 간 적이 없다라 해서 의도적으로 속였다.
그러면 다들 국어님이라고 생각하시는 건가요?
혹시 제 번호를 아십니까? 아니 왜냐면 국어 선수가 제 번호를 알거든요.
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
노코멘트 하겠다. 자, 다들 국어 선수라고 예측을 해주셨습니다. 자, 펑킨맨은 지금 뒤를 돌아서 가면을 벗고 정체를 공개해 주세요.
나 너무 궁금해. 누구야?
뭐지?
펑킨맨은 바로
누구시죠?
형님 아닌 것 같은데?
펑키맨은 바로 D+G의 탑라이너 킹지 선수였습니다.
운동했잖아요. 기계는 운동하시잖아요.
그러니까 운동에 대한 건 어떻게 된 거예요?
사실 이거를 솔직하게 말하면
너무
뭔가,
티나니까.
너무 티날 것 같아서
아까 뭐 출삭된다는 얘기 잘 들었고
죄송합니다.
사람들 얘기 들었는데 어땠어요?
신스럽고요. 네. 이제 라이너가 아닐 것이다, 여러분.
누구야?
죄송합니다. 모든 발언을 취소하겠습니다.
네, 오늘 너무 고생 많이 하셨고요. 마지막 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
라이너 같은 모습으로 잘하는 탑 라이너로 다시 찾아뵐 거고요. 좋은 경기로 찾아뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 킹지 선수 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 이번 서버도 멋진 모습 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 네, 이제 퇴근. 네, 탈락하시면 되겠습니다. 탈락.
어떠셨어요?
재밌었습니다.
퇴근의 의지가 느껴지는 경기력이었다고 얘기를 하시는데 어떻게 생각하시는지.
정말 열심히 했고요. 너무 상대를 얕봤던 것 같습니다. 네.
감사합니다. 네, 고생 많으셨습니다.
수고하셨습니다.
일단 패널분들 첫 번째 예측 한번 들어봤는데 형편없었습니다.
아니 근데 거짓말을 할 거라고는
맞아요.
생각을 못했어요. 나는 우리 선수들이 되게 순수하고 착한 줄 알았어.
아니 근데 운동을 한 몸이면 그냥 보이는 대로 판단을 하셔야죠.
이런 식으로 나오겠다. 알겠습니다. 진짜 저도
운타라 씨,
그것까지 감안하고 하겠습니다.
저한테는 그러지 마시고 선수들한테 여러분들 좀 더 집중해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 그럼 8강 두 번째 경기를 준비하고 있는 선수들을 만나보겠습니다. 선수들 나와주세요. 호랑이의 분노다. 바보들을 먹어치워 백호맨. 오늘 밤 사냥을 나선다. 킹스맨.
사자 대 호랑이.
백호맨님 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요.
좀 뭐 긴장을 지금 하고 계십니까? 아니면 좀 편안한 상태입니까?
앞 경기를 보니까 더 긴장이 없어졌어요.
쉬웠다 이건가 딱 봐도.
그 말은 앞 경기 형편없었다는 소린가요?
아니, 너무 재밌게 봤습니다.
네. 저희가 속마음은 좀 읽은 것 같고요. 자, 킹스맨 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
오늘 좀 어떻습니까?
열심히 해보겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 자, 그럼 두 선수에게 궁금한 점 편안하게 말씀해 주시면 되겠습니다.
백호맨?
예?
저 본 적 있나요 혹시?
네, 본 적 있습니다.
본 적 있다? 따라 본 적 있다?
저 본 적 있다고요?
본 적 있어요. 근데 웬만하면 다 보지 않았을까요?
맞아요.
킹스맨님 그 혹시 생년월일이 00년보다 어린가요?
오 좋다.
유입니다.
비디디다. 진짜 비디디다.
비디디야?
99년생이에요.
비디디야? 또?
네, 비디디야 이거.
저요.
네.
백고맨님 혹시 팀이 그 호랑이와 연관이 있나요?
젠지 아니에요?
너 코멘트 하겠습니다.
젠지인데?
그래서 호랑이 탈을?
그럼 여기까지 질문 받도록 하겠습니다. 자, 서로 보면서 제수 한번 갈까요?
이런 거에 수줍어 하시는 분들이다.
알겠습니다. 이것도 과연 힌트가 될 수가 있을지 백호맨과 킹스맨의 두 번째 대결 지금 바로 시작하겠습니다. 자리로 위치해주시면 되겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 백호맨입니다.
백호랑인데 마음에 좀 드시나요?
제 이미지랑 나쁘지 않게 어우러지는 것 같아서 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
상대에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하세요?
당연히 호랑이가 이길 것 같습니다. 사자 갈기털이 많은데 제가 저거 다 뽑아버리겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 킹스맨입니다. 저도 1대1을 줘본 적이 없기 때문에 이번에도 재미있을 것 같아요. 얘도 호랑이가 사자를 못 이기거든요. 왜냐면 이 사자의 이 갈퀴, 이 남자의 상징이 털 아닙니까? 백호는 털이 없어요. 털이 없는 남자는 남자로 취급하지 않습니다. 제가 찢어드리겠습니다. 백호맨, 찢어주지.
백호맨?
기본적으로 좀 약간 어리버리하고 몸짓이 되게 이렇게 이런 느낌으로 잔잔한 거 보면 기인일 확률이 꽤 높아 보이긴 하는데.
킹스맨님, 대충하면 안 돼. 뭐고? 대충하고 그러면 안 돼. 내가 할 소리야, 백호맨님. 내가 다 보고 있는 거야. 대충하시면 안 돼요.
킹스맨은
좀 친한 것 같고.
네, 일단 친해요.
키도 크고.
같은
덩치가
팀이었어.
있고. 근데 그러면은 비디디야.
비디디죠.
같은 팀에 있었고 덩치가 커.
구성아 화이팅! 오케이 사인 좋네요. 저.
에이, 들켰어 벌써.
맞는 것 같은데?
에이,
둘
찾았네,
알아버렸다.
둘 찾아버렸어.
나 본다. 제대로 하는지 안 하는지. 근데 나 추워, 어떡해? 밀건 깔지 말라고. 아니, 경기장이 안 추워? 나 이 정도까지는 아닌데 오늘 좀 에어컨이 깜깜한데? 뭐 컴플레인 걸어. 너 정도면 걸 수 있잖아. 나 안 돼.
자, 이제 두 선수 벤픽에 들어갔습니다. 패널들도 많은 추측이 나오고 있는데 이 수상할 정도로 털이 복실복실한 탈을 쓴 두 선수들, 특히 이제 그 중에서 백호맨 선수에 대한 추측이 많이 나오고 있네요.
벤이 왜 똑같아 또?
그니까.
왜 맞췄어?
아갈갱.
아갈 하고 이제 또 리신 나오겠죠?
일단 이번에도 카서스가 먼저 나왔고 백호맨이 약간 기다리고 있습니다.
맞습니다. 서로 합의하에 카서스 딱콩전을 준비하고 있는 걸까요?
또 미러전?
미러전?
맞춘 것 같아요, 미러전으로.
카서스 미러죠.
마순팔, 깨달음, 주작. 한명이는 아무거나 해.
와, BDD 선수 제가 아까 D정렬이라고 했잖아요.
디네, 맞네.
맞네. 아니 구성이 저 손짓 맞아. 왼손 항상 저렇게 턱 밑에 가 있어. 진짜로.
그럼 백호맨님은
긴 선수 맞아요.
맞는 것 같은데.
네.
그게 맞네.
이게 무조건이다, 이게.
너무 잘 맞추는 거 아니에요, 저희?
우리 이러면은 뭐
아니 뭐 잘 맞춘다고 했는데 앞에 바로
앞 경기도 보면은
네.
다들 추측했지만 못 맞췄어요.
맞습니다.
과연 어떻게 될지가 궁금한데 이번에는 카서스 딱콩전으로 두 선수가 명경기를 보여줄 예정이네요. 자 이제 백호맨과 킹스맨. 사실 지금 패널들 쪽에서도 많은 추측이 나오고 있는데 그러니까 저희도 사실 선수들이 누군지는 몰라요.
그렇죠.
스킬 그냥 QW 찍는다? 증폭고소의 체력 물약 2개? 오케이. 증폭, 오케이.
근데 이거는 근데 확실히 자세가 있긴 하다. 그
비디디 자세 이거 톡.
맞아. 이거
추리력이 근데 납득이 간다.
아니 저는 이제 저 마우스만 봐도 알아요. 마우스를 한 번씩 휘저어요. 할 때.
왜 이리 안 돼요?
스토커 아니에요?
아니 근데 이게 좀 옆에서 많이 봐가지고.
그리고 일단 이번엔 두 선수 다 물약도 들고 왔고 일단 룬은 유성이고요.
네.
이게 그리고 결국 카서스 딱콩이라는 게 리듬을 타야 돼요.
그렇죠.
리듬을 타면서 하나 맞추고
킥스맨!
바로 들어가요. 1렙부터.
근데 이 체활 안 켜요. 이 체활 안 켜놓는다.
유채가 일단 빠졌고.
이득 봤는데?
너무 재밌다.
킹스맨.
백호맨 급한데?
그래서 굉장히 중요할 수 있는 스펠 중에 하나인 유채화가 백호맨은 벌써 빠졌습니다. 당황했는데요.
백호맨 일단 기선제압용으로 썼는데 원래 기선제압용 유채화 탑이 많이 쓰지 않나요?
백호맨 급한데? 백호맨? 유채화 들어간다.
이거?
당황했는데요.
백호맨 일단 기선제압용으로 썼는데 원래
근데 저만 걸면서 이거
백호맨 한 방에 쓰러졌습니다.
근데 야 너무 못한다. 넌 진짜 대충한다. 안 보여.
백호맨은 벌써 빠졌습니다. 당황했는데요.
백호맨 일단 기선제압용으로 썼는데 원래 기선제압용 유채화 탑이 많이 쓰지 않나요?
그러니까요.
백호맨 급한데? 백호맨? 유채화 들어간다.
이거? 킹스맨?
이거 킹스맨이 이겼어.
역시 한우 강하겠는데 이거?
아니 근데 이거 기인치곤 너무 급한 거 아니에요?
그니까요.
왜 이렇게 인지해? 정확히가 안 보였어. 진짜 대충한다 너. 이거 정확히가 안 보였다고. 여기 아래쪽이라서 그렇지 위쪽이라서 안 보여. 내 큐가 안 보인다니까?
자 이렇게 해서 8강 두 번째 매치 킹스맨이 백호맨을 상대로 승리를 가져가면서 4강 진출에 성공을 했습니다. 축하합니다. 네, 승리의 세레모니 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
너무 이지했는데요.
이제 다음 경기 어떻게 보고
왕이 되겠습니다.
무슨 얘기를 그렇게 끝나고 계속한 거예요?
아니 이게 탑을 쓰니까 저거 맞는 큐가 안 보여가지고 억울합니다.
긴 아니에요?
긴 맞아요. 긴 맞아요.
지금 뭐 술렁술렁거리는데 혹시 예측되는 선수가 있나요?
몸짓이나 이 목소리 톤이 긴 선수 같아요. 손을 좀 이렇게 뒤로 좀 이렇게 부끄러워하는 인터뷰할 때 봤어요.
결정적인 계기가요. 그 상대편을 저희가 추측을 했을 때 BDD 선수라고 추측을 좀 했거든요. 근데 유독 친한 느낌이었고 기인 선수로 좀 더 좁혀진 것 같습니다.
빼박일 것이다. 알겠습니다.
여기 앉으니까 근데 체형만 보고 그리고 스타일만 보고 잘 모르겠어요. 그래서 인게임으로 뭔가 예측하고 싶은데 실수도 나오는 것 같고 저도 이제 가스라이팅을 당해가지고 기인 선수가 맞는 것 같습니다.
기인 선수로 예측을 해주셨습니다. 자 그러면 백호맨은 카메라를 걷고 본인의 정체를 공개해주세요. 공개해주세요.
긴? 무조건
맞아요. 다 맞춰서 아예 프로그램 폐지까지 갈 수 있도록.
백호맨은 정체를 공개해주세요.
지금 역대급 미궁에 빠져 있습니다.
실수한 것 같아요 지금.
꽁꽁 얼어붙은 한 단계에 슈퍼노바.
LCK에 저런 인재가
너무 쫄보다.
카메라를 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해주시기 바라겠습니다.
자자 여기 주목해봐요. 소라는 거기까지. 화가 난 맘들을 녹이는 귀여움을 한 방울. 모두 다 wanna be our squad. 준비해 애니마 우릴 부른다고. 이것 봐 혹시란 꼬리팍 내게로 출발했어 출동무. 애니마 파워. 애니마 스쿼드. 애니마 파워. 애니마 스쿼드. 반짝 캔넷 빛을 머금고 등장 툭 건들면 쓰러질 듯한 모습에 감춘 쥐한 발 Let's eat up 엉망인 곳을 rescue 한 번에 던질 훌큰 wave 일으킨 다음 봐봐 새로운 느낌 맞아 숨겨뒀었지 이게 우리를 power cute 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니멀 power 따따따따따 애니멀 squad 뚜루뚜뚜뚜뚜 애니멀 power We are animal squad 뚜뚜따라 뚜뚜뚜따라 뚜뚜따따 이란가 뚜뚜따라 뚜뚜뚜따라 이게 우리를 power cute
I've seen the darkest of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
동생 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here as we delve into possibly record-breaking territory, Chronicler. This is a big one, not necessarily for what's going to happen in the game, but what it could mean for perhaps Gen.G picking up the very first undefeated, completely first round robin.
Would be absolutely insane. As long as Gen.G win the series, at worst, you know, they're going to tie that 17-game streak. But realistically, coming into the day, we're like, it's Gen.G. It's Nongshim. I love Nongshim, but I don't really know if they have what it takes when T1 and Hanwha and DK all got swept aside. But after that BNK versus T1 series we just witnessed, well, Alice, maybe I'm a believer. I'm not, but I could be. Maybe.
Could you?
No. But I want to try and hype it up, okay?
Well, I mean, I could give you some facts that could possibly destroy some of the hype, but I also might then destroy some of our points of the match that will be coming up. As you can see, Gen.G undefeated so far this season. Nongshim pretty defeated so far this season.
I got nothing. Nongshim, unfortunately, just haven't really been able to make it work.
And this is kind of what I meant. Yeah. Last time was 2021 summer. It was round 1. And that was the only time.
And that was, just so everyone remembers that was the lineup of the famous, the Renex and the Azir. That was Khalid, Rascal, BDD.
Yeah.
Ruler and Life.
This is some time ago.
And there was also, if I remember correctly, Nongshim with Peanut.
Yeah.
Like they had Peanut on the roster. This was Dokdam Life. What was it? Like Rich, Gory, Peanut, Dokdam Life?
Oh, something like that.
That's how far back we're going with this one.
Wait, was it Dokdam and Kellen?
Sorry, Dokdam and Kellen.
Yeah. Because
Dokdam and Life are playing on. No, they're playing on FPX again now, which is what threw me off.
Yeah. Gen.G certainly on the other side of the spectrum when it comes to Nongshim. This is a team with, a horizon that's saying possibly the first team to actually achieve the Golden Road or the Grand Slam. And also, possibly the first team to achieve an undefeated round robin. After this match, we will know about the second one. It's going to take some time before we discover whether or not they have the Grand Slam in them. But as you can see, previous record of 17 wins in a row. That T1 right there is, of course, the 2015 roster that was probably one of the most dominant in League of Legends history. Going on, of course, to then win the World Final, and then that overflowing to winning again the year following.
As Calyx has been brought back now in isolation, I'm a fan of this. I think that Calyx is a player with huge promise. Definitely inexperienced, but just playing India gave him cool opportunity.
Yeah.
But he's playing into Chovy, Atlas. And I love this.
It kind of feels like offering him up as tribute, doesn't it?
How will he perform against Chovy in his peak form? And unfortunately, unless Calyx pulls off like one of the... We're talking Faker coming in and, like solo boloing ambition levels of somehow counteracting the hype. I'm going to have a tough time seeing it happen, but Nongshim, the only thing standing between Gen.G and a record-breaking round robin 1.
What we need them to do is to give game 1 to Gen.G and then just slobby knock at them. Just get in there and destroy them in game 2 and wipe it out, and then we'll have 4 teams that are all in line for the 17 in a row. As I don't know what was going on there.
So, Mihal...
Why did Mihal just walk the wrong way?
Because I think he's used
he just wanted to go straight to the PC?
He still used what they do in CL.
All right.
So, I think he just got caught up.
He's been here for like 6 games.
I know. He also head scratched, and the rest of his team was like, no, my guy, that's the wrong way!
He's like, I just want to break the mold. He just wants to do something else. All right. This is their opposition. One of the most winningest teams that we've ever had in the LCK, and especially domestically, first team to achieve the 4-peat. And the reason why I'm repeating all of these things is just really putting it into context what Nongshim has to do in order to deny this historic record to be put in place here, and for Gen.G to then be the only team. And also, with the ability to then extend it even further, because this is games in a row. So 17 games in a row. If they are then able to 2-0 D+ in our Saturday Showdown, I mean, sky's the limit. They could be getting anywhere.
That's the most insane thing. And obviously, in theory, historically, that DK Gen.G rivalry, we highlighted it when it was the Saturday Showdown. Man, always goes the distance. Incredible stuff. I don't think this time around it's working. I think this has been a pretty okay split for Pace. I think it's better than his spring. It's not as good as his MSI. I think him and Lands have been adequate. The fact that his damage share is low is obviously not the point to look towards.
No.
It's more so stuff like the DPM and like the fact that him and Lance just haven't really been the focal point. And Gio, I'm a big Gio fan, but unfortunately I don't think this split has been a split. I don't think this year he's really been able to showcase the highlights of last year, where so often he was that guy. I think really that Smolder game is the last time we saw the true power of Gio.
Yeah, I think so too. I do think that he had been ramping a little bit. I think the most recent series, he didn't it looked a little bit better. But I kind of want to echo that sentiment. I don't think it necessarily works. I do want to challenge the Paisley Hens thing, because I think when they immediately came back from MSI, they were continuing to look great. And then have since, you know, gone on some Shelly rides and stuff like that and haven't necessarily been the main characters. But I don't think the meta right now has bottom lane as main characters. I actually think that there's a lot of teams that have found a lot of success just playing with the bottom lane,
Atlas,
just kind of tagging along.
Here's the cool thing. Bot laners are actually the most important thing when they play in mid. Otherwise, no dice.
Oh, it's true.
And, you know, maybe top if Keen wants to pull out more stuff. As Calyx is like, I am the sacrifice and I will fight back.
I know
against my destiny.
It is a little bit sad.
It's rough. It's Chovy. It is generally considered to be, you know, at very least in contention for best player of the world. Obviously, that's what we're gonna say, and I think that his mid lane performance has been pretty outstanding. That alone already not fair. Then add the fact that it's currently a carry jungler meta, and they have Canyon on their team. Although we have seen the best teams slowly start to swap away from consistently going, although I'm sure if Canyon can play in Italy, he would. And Sejuani actually has been the highest prior jungler. Maokai still there for the teams that play. We saw Lucid and Peanut both have really good performances on that. Ivern also really rising in priority, as I think the Nongshim faces, they're like, well,
yeah,
let's see what we can do.
I think that's the best way to approach a series like this. You are definitely fighting an uphill battle, but there is also absolutely zero expectation that you're going to win. So I think just have fun with it, and we'll see whether Nongshim are going to be able to do just that. They're starting early, actually, with the just have fun with it, because they chose the red side up against Gen.G, giving them that first pick priority. Of course, it's a pick your poison, isn't it? Because Gen.G play pretty well on the red side. Sort of historically, as an organization, have really favored counterpick. And I guess it reminds us of the Afrika Freaks, who also had Keen. And giving Keen counterpick is generally pretty good.
Giving Keen counterpick is great. Giving Canyon counterpick is great.
Lahen's counterpick's pretty good.
Lahen's counterpick is actually kind of, I think, Pace and Chovy kind of whatever.
Giving Chovy counterpick so he can pick Corki on R5. That's what you gotta do.
So there were eras of Chovy where I'm like, Chovy counterpick, that's actually the way. But yeah, current era Chovy's like a pick me Corki and let us win in peace.
Exactly. It used to be like we'd be ready for like set mid or Cassante mid or all sorts of weird stuff, but no.
And we haven't talked about him yet, but Gen.G, they're paying their respect to what I think has been the best performing member on this roster, which is Sylvie. Actually has really stepped it up.
6 jungle bans.
Yeah, I like that. As Chovy's like, what? Tristana's open. Okay.
He gets to play a different champion. And of course, I believe he has played like one game on Tristana so far this season. And, you know, it was a win, surprisingly. Did you know that?
Yeah,
were you aware?
We talked about this before, that any Gen.G stats are kind of fake.
Yeah, this was on the pre-show yesterday, and I remember we were in rehearsal, and I was like, this is the dumbest graphic I've ever seen, because none of this actually matters at all, because there's so many champions that they've all played, and it's not based on how good the champions are. It's because they can kind of play anything at this point in time. They just don't know how to necessarily lose. But the fact that that is true meant that the graphic was actually very, very useful, and I really enjoyed it. So, Tristana going to be locked in like we were talking about, but Corki brand... The brand, something that Sylvie definitely has had great performances on so far. So it's a decent start here for Nongshim as far as this draft is concerned. We'll see what they are going to lock away as the final one. But Gen.G, now a lot of options. And Ezreal and the Ivern are available, Chronicler.
Gen.G lock it in. I'm not going to be mad. I know.
No, neither am I. I just feel like
after the T1 loss, it is very apt.
Yeah,
but
you're
I
a remnant
that's
of the last series. I think it probably should happen. Yeah.
I think Paze's Ezreal is absolutely nuts. I've been a fan of this guy's Ezreal since, what was it, like 2022 summer in Challengers. The only problem is that he's not Viper. So, you know, there's still peak to be found there.
Ooh, different tree.
Yeah,
it's
going to be Maokai instead. Canyon, as mentioned, I think the top tier teams in the LCK have actually made the swap to Sejuani, Maokai, just being traded back and forth if it isn't banned away. So we unfortunately are just back to the Sejuani, Vi, Maokai trifecta that we've had for I don't know how long. Love this Gnar pickup. I think Meow has looked good, you know, considering all the circumstances that Noctem are facing, which is that they're a bottom tier team and they're really struggling. The Jace has been the and yeah, it's key. So do you also ban GP? Because I'm sure that's also what you maybe were thinking about. Like GP combined with Maokai especially doesn't seem like a fun thing to play into.
No, and I assume that Nongshim will think that just picking the Gnar will deny the Renekton. I don't know whether that's going to be true, but we'll see whether it is.
At least, barring jungle intervention, that's a matchup that Mihao, in theory, should be able to match. The Keen test is obviously going to skew everything, but I feel like we can make that caveat with anything that Gen.G do.
Yeah.
Just because of how dominant they have been. I personally would love the Gangplank. I think Keen's Gangplank is exceptional. But we'll see. Might be a different angle here instead. It's going to be the Karma, so denying that Ezreal Karma, which I imagine has been on the rise. We asked for it, I think, a couple of weeks ago when Ezreal started to really come up. And now slowly teams have started to follow. It's a really oppressive bot lane. Not going to be given over here to Gen.G.
Yeah, not this time. Lehens might be able to bring his cat on a book out. You remember when Ezreal Yumi was a thing?
Yeah, I don't want to, though.
No, neither do I. Last ban to come through here for Gen.G. We'll see what it is going to be. That Gangplank you were talking about is up and available, though. So I think that if I was keen, I'd be pretty excited about heading towards something like that.
Leona Alistair trade? Or Leona Rakan? I think it's kind of what we're looking
Leona
towards
Rel,
here.
one of those.
Yeah. Kind of depends what direction Gen.G wants to go in. Nautilus is available as well, so could also play towards that.
Yeah, I think locking in AD carry and then trying to counterpick for support does make the most sense.
Hope is also already taken off the board, and there's not going to be a Talia, so I think the Kalista feels a little bit better than it has in the past. I think when Kalista gets too high prio, we do start to eventually see a lot of her natural predators come back into the meta, and it also gives Google the opportunity to maybe pull out something crazy here with the R5.
See what he does decide to go with. As Gen.G taking their time. We are ticking down. It's going to be a Jax picked up into the Gnar. A little bit of a dangerous one, but we know what Keen can get done with this champion.
Yeah, I'm 99% sure this was Keen. He talked in an interview about something that he felt very confident that he could win the Jax versus Gnar matchup, and he kind of, you know, he sold the lines.
Yeah.
Found the way to play the lane, and I think from what I remember as well, this was back when he was on KT. We didn't
wasn't that just
before
before Worlds in 2023?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we saw it many times because this matchup was very common back then and it was very Gnar favored. So, gonna be cool to see Keen back on that. Leona, no surprise, Ezreal Leona, one of the top tier bot lanes at the moment. What does Guger have planned here? Because they're gonna have something. They knew this Leona was coming. LeBron already taken away. This is solid. It's not surprising, but it gives you some much needed engage. Kalista and Alistair is a combo that goes way back, has been around for the longest time, and also, I think, is really, really a good way to deal with Alistair's worst weakness, which is that if he's the sole engage, there is actually a good amount of counterplay for the enemy team. If you just throw him in, it's a whole lot less of that, and you can also bail him out if he uses his engage to go in. Very committal, the way that, I mean, Leona's the same, but we've seen things like the, outside of the ultimate, we've seen things like the Nautilus, you know, you just throw an ult, if it works, it works.
Yeah. I like the Alistair just because it does give you that extra range on the engage with the Fate's Call.
Yeah.
The fact that you can surprise from such a long way away, I like that. And also if he goes in and doesn't like the situation, then can just get rescued. It's cool. It's something that Ghost and Beryl used to utilize to great effect together on Damwon back in the day. But of course, it's been around for a very long time. So, looking forward to seeing what it is going to be here from Nongshim as far as what the game plan is into Gen.G, because it's all well and good to pick your champions, get them all ready. This is another unique pick for Calix. He has played 2 champions in the LCK before, Prior to this, it was Karma, and he then got a win on Talia. Currently has a 50% win rate in the LCK. Let's see whether he can make that one bigger moving towards this game number 1. I think it's a tough call, but Sylvie's on his brand. He's looked good on that one in the past. It's a serviceable draft. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we are. It's Corgi again for Calix. You love to see it. I mean, it's just so good. Everyone's evolved, you know? They've realized that we don't need to be playing Earth Corgi anymore because it's not about the rockets. Doesn't matter. We can just have the greatest skin ever, which is Toboggan Corgi, obviously, but Corgi is pretty good too. So definitely... Oh, an angle. As speaking of which, Pei's going to find one over the wall there.
Yeah, he's already bullied out Geo. He's like, I'm going to get Guga as well. Well, the Mystic shots hitting from the get-go. Of course, Pei's going for PTA. This was a first strike scenario. Would be very happy, as we might have an invade being set up here. Alistair level 1, notoriously weak. Brand level 1, unfortunately, also quite weak. Do like that Sylvie's gone for Electrocute as Calix.
Oh, Calix. He does. He gets the wood in, and they kill it.
Yeah, so
but he doesn't die.
Yeah, the problem is the only strong part they have is the Renata. I think outside of that, they are quite weak, so I do think they make the right call by dipping here. Main question becomes, can Sylvie find a way to recuperate? And a lot of that is going to come down to Calix and Mihao, their early laning.
Yeah, I've seen some brands struggle when it comes to these early sort of invades that have come in. As, yeah, Jiwoo is standing well and truly away from this wave. Does get information about the whereabouts of Lehens and Pei's. As Keen is going to welcome Mihail to the top lane, the Keen top lane, and hit him with a lamppost a bunch of times.
Yeah, the problem with these very short trades, obviously, when you get the grasp consistently, is quite strong. But also, one of the big advantages that Gnar has is that he almost always wins longer trades. But if you die in a combo, you can't have a longer trade. So Mihail already being this late, it's looking really good for Keen. And this is also going to up the risk. We do actually see Sylvie went for Raptor into an invade. Did pick up the blue buff already. And Brand should be fine as... Oh, God.
Oh, dear. Oh, Mihail. There's the flash out. Keeps himself alive. Hits level 2 as well. So he might have survived an auto attack if Keen had have gone all in. But the thing is, it's kind of damage done. The fact that this has happened means that now he has to teleport back. The tempo is immediately lost. And you were mentioning already the fact that, you know, Keen's a guy that's very confident in the Jax versus Gnar matchup. This is something that we have certainly seen go both directions, and this time it's going the Keen direction.
Yeah, the Keen test is very tough. Even for a most experienced top laners, we see him struggle very often.
Every year they upgrade it as well. The questions get harder. It's really difficult.
Hey, there were a couple of years where it was a little bit easier, okay?
That's true.
I blame Afrika for that one.
There's a double pulverize. Jiwoo getting taken down very, very low. It is going to be first blood going over to the cow, so Guga collects that as Lehens does go down. But they kill Jiwoo, so he has to walk back to the lane, so he's not going to get the experience for these minions, and more importantly, he doesn't get any more money. As Sylvie is going to be able to find the E on to Canyon. He might have to leave here, of course.
Look at that.
Don't like fire. Does manage to collect the Rift Scuttler, but Sylvie's still doing a fair bit of work here. There's the flash out, and Canyon realizes this Brand does some damage.
I love the timing on the graphic there as well, showing Sylvie's the only one that's actually been able to win on the Brand. And it really speaks to his play individually. Actually been able to find great pathing here, and I die.
Yeah, is that a caster curse, or is that just a... Yeah, I think that might be. That is going to be Chovy picking up a kill onto the Brand, as Lehens just kind of knew everything.
Really nicely done. Yeah, I was about to say, because actually his pathing, you know, Raptors, then clearing the enemy top side, that in of itself was good. He hasn't actually hit level 4 yet because he was pathing towards bot. Then didn't get the kill. As we take another look here, as long as you kill Jiwoo, like, this is honestly fine. The fact that Lehens ends up dying is a bit rough. Guga actually gets a nice knock-up. Well done by Canyon to dodge the knock-up, but the damage is, again, still done. Yeah, Pace doesn't get the kill. It goes over to Canyon, but even though you lose the first bot, a huge wave does miss. And here, yeah, Sylvie, unfortunately, you did know Lahens was in the air. I'm pretty sure he was within vision on the wave. And then you also knew the ward was there. Then again, against most teams that are on Gen.G, you're not expecting Lahens to just
I
show
actually
up.
think that he might have been
Maybe
able
it might
to
have been
slink
out of
in.
vision.
I think
Yeah.
it might have been out of vision, so a little bit unfortunate.
I imagine,
jump scare.
yeah, because I really think Sylvie at the very least otherwise would have not stood that near. Because again, they knew if they didn't know about the ward, then it would make sense. But if he was out of vision, then it's also Lahens, who we do know loves going out on the map early on.
Especially on Leona. This is where he sort of started his escapades.
It's also, I want to go back to last year's summer. It was the summer of...
Oh, no!
So mean.
That is so rude!
It was the summer of KT.
Yeah.
And a large part of that was the fact that Eamon was playing a lot of Ezreal and just alone in the lane. And then Lahens would go on his merry jaunt across the rift.
He would just wander away. He was doing it on Leona originally, but of course then just decided to do it on everything. As Calyx is in trouble, he is just going to explode, and Chovy, that's a solo kill.
Oh, the tragedy there is it's the kill that Chovy got onto Sylvie that actually kills him.
Yeah, the double
It's the rep buff that ends up being the big difference maker. We're already starting to see some struggles, and Nongshim, again, the only team standing between Gen.G and a perfect round robin.
And
right now, the laning phase already looking a bit iffy.
Do you know what's interesting? Gen.G are going to move to 18 games in a row if they do manage to break the record. But at the same time, okay, I'll hold that thought for a moment here as True Shot Barrage does so much damage to Jiwoo, who's lit on fire as well. Lahens is still looking for it, wants to give the kill over to Paze, and he will. There's the fadeaway ignite as Lahens is drinking the potion, and it's not going to be enough. Of course, the Eclipse not going to do anything against that. So a 1-for-1 once again, but it's also once again Lahens for Jiwoo.
And Paze, he's happy with this. You know, he's living his best life. Getting the kills as...
Oh, we get the replay of this. Oh, well. He just had a giggle about it.
두꺼비 빼서? 잔인한데?
Well, it didn't sound like Canyon approved that much, and I think that that is the right enforcement. As we do get the replay of this one as well, red buff is what kills him in the end. Very, very sad, especially when it's Corky. And replay into replay into replay.
This is very straightforward. Like, he just barely doesn't have to cleanse. Because if he can cleanse immediately, maybe this play is somewhat doable. But Chiyu, unfortunately, on the Kalista, one misstep, you're relatively short range, and you're just going to get blown up. So Lahens very nice of them to get a connection there, but I think also Jiyu struggling a little bit here.
Yeah.
Kalista, when falling behind, you'll give a lot of value to Cougar, but that's ideally not where you want to be.
No, it's not a Senna lane, unfortunately. No. It's not the farming Alistar.
I've actually,
cows spend time on farm.
I've played a lot of Arena, and even though he's nerfed there, Alistar with items, it's not fun.
No?
No, not to play into.
Oh, right, yes.
It's very obnoxious. Oh, Cougar, he does a flash. They don't have vision, so they should be a little bit respectful. Kane does have ult, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they have an inkling.
Well, Cougar is still going to walk into it, as there's the Fate's Call. That's going to get him out of dodge. I think they knew that this could be a possibility, and Jiwoo does have to sacrifice that ultimate. So now that we have a little bit of respite, I want to go back to my point, because at the same time as this being possibly Gen.G moving to 18-0 for the very first time in the LCK in a single round robin, they will also be moving to 18-0 against Nongshim in a row. And they've won, that's series, and they've won 23 individual games in a row against Nongshim over the last 2 years. 2.5 years.
So, all that you're telling me is that when Nongshim...
They are due for a win!
It's been so long, Atlas!
That's what I'm saying. The last time was, as we saw in the graphic earlier, 2021 summer.
Atlas.
But it is,
They're behind like 700 gold. That's completely respectable.
Absolutely.
Now, when we look at the scaling, I do think some trouble does arise. So I don't want to go too much in depth.
Let's not worry about that. Nongshim, they're about to spike hard in the mid game. They're going to utilize 2-item power spikes and other cool buzzwords like that in
It's not
order.
It's not a buzzword. It's a real
Power spike?
thing.
I know but it's still a buzzword. It was a buzzword for a while. I certainly used it like one. I would just say power spikes all the time.
Just no matter what.
Yeah.
Longsword.
And I hear it's a
Power spike.
It's a pretty cool talk show that a certain LCK host also hosts. He does double duty, that guy. So there you go. Some other reasons why it could potentially be a buzzword. That's all right. Kenny, moving on over. There is going to be some grubs spawning soon. And
Don't sell
Kenny
yourself
would like
short.
to get a few more.
You host stuff. The Pox Day.
I do, yeah. Why I don't. It wasn't about me though.
Well,
Was it?
no, I just want to give you some credit.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, we have time. Oh, a lot's happening.
That is very true. And there are some Nars being thrown, and that is going to be 5-1. So denying Chovy a whole bunch of grubs. And I say Chovy purely because he is the Tristana. Does very much like grubs.
It really is one of those situations where you look at any carry on Gen.G and you're like, you know what? It's good that they didn't get grubs.
Yeah,
that's they have enough damage as is. Meow will get found here, but position is a bit awkward for Pace to follow up on.
Yeah. They do have double wards in these brushes.
Can he clear the wave? Because Canyon's on his way. I think Meow's like, you know what? I don't think I get to be here. And he's right, because team is playing towards the top side, the bot side rather of the map. He's going to go for the dragon here. So good call on his end. And they're going to be able to pick up a dragon.
Yeah, second dragon going on over. That is going to be Cloud and Chemtech.
Look at Lehens' build. Oh, it was just free ruby crystals.
He just has a lot of ruby crystals.
Yeah.
Even with one of them removed. And oh god, we have one of the saddest days when it comes to dragons. 3 of the least damagey. Of course, Cloud is just the best, but it doesn't help you do more damage, just helps you move more fast. As Zenith Blade does bring Lehens in, finds 2 with the Solar Flare as well. And now Keen is running amok. He is taking a lot of damage. He will be taken down to the Rent. True Shot Barrage onto 3. And so it's a 1-for-1. But now there's also this turret getting taken down exceptionally low. Headbutt Pulverize comes in. Lehens actually taxiing to Jiwoo here as the turret still hasn't gone down.
Yeah.
Lehens still, he should be very dead. As the Eclipse keeps him alive for a long time. But that actually may have, oh no, wasn't enough to buy them time to get the first turret blood. I thought that maybe it was going to work out. Trophy, where did your lane opponent go? Oh, he's making his way back from base. So Calyx gonna have to try and catch the remnants of this wave.
All I can think is, man, the grub value made them win that trade. If
there you go.
Gen.G had grubs, that wouldn't have been a win, Atlas. They would have lost hard. Chovy might have gotten mid lane. They definitely would have gotten the top lane turret and first brick before Nongshim could have. And I know we're half memeing, but also, like, Nongshim generally is not that bad. Not that bad a spot.
They're in a great spot.
It's fine. As we take another look, I think this is Gen.G with a little bit of overconfidence. A lot of damage goes into Sylvie here, but he is Brand, so he still does a ton. And the fact that Keen uses Counter-Strike offensively means that then he doesn't have a way to deal with Gio just throwing the spears into him. And Lehens knows that he's not getting out of here.
No.
So I think the right call, as he's doing, is just trying to get as much time as possible. You know, use his Eclipse when he gets gnarred into the wall to try and get as much value. But realistically knows he's dead as Keen might die again.
He could certainly be in a whole host of trouble. And there it is. There's the flash over. Mihail's going to be able to grab that kill with the help of his jungler. And this is looking better and better for Nongshim. Maybe it's just the day of upsets.
Atlas, there is a saying, and I'm very sorry, I don't know the exact sourcing, but the best swordsman in the world doesn't have to be afraid of the second best swordsman in the world. You know, because they're predictable. You know what they're going to do.
Got it.
Who you got to be very, very careful of is a guy that doesn't know what he's doing and is just swinging it around with no rhyme or reason.
So basically you're talking about playing Tekken against a button masher.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Well, I feel like with that, at least, once you get good enough, the button mashing doesn't actually work.
That's true.
But
it takes a lot to get there, depending on the button mash.
I think Gen.G's good enough.
Yeah, true.
If they would be playing Tekken. But my key takeaway is that I do think we have seen, and we saw this to the very much the detriment of T1 today, that and even historically in the LCK, feeling overconfident when you're facing an opponent that's so much weaker than you can actually be, even in series, a really big deal. Let's not forget, Gen.G, before they won Summer, lost 2-0 to Pro. That happened. They got not 2-1, 2-0'd. And then they went on to win the split. As we take another look here, Meow actually doing a great job of baiting Keen in. Keen feeling safe because he really isn't that far up the lane, but nice timing here found by Sylvie on the Brand, who has been pretty active here, has been able to slowly build that gap in the jungle as well. I do actually like this build from Canyon a lot more. I think it's a good call to just go for the utility build, but it does mean that Sylvie has a shout as Guger.
Solar Flare comes in. Yeah, Guger does find the double knockup with the Pulverize. As now Pays trying to offer some damage back. Misses the last couple of abilities though. Will allow the cow to live. A merciful young man from the bottom side of the map. Chovy not going to be so merciful when it comes to these turrets and the amount of damage they're going to take from him just existing here for a few moments.
He does have 180 CS at 15.5 minutes. That's...
Yeah. It's always weird when Gen.G are in the second series because I feel like you get into a rhythm of what CS numbers are supposed to look like over a day, and Chovy always challenges that rhythm quite effectively, I'd say. He just finds more, as we know. We do talk about it quite a lot. Minion waves getting shoved in all over the place, mostly here towards this bottom side.
Pays as well, actually. Like, this
yeah,
is,
they're both hoovering.
This is one of the most impressive things I think about Gen.G specifically, is how insanely consistent they are with just getting, as I wanted to say, every minion on the wave. Obviously, Keen was getting harassed, so didn't actually get that one.
No,
but
it had to be the, what is it, the exception that proves the rule?
Exactly. It's one of the things that make them so impressive to play into is Guger. He's not afraid. Engage call?
Should he be? Maybe not. As Calyx trying to offer some rockets over there as True Shot Barrage for a little bit of softening, and Jiwoo down to 50%.
Yeah, I think we dip.
Yeah.
I think
Pays is
in.
very scary.
I think we let it go. Yeah, as mentioned, I think Pays is an absolutely incredible Ezreal. Hasn't even really hit his spikes yet. Is looking to get that Manamune as soon as possible. And Canyon can take this by himself. It's going to take a while, but the rest of his team will be there. We see Nongshim in response look towards the top side of the map. I think ideally want to try and play for this outer. They do need to make sure, though, that Mihal doesn't die here, because if you lose an inner this early on, it's a classic Gen.G play to really build that lead, and there we go.
Yeah, they're going to dive in on top of Lehans. He's going to get taken down so incredibly low. That is Pays grabbing the kill. And in a turret then going to be falling down. You mentioned something about this not being necessarily a good thing. What about if they lost every single one of their towers? The outer does get taken on the top side of the map. So there's that.
So I really want to highlight this. This is one of the things that I think makes Gen.G such a cool team. So what happens is Gen.G play for Dragon, right? And Nongshim, I think, correctly identify, hey, we can't play for Dragon, and we're just going to move to the other end of the map, and then we're going to have Meow clear the wave, and then they'll get Dragon, we'll get top turret, and that's an okay trade. But Gen.G read that play, and because Nongshim doesn't actually start moving topside until after Gen.G has already started the Dragon, there is such a big window where Nongshim has shown that they're not going to be contesting, and that they're going to play towards topside. And then Gen.G is like, even if they don't dive Mihal, they just get the inner turret.
Yeah.
So like, it's a win-win for Gen.G, and Nongshim just make one misread. Probably should have sent someone over to help Mihal out. Maybe even sent Calyx, because at least he is ranged wave clear. And that leads to what we're seeing here, which is where a game that was very even. Now all of a sudden, 2.5k gold lead here for Gen.G.
Yeah. It's not great for Nongshim. Calyx down 30 CS. Not really blaming him for this one. It's been a bit of a quiet day on the Corki, but at least did manage to get some time in a side lane. As Jiwoo going to get slowed down and cut up a little bit by the True Shot Barrage.
Yeah, I think Nongshim individually is holding up better than I thought.
Me too. I also think that it's a little bit sad, right? Because individual play in a lot of other series could actually get you to a really good mid-game. But the individual play doesn't play the map for you, unfortunately, and now they are without 5 of their structures that were, you know, holding a bunch of money that Gen.G now has.
On the plus side, it's only 3k, and if they get 3 turrets, they're gonna get
They're gonna be ahead?
Well, I don't know about ahead, but they're definitely gonna be looking better. So that's something, which is nice.
Yeah, there we go. I like how sometimes the glass is half full. Even when it has no right to be.
Got to squint a little bit on that one.
Yeah, it's a roughie. As, yeah, Canyon and the rest of Gen.G just going to be setting up for some vision around this Drake that's going to be up again in 2.5 minutes. Baron is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. And there's a lot of vision around there already. It's the only reason, really, why I was mentioning it, because as you're ticking towards 20 minutes, Baron's pretty scary. But maybe Gen.G just want to get out. See what's going to happen. As Keen in the side lane. Mihail will spot him, but he'll just pick up the wave. Keen collects the blue. Yeah, it's all a bit quiet here moving into the next phase of the game. Sort of like late mid-game right now, but we're getting towards teamfight territory pretty soon. Okay, this isn't teamfight. This is just 2 people fighting. Mihail does have a decent Naba. Throws Keen against the wall. Keen's going to be able to make it out as okay. That is a Nature's Grasp being thrown in, and Nongshim sort of just standing their ground here, as we can see. This buffer might need to be good, as Trophy does spot all of Nongshim. Moving on down.
A little bit of posturing here. Gugur did also get pulled out by Gio to make sure that he didn't go down. Obviously, health is not even really a resource nowadays. It's all a hand.
Oh dear, there's a flash out from Sylvie. Nicely done. Trophy just going to front flip his way over that wall. The big one going to connect is Pays. Looking for some shots. Doesn't get the Mystic one on anything.
Oh, that's still such a nice trade. Lahen's, his flash, not nearly as valuable as Sylvie's. Sylvie, I think, one of the players we have seen actually get a ton of value out of the brand. As mentioned, one of the few players that has actually won.
Yeah.
I forgot who it was. I think it was Cuz yesterday, who had a great start on brand and then just died. Yeah, it was. It was because Doran found him repeatedly. Yeah. And he just died in every fight before he could do anything. Brand as a stationary mage is one of those examples where if you make one misstep and Keen counter-strikes on top of you, it's not going to add a whole lot to the fight. So I think the flash is actually a really big deal. Him not having that available means that Gugur is going to have to do a lot more heavy lifting, and we're starting to see Nongshim, I think, feel the pressure.
Yeah.
Right, because side lane is not looking too hot. We saw there Meow just needs to play very, very good League of Legends, not to have Keen try and jump on him, and still fell behind in experience. I think about half a level behind.
And actually now moving towards this mid lane, as True Shot Barrage is going to go over 2 of the carries here that were rotating in.
Maybe just flip an Ashe?
Perhaps. Well, Solar Flare is going to connect onto the flashless brand. Not a lot of follow-up, though, as the Nature's Grasp does come in. Chovy just free-hitting. Pays doing the same thing. Mihail looking for the backline, but his front line's just getting destroyed. Chovy kind of getting sandwiched here, as now the rocket jump is going to come in. He flashes after the Callista, and she will be taken out. Wallop avoided. Mihail running for the hills, throwing houses around, but Gen.G aren't too worried about that. This will be the team fight win. Can they find the follow-up kills is the question, though, as Pays, he wants to get, and there is the Mystic shot. Now Mihail is mini-nah. He's just going to die. That's going to be the ace. And Gen.G not looking like they're going to be losing here in game number 1.
No, that does kind of put an unfortunate end to the Nongshim plans. Right there, Hayes goes unthreatened as we take another look here. Actually, not too bad played initially here from Nongshim. I think a big problem is that Baron activates because of the ultimate. Look at how much damage Baron is actually doing. Sylvie takes a huge chunk.
Jimmy took half of his health.
Yeah, it's actually so tragic because Baron this early.
Look at it go!
I know, it's a really big deal. And maybe if Sylvie dies a little bit slower, right? Because the flank from Keen was good, but I think Gen.G, this wasn't a perfect team fight. A little bit disjointed, a lot invested into a member that wasn't that easy of a kill initially. But I think the 6th man playing a large part there.
Another Solar Flare comes in. They're all just ganging up on Gugur, but he does get a Fate's Call. Canyon possibly out of position, but Chovy makes his way in. True Shot Barrage comes down, and oh my goodness, they're just melting! The brand burnt down the tree like fire is supposed to do, but then his whole team just got wiped out. There is the leap strike over onto Calyx. G was trying to do some things here as Lahen's once again lying in the dirt, but there's another counter-strike. There is another ace, back to back. And now the last inner turret's gonna go down. This game might be nearing its end.
A valiant effort from Nongshim Atlas, but when all is said and done, we're 25 minutes almost into the game. It's an 8k gold lead. Top lane has fallen, and I don't think this game is going to continue for much longer.
I also
Chovy.
think this time Chovy is not going to be robbed.
Oh, my vote's already.
It's already there.
It's
Okay,
already
good.
over there.
Okay.
As I credit to Nongshim, I think it's good that they keep trying to look for plays. Cougar, much better game of him than we've seen recently. Able to use the full value from this Kalista. The problem is that all their damage goes into...
Oh my God, 5 people hit by that True Shot Barrage.
Yeah, so all their damage goes into Canyon, so they don't have cooldowns for Chovy. And then Chovy gets like an explosive shot up plus the ultimate from Paze, and that's really all they need to win the fight. And then they don't have cooldowns, they don't have people, so Keen says, thank you very much.
Oh, in the meantime, there's a special tree livery into the back line as Lahen's trying to keep himself alive. Canyon doing the same thing, and they will succeed for the moment as they're just throwing people in one after the other. Keen now trying to leap strike out, not actually able to pull off the same miracle that the other two did. As Nongshim, they'll get a pick, and they'll create some space for themselves in this game.
Creating space.
Yeah, that's what I went with. Was
yeah,
that,
no,
was that
I like it.
I don't know.
I think they're fighting valiantly, Atlas. I just don't think it matters. I think that unless Sylvie gets the steal of a lifetime here.
4 versus 5, though. We'll see whether Gen.G do go for the turn. They have so much money. The Flash Seer not going to connect there from Sylvie. This time Baron has joined Nongshim and is fighting Chovy here, as you can see, doing a lot of damage. Mihail does have a decent Naba, but doesn't have a lot of health. And now Paze able to Arcane Shift his way out. True Shot Barrage almost just kills the brand, and Paze knows that he's out of position, and even the Pillar of Flame's going to miss. That is going to be a solo kill. There's going to be the Baron going down as well. There's a teleporter to the top lane. All sorts of things are happening.
It's a formality, Atlas. They're taking Baron. They're TPing top. And Pace says, hey, give me my snack.
Yeah.
I want to get Sylvie.
And that was 4v5 in that moment.
Yeah, it
wasn't
was.
I guess there was some lower health bars and some big wallets.
Chovy and Pace were alive. That's all that Gen.G needs.
Well, there's a flash in from Keen here as well. As I understand, Jonah Strong, it's very hard to keep up with this, but the double knockups are pretty good. Keen looking for Jiwoo, but he flashes away now. Pace chasing after them. Chovy and Canyon are probably going to win the game, but let's have a look down there. Yeah, there it is. True Shot Barrage going to connect. Really nicely done. Well done there from Jonah Strong to catch that kill. And Sylvie has spawned just like Donald Glover, into the room with the pizza. Everything's on fire. It's just not looking great as the Nexus is going to go down, and Gen.G only 1 win away from creating history.
And even the sense of community of Nongshim not enough to take over
I got
the
that.
win.
Oh, I got that one.
Here in game number 1. Our expectations obviously are going to be low. There's a low bar that needs to be cleared. I think Nongshim cleared it here. It doesn't really matter. Like it's Pace on Ezreal. It's Chovy on Ana. So the result perhaps always felt inevitable, and now Gen.G only a single game away from achieving something that has never been done
ever
in the LCK.
And right now, they have also joined the names of, teams like 2015 SKT, arguably one of the strongest ever. That they've joined themselves. I guess they've already done that last season. KT also managing to achieve that one, but they will be by themselves if they manage to win just one more game in this series.
Yeah, that KT one obviously involved Keen and Lahens. Ended a bit cursed.
It did. And then got even further cursed immediately afterwards. But now it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down, and we'll see whether Gen.G can create that history.
맞을 수 있어.
가네.
뭐예요?
맞을게.
맞을게.
오케이.
그냥 타워 깰래?
그렇게 딸피고. 그래. 칼리 높을. 알림부터 잡으면 좋아. 칼리 높을. 그렇게 못 잡겠다. 콤보 어디 갔었는데?
뭐야?
아니 저 알림이 밀어. 아니 수아나, 근데 너가 혼자 처먹겠다고 나 3렙이 안 되는데 다이브 할 때? 나 3렙 찍었으면 그냥 스크롤 뺐던가. 오케이, 인정할게.
It's not going to get hit by 3 abilities from Owner. As now it's actually T1 who are in trouble as a massive sweep. The Wombo combo! It comes to life! As Bro will pick up the kills. They will take down 3 members of T1. Victor does get in and take Shao Paulo, but man, now we know what this comp does.
Commander Karis swoops in from the mid lane.
He is very low on health bar. And Dudu on the flank angle. Yehu going to be moving on over. Rocket jumps in. Let's see whether they can get the flanking Aatrox before he gets the flank off. As he is so incredibly strong. Finds the sweet spot on Yehu. If this Tristana goes down, it is disaster. And it is exactly that. Teddy not really out and getting yet. This guy is just a monster. And that's exactly what Stevie Max meant. For Hanwha, they do want to stick around here to try and take them 5 now. The only opportunity that they have. The flash Gnar onto 3! The culling comes through, it's the Wombo combo! Killer Instinct in the backline as well from Viper! They do take down the Gnar, but I'd say he's done his job! As now Clear finding what he can, but I think that it's going to be chased down. The flash forward from Zaka, the flash forward from Viper, and there they go! Double kill for the Kai'Sa! Now Finger gonna hop in, he's gonna flash this time. As he will not do that again, but the stun comes in, and a bit of damage now, and the lineup from Zeka, and the follow-up from Dorian, it is huge here for the side of Hollow Life Esports. T1 in a lot of trouble, the flashes come in, Zeus will go down. Hollow Life Esports take off 3, and they're looking for more. The magical journey on in, they get Keria, and Guva as well being chased down here. And they're looking at, okay, are they actually gonna do this? Here comes Viper, oh man. Getting pretty frisky with it, but not going to commit, and now the push commences.
Yeah.
And that's Leona as True Shot Barrage gets it, and that's the angle from Fisher. Pretty huge, and now Deft in the front line is being flashed on, but the turret ultimate timing is very good. He is going to spend live, and the Yone ultimate in the front line, the huge shockwave from BDD, might just get the trick done. As now you've got Perfect finally able to frontline. Down will go Barrel. Turn it into the outer turret. That's okay. Ignore the bottom lane. Ignore that.
Toby didn't have teleport, so he's like, sorry guys, you're on your own. I'm winning the game over here. That's an inhib turret down.
Well, now he's on a flank angle. Is okay. Canyon looking for an opportunity here as the door cannot go multiple directions as Chovy, he's going to get himself out of there. True Shot Barrage does land on top of him as Bulldog's doing his very best. Killer Instinct into the backline. Leap is going to be sniped by Paze, and he's able to take both of them. Canyon to the rescue. On top of that, as Supercharger's there to avoid Dudu, who is a very big crocodile, and he's not even able to take down the Hens. Cuz wanted it as well. I think they're not going to test the waters this much. As Keen, he's teleported in. Chovy wants it, Everest Divide onto 3! And he goes golden as well. Canyon has to get out of there. The seismic shove is just as good. And he takes down the Zeri. Chovy almost falling for it as
Despite some wacky lane swaps, Gen.G now have tied the longest win streak in LCK history in a single split. Congratulations them, 17 games, 1 win away from the longest one in the history of the LCK, and solidifying themselves as one of the best teams that we've ever seen here in Korea. Welcome back to the space, Digon alongside Wolf and Valdez as they take the 1-0 lead over Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, there was some wackiness with the lane swaps. I thought Nongshim had a pretty good read on the early game. They were able to punish the Jax pick that Keen pulled out into the Gnar pretty well, but unfortunately, Chovy was super far ahead. He was able to kind of just sit by himself while they actually took objectives off the map using the power of their engage and the burst damage that Ezreal does provide. And unfortunately for the side of Nongshim, I think once we got out of that wacky lane swap situation, they weren't really able to play the map all too well. And Gen.G, they're so good at sucking all the gold out of Summoner's Rift, they do it every time.
Yeah, they were very good at that. I think we were pretty happy with the way the draft went as well. We were happy with the correct tree being chosen this time. Felt very good, especially, you know, we've seen the Brand to the Ivern actually have a decent amount of success. So we were like, we don't really want to see the Ivern here, even though it felt like such a good Ivern spot, or at least a spot where a lot of pro teams are picking it. Maybe not necessarily that good. They did go for the Jax, as you were mentioning. The Leona was left available. We were thinking that it might be Kalista Leona, but they took that one away as well.
Yeah, I wasn't as huge on the Jax as I think, you know, Gen.G were there. A little messy. But it works out in the end. As I stopped because Dion was on camera. I'm like, I'm doing the analysts are talking too long thing.
No, you got it, Wolf. You got it. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 1. Up on the top side of the map, or at the bottom side of the map, excuse me. Mihail just had a tough time here.
Yeah, unfortunately here it's just a really good read from Lehens. They have deep vision set up here, so Mihail thinks he's safe under turret. He's not. They group up. They take out this inner. They're able to transfer this into the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, this comes after it was a relatively even game state. I mean, Nongshim were doing a good job in that wacky lane swamp kind of thing you were talking about there. But eventually, Gen.G, they get 1 pick and then they get 2 turrets out of it. That's not really supposed to happen, but we saw the jungler trying to shadow on the top side of the map for the mid laner, Kalix, who was trying to push the lane, but it wasn't good. They just gave too much over to the side of Gen.G.
When you have Leona and you have that follow-up damage of the Ezreal as well, like, you have to just let that mid turret go. You lose your top laner, you're not in position to contest, and it's a Tristana just barreling down the lane. It's just kind of checkmate from there. And the fact that they were able to get enough control of the map to actually get that deep vision up to allow Lehens to make that play is the beauty of all of this for Gen.G.
Yeah, and as Valdez said, the game was very close up to that point. Gold was tied. Again, Nongshim got the first tower, barely, but it got the first tower to keep the gold close. I think maybe just a little too comfortable there, which then, with that small gold lead, as Gen.G always do, they find a way to burst their way on into the Baron and take control of the game.
Yeah, it's a good ultimate to come through here from Canyon. And I mean, you could see Nongshim trying to kite back in this situation, but unfortunately they're just too far behind, and Mihail has no Narbar, so he's just hitting Chovy, and Chovy doesn't care even slightly. It just jumps over the rest of his teammates' heads, and then they front to back it from here. It was really a back-to-front team fight, honestly, for Gen.G in this one.
Yeah, it was nice to see the flank as well from Keen. He was able to come in there from behind, and, you know, he had kind of a rough spot early on. He was being bullied by multiple members, and it was having a little bit of trouble with the Gnar, but eventually he started to hit some of those items, and he got that really great flank, which essentially got them the game. Nongshim was no longer able to kite back.
Yeah, maybe a different fight if the Gnar bar is up, but we know that great teams always fight around that. Let's see who the POG is on this great team of Gen.G. The record tires now on the cusp of being the record breakers. It could go multiple different ways for our POG player of the game, and it is the Church of Chovy in the mid lane on the Tristan.
So I went for the basic vote, which I think, you know, 10 kills for Chovy. He was great at layering in his autos. He got the solo kill right. He looked great on the Tristana. Wolf kind of went for the based vote, though.
I thought Pays had a lot of impact on the map. I thought, you know, the lane swap was pretty intelligently played. Overall, I think both votes make a ton of sense. I think some people might even go for Keen because he had this really nice engage here. He was able to, despite being kind of camped, have a high impact in this game. He won the lane super hard, almost got a solo kill as well early on before the lane swap, but when in doubt, vote Chovy, and I think that's kind of the game plan here for most of our voters.
Which isn't a bad thing to do, right? Again, a lot of impact in this game. 9 out of 12. Yeah.
One vote for Lehens as well, which, I mean, he had a lot of engages. He did die a lot, but he was Leona. He was a lot of the source of engage for this team, so it kind of makes sense. But he had a good game as well.
In the early game, he got dove under tower, bought a lot of time. Maybe it's one of those angles, but Media coming in clutch this time. Base Media.
Yeah, a little based. I think both Chovy and Pei's votes really stood out to me, so either way. Gen.G, dominant game. I mean, despite having some shenanigans, they just get it done. Like, they just do not lose.
Also, just want to give the quick shout out to Nongshim for being as competitive as they were in that early game, keeping it close and tied up to, I'd say, like the mid game. What do you want to see from them here if they're to try and stop the record from being broken here?
I mean, it's pretty difficult. They played the game out well in the early game. The mid-game team fights are always going to be difficult against Gen.G, though. The draft as well, it's kind of rough because they targeted Canyon a lot outside of the Rumble. Maybe they can drop the Rumble ban and perhaps get Tristana on their side. Might give them a better chance, but it's going to be difficult either way.
All right, well, we'll see. We're on the cusp of history here. Will Gen.G break it and go 2-0? Or will Nongshim have something to say about that? Let's find out as we send it on over to the casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. And yes, I think we should focus on the positives. Focus on the fact that Nongshim did keep things relatively competitive at the beginning of that game, and also focus on the fact that VN Cast really do love to vote for AD carries. They just love it. And I agree. I think that Pei's had a phenomenal game.
It was really exemplary games, and I think it was also a really good showcase. Even more so than the Humble Life series, although I think in that case of Humble Life they were facing in stronger opposition, as to why these picks are as high-pro as they are, right? How good they look, and it's important to note that we already saw Ezreal on the previous patch at the tail end before he got some
some
pretty outrageous buffs, Atlas.
Yeah, the Bufferino is certainly playing a part here. Maybe Nongshim could get their hands on the gentlemen
now or never
themselves. Who knows?
This has got to be it.
Got to see what kind of bans are going to come through first, though, as the Zyra is taken away. Zyra, Rumble, both removed first, as we can see here. See whether it is going to be a continuation of the Canyon focus, and it looks like it absolutely is. They do get a free one because, of course, Rumble being banned on the red side, they had to ban it last time around, as well as Nidalee and Zyra. Now, sort of opening one up. Gen.G banning away a whole bunch of Sylvie's champions.
It's looking like a B1 Sejuani.
It is feeling a little bit like that, isn't it?
Could also be B1 Corki if that ends up being open. We know that teams at the moment really rate those two as very, very far ahead of the curve when it comes to mid lane power. And I think this from Nongshim makes a lot of sense if you are B1ing Sedge, because you don't want to give over the Corki to Chovy, because even when it feels like, I honestly believe that if Corki would get a complete rework and just be a completely different champion, he would still B1 it.
Yeah,
they would find a way, and there it is, the ban does come through. So Ezreal, I would say, is next on the priority list. I think Pei is exceptional at this champion, and I think it has too much power to give it away.
Well, the Ashe will be left up and available, so that could be the response here in theory, if that's where Gen.G would like to go. But perhaps they will leave that until a little bit later, or just lock in the Ashe and then not actually round out a bottom lane, maybe grab a jungler, as a few of those have been taken off the board. The Vi and the Poppy did skip the ban phase this time around because, of course, Tristana and Corki needed to be included. And so I feel like this, if you're looking at the tier list, absolutely comes in second after those bans come through. So this one makes a fair bit of sense, but it's now, like, you could just take Maokai again. Theoretically, they would have so much vision control already, even in these two champions alone.
Imagine if you go Ashe, Maokai, Braum.
Yeah, that's
just
what,
how that feels to play into.
Not great. I don't think you do play into that. I think you get denied from playing.
Oh, of course.
That.
Corki's gone. Tristana's gone.
So just play as in.
Did you see a little side eye there? It's like, oh, Azir again.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Calyx, faced with Chovy's Azir, says, I will try to mimic you. I will try to do what you do, Chovy. Locks it in. A lot of power here of that Yone, but you're playing into the best laner in the world.
Yeah.
So good luck on the 1v1, but if you can actually get through it, a lot of power in this pick. Okay, so they swapped out the Maokai, but outside of that, I still feel like Gen.G are going to be very happy with what they got.
That is, yeah, that's a lot of power. The Freljordian bottom lane, we know, can definitely get things done. I imagine, like, just ban Karma Leona at this point, and then you can really protect that lane.
Karma, yeah, 100%. Leona, I think if you're playing Braum, I think you can
maybe
try and look for something else. Because what does... No, oh, wow.
Big Bad Brad.
I love that ban, actually. That is really, really cool. A very good read there, I think, by Gen.G. I think Bard is good into stationary characters, also obviously into the Braum. The Ivern's still going to get taken away. Makes sense. I think Canyon's champion pool is absolutely ludicrous, but Braum Ivern specifically is a really obnoxious combo. Wondering what Gugur is going to go towards. Most likely it'll be Rel. That's generally what we've seen be next in the priority list. I think Alistair is good, but it's more of a in case your enemy goes Leona, and we already have seen the Braum locks in. Do they ban Gnar? Is my next question. Because we haven't really talked about the top lane situation yet, and Gnar would definitely be a really nice R4 here. Although it's Keen, so... Okay, actually going to be the Viego. So you can either pick Blind for Keen here, or Canyon can just lock in an AP Junker. Do they already have AP mid? Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it matter? Probably not.
Probably not. He is still going to go towards the counter matchup, though. That's kind of fun. So they're going to lock that one away. And like you were saying, I don't really like it paired with the Azir.
The Crank?
The Crank?
Gugur? Into Brand, Ashe? That's not bad. You know, if
there's not a lot of dashes between those two.
If you hit Braum and he ults, then you're very sad, but hey, if you find one of those stationary backlines, could be looking good. I'm going to go for the Narfears to give themselves a little bit more time to think. Makes complete sense. You might end up playing into Jace, and I do think that Azir, Ashe, Jace is not going to be fun to play into, but it's Gen.G, right? Like, realistically, you're going to get counterpicked at some point. This is going to be here for Gugur.
Yeah, he's being very vocal about it. Ezreal Karma, this is what I mentioned as far as the bans that I was expecting were concerned. Doesn't give them engage from Gugur. I feel like they have relied on Gugur for engage since they started with him on the roster. So it's going to be a different look. Well, if they do go with the Jace, they don't have a lot of frontline. It is just sort of Braum as the whole giving them the door situation. And it might just be Cassante. This feels like opting in to having a rough time in lane, but then you get to be Keen Sante at the end, and that's pretty good.
You know what? This is, to me, a sign of respect from Gen.G to Nongshim. I don't think that if that game 1 was a complete blowout, they would go Cassante here. I think they go Jace. I think they'd go for something like the Gangplank, where you have both a better individual matchup, and I think Gangplank works well in the Gen.G comp as well, right? You can place down an ultimate and you just poke away. Your barrels give you a lot of additional range. I think Jace is self-explanatory in that regard as well. But I think Nongshim actually looked relatively good in game number 1. They again have a good composition with the severe lack, as already highlighted by you, of actual engage.
Yeah.
So I'll have to use the Maokai for that, which can always be a little bit tricky. We'll see if that's going to be enough, particularly into the counter engage of Azir, of Braum. But, you know, I love seeing some Noodle Boys fans in the crowd.
There we go. Thanks for coming out. And the Noodle Boys might need as much support as you can give them at this point in time. They are standing up against a Gen.G that doesn't know how to domestically lose and haven't really known how to domestically lose for, you know, the past 4 seasons. So it's
Atlas, they lost 1 series in the LCK, and we both know to which team.
Yeah.
The eternal enigma of KT.
Indeed. It's a weird one. This team is so incredibly good. Just have to see whether they can get across the line against the Noodle Boys with this double AP mid jungle. Maybe it could be a problem that could be exploited by Nongshim. Let's jump into the rift for game 2. All right. Here we are, everyone out onto the rift already. In very defensive position at the moment. Keen on the bottom side of the map right now.
Oh, God. That's... Okay, never mind. I made the read that the Cassante was because you're looking to, you know, pay respect to Nongshim at a grid. No, it's a lane swap. Oh, Gnar in a lane swap. Oh, Atlas.
Yeah, that doesn't... It feels squishy.
My oh my. Now, the one advantage for Nongshim is that they have a good bot lane for a lane swap, right? You will get a lot of shove. The downside is, does Nongshim know how to play? And you know what? I'm pretty certain Guger used to play in the lane swap meta.
I was going to say, that sounds like about the amount of years ago that Guger would be ready.
I'm not even joking.
Yeah?
They're obviously not going to know just yet. Oh, God. Okay, so...
like ships in the night, young chronicler.
It's actually very interesting. We'll see when they make the read as to what is happening here, because I don't think Nongshim really know. So their response is going to be really important. The fact that Sylvie actually gets the start
Lahen's just
huge.
flashed towards Mihail is... That's a lot of damage. We are pressing the attack, most certainly.
I actually think that's not too bad a trade for Nongshim, because realistically, Mihail should not be getting anything anyway. So like him backing here,
true.
Not great. You'd rather be out on the map. And again, you're Gnar. But at least it's something. We'll see if they are going to try and set up a play towards the bottom half of the map, or also going to see where Lahens is going to go. Sylvie doesn't yet know that his top side is being taken. Oh,
dear.
No. Oh, the pings.
Yeah.
Oh, and now he has an inkling, obviously. We do have Mihail spotting this as well. Wait.
Oh, he is able to secure it. As Canyon now looking for Mihail once again. Level 3 here. Let's see whether he can actually land the Q. There's the flash. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Mihail doesn't know where Braum is. So I don't think he actually dies if he gets hit by that Q, but he doesn't know whether or not there is a Braum. Oh, that's very funny.
Yeah, this is one of those things where sometimes these matchups get skewed by all sorts of different things. I'm not entirely sure how it was only Doran that's been able to win in the matchup. That just doesn't do all that well in my brain.
We did just see Zeus lose, so that's one of them.
Yeah, it's so
interesting situation. In case you missed the lane swap meta, a thing that's important to note is that realistically, the team that is towards the bottom half of the map is expected to gain a bigger advantage because of the lower resistances. Keen, there might be actually a window here as Mihail
nice little double knockback there as Mihail down to 300. Sylvie's going to move on in though, and they didn't start tanking up this turret as Keen just getting jumped on. He flashes to get himself out of the way, and there is the kill onto his opposite number, and now Sylvie could be in trouble as well. Oh god, it's just going all wrong. There's the Pillar of Flame to connect. The passive has been unlocked. And yes, Twisted Advance is not really going that direction. It is, it's Twisted Retreat, unfortunately, as Gen.G will put the tree in the ground. And that is now 2 Swift kills going their way, and I think this is an earlier and larger lead.
Yeah, that's about as bad as that could have gone. Canyon arrives in time. The dive is a disaster. And I think they feel the time crunch. The key thing here, and this is the biggest advantage, this is one of the reasons why Gen.G was so good in the lane swap meta, is that Keen is level 3, Mihail is level 1, right? Like, the experience in a lane swap is so incredibly pivotal, because if Mihail is... Oh, okay, well, I'm just going to keep talking because I think this game is very rapidly going down, and this is...
I'll do a little bit of play-by-play. Calyx died. Continue.
He flashed as well, so that's...
Oh, sorry. Calyx flashed and then died. Continue.
One of the big things that we saw at MSI in the lane swap meta is how well you are, how good you are at moving your top side around the map. Yeah, like Mia, oh man, seeing his face, it's rough, but it's understandable. If you don't know, if you've never played in a lane swap, it's a nightmare. We saw so many teams, even very well experienced. I think Team 1 actually was a good example of a team that just didn't seem to be able to figure out how to move around in a lane swap meta. So the fact that Nongshim gets completely off guard by it, I think makes complete sense. The problem is that they tried to force the play onto Keen, knowing that they were already in a rough situation. And then Keen just brushed it off. There wasn't a wave. Mihail was level 1. Lahens was on his way. And you know, the fact that the plates go over to Gen.G means that when it comes to the gold, it's not the end of the world. But when it comes to the levels, that's where I think you really see the big advantage here for the top side matchup. I do like this covering from Sylvie here.
Yeah, we also have a big wave stacking up. So it is going to be pretty dangerous times unless the tree is going to attend. That is precisely what's going to happen. On vision there as the hawk shot did come on through. And Canyon, he'll turn up as well. And Nongshim kind of thought that those abilities were aimed at them. They weren't. It was all about just getting as much as they could. As okay, Keen going all out, looking for the angle here against Jiwoo. He's 1 versus 2, by the way, guys. 1 versus 2. The Keen Sante is looking for it. Doesn't find the Q there, though. As now,
have they done
the
it?
cooldowns are back as now Keen Alcove Gaming, and he's just getting corralled. Oh my goodness, it was close, but it's no cigar. As now Sylvie's going to get flashed on by Pace. 1 more arrow, and that is going to go into the tree. This is kind of chaos.
Yeah, it really is. That would have been an amazing trade if not for the fact that Keen died in the 1v2 that he definitely didn't need to take. I appreciate the gusto, though, trying to keep this...
It was close-ish. Doing that without Flash, I mean, that is a decision.
Yeah, I think Keen wanted to actually have some fun as well. As we go all the way back, Calix...
Aha, this is what happened.
Yeah, took a rough trade here. That Flash, definitely not necessary. The moment that Kane shows up there and has his Flash, you should...
I think my play-by-play was actually adequate.
It really was. As we're taking a look at his topside play, Mihal doesn't have his passive. And I think we gave a lot of credit, justifiably so, to Mihal in the last game. I think this game you're really starting to see him struggle and tilt a little bit. As we take a look, so 2-men stun, Q, then gets Jiu. If he actually drags him through the wall, it's not even remotely close. Nicely done by Jiu to flash away there. I do think over the wall was a bit of a gambit because Gugur almost ends up dying, but Keen doesn't have the damage, and then here he's out of cooldowns, he's out of gap closes, Gugur gets W, and they obviously try to give the kill to Jiu, but just getting a kill onto Keen is a big win nonetheless.
Absolutely. It's under a 2,000 gold lead now as well as we crest the 8-minute mark in this game, as there's an ulti from Calix going pretty wide. In fact, Chovy executing on the walk play very effectively. Man, it is completely overpowered. I wonder how we're going to nerf walk moving forward.
So, fun
as Arrow connecting here. There's the flash forward from Lehens as well. He puts up the door, but the Inspire movement speed going to get Gugur out of there just fine. And that is a bunch of cooldowns now utilized by Gen.G.
Yeah, thanks to the orange buff, Pace is actually very fat. Also has red buff. Yeah, actually, funnily enough, Atlas, on the next patch, so not live, but the patch after that, all boots are getting nerfed.
Well, there you go. Nerf, walk actually getting nerfed?
Yeah, not the movement speed, but like the stats. So it's still, in a way, they're nerfing walk.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think that, you know, we made that happen.
I think
because we identified how good it was.
Precisely. I think not having as many stats makes you more tired when you're in the shoes, though. So I think it's still a bit of a nerf as Lehen's taking a fair bit of damage. Pillar of Flame coming down, though, is okay. Lehen's going to be able to block the Nature's Grasp, but then just straight up dies. It is going to be a trade as now Pay's kind of been unlocked. Jiwoo does get over the wall, though. It's 1-for-1. That does mean that the Drake, though, goes over to Gen.G. And Canyon still looking for more. This is not enough. As there's a flash on top of Jiwoo, doesn't find the Pillar of Flame.
Yeah, opening with Q, so
that's a move.
Realistically, not a lot of chance, but just the burn of the Faded Ashes already being very annoying here.
Yeah.
It might be in a bit of trouble if the root ends up connecting, which it does.
And Pace really wanted to help try and get this kill, as he is going to move on forward. That is going to be the cleanse used, and now Sylvie did manage to push him into turret range. And that means that that is just a free kill. Canyon going to slurp that one up. 3-0-1 for Pace at this stage of the game, but it's 2-0-4 for Canyon on the brand. And we were saying in the last game that yes, a brand that gets super fed is really powerful. Oh, my!
Come on, Calix, do it! He shouldn't. He shouldn't. But I wanted him to. Definitely don't. You'll die. Brom will get you, and that'll be the end of it.
He read the name of his ultimate, the Fate Sealed, and realized that maybe that was true, as the arrow avoided very nicely there by the Unbound Soul.
Yeah, I wonder if he saw it in the ward that is currently in the Dragon Pit, but nicely done nonetheless there by Calix.
Maybe he was actually just going for that trade anyway.
No, but that's not the rule of cool, Atlas. We gotta...
It is an Emperor's Divide is going to push him underneath the turret, and then he pulls himself out very comfortably. It's one of the reasons why a lot of these Yones have been picked into the Azir, because he just doesn't get to throw you around in ways that you care as much about as other champions.
Yeah, Pace's Ashe actually looking great here. Ashe AD carry, definitely a bit of an acquired taste. And it's very fitting to me that the AD carry for Gen.G that gets it on his...
Another one, as the Fate Seals have been hard to land so far today, as Lehens, stand beside me, is not quite there, but doesn't actually need it. As Canyon looking for 6 scrubs, and he will be able to find them.
Yeah, we also haven't talked yet about the fact Chovy has gone for Grasp, which is the build that we used to see all the time. Still picks it into melee characters here.
That was one of the good old Showmaker favorite.
Yep. As Guger, I think just walks it off. Yeah, Sylvie's there as well. And just runs away.
Yep, able to walk his way down, and the power of the walk being on full display, of course. He didn't even shield himself. Was still able to just walk his way out. Not too bad.
As it turns out, being an AP jungler with mid lane prio isn't very fair. As Canyon just immediately invades. And Chovy has his Liandry's Calyx backed on basically a Vamp Scepter.
Oh god.
Yeah, things are dire. Oh no. Oh, he doesn't know. Well, we do have Guger in the area with heal.
Well, we do have Sylvie in the area without a health bar, I don't think. He is going to flash away, gets the shield here from Guger. As Canyon moves in, is it just going to be a swap, though, as, oh god, the Pillar of Flame. That's a lot of damage.
No!
As now Sylvie realizes there's no really other place to go. As he sidesteps, there's the Pillar. And now Jiwoo and Paze are fighting one another. It is both of them going down. I think that benefits Nongshim, right? Like, you go 1 for 1. Anytime that happens and you're behind, you're feeling pretty good.
That's a shutdown,
Oh, that
baby.
is a big old shutdown.
Woo! Doesn't change the game at all. They're 4.5k gold down. But
there's
nice
a lot of fighting.
1v1 Jiu.
Yeah.
I think Sylvie, unfortunately, really struggling in this one. And it's again, really, if you're on the precipice of getting the greatest streak that an LCK team has ever found, lane swapping against a team that definitely has zero clue how to deal with it, really is the way to go.
That is a way to solidify it, you know? And I imagine Coach Kim's like, nah, I really just want to break that streak, guys. Let's pull out all the stops.
Yeah, I really should have known the moment that Cassante was locked in, but it's gone so well, right? We see Meow has been able to build a lead here. And I do think we saw him in game number 1 actually perform very well. Imagine that even against Keen Sante, the laning phase should have been fine, but it's not. And you are really reliant on actually getting that lead because the Cassante obviously becomes such an immovable brick wall as we do have maybe more bot lane 2v2s. As Gio, he's not afraid. You know, he's going to keep eating forward.
Yep, and I feel like Lehens is playing this lane like a jungler. He just keeps rotating around and ganking the lane that he was in the 2v2. That's what it sort of feels like based on his positioning so far. It's just been quite amusing. As, yep, Guga going to be found out, has to flash. And Lehens is just making sure that he keeps everyone in their lane. Ow. Winters by connecting. Yeah, that is a few with some points into it as well. As, yeah, grubs do come down. There's the arrow. That is going to follow up immediately. Guga just goes down. Sylvie trying to offer some sort of cover fire. As now Canyon, he wants to kill the tree. We'll be able to find the pillar on top of him. Twisted Advance does come on through, but he's stunned up. That is another kill going to Pace. 6, 1-1 on the Ashe, and they're not slowing down.
Game number 1 was messy. We knew what was going to happen, but it felt like a fun adventure movie. You know, it really did. As we take a look, oh man, if he hit that 1 Q, that could have been the difference maker. Nicely done there. Flash to guarantee that he actually gets the Q. So close at winning that. But here, this is very straightforward. They get a lot of harass down. They have the 6 grubs, so they're just going to go through. So game number 1 was an action movie, you know, and it's like Pacific Rim. You know what's going to happen. It's fun. They're punching each other. Game number 2 is a lot more grim. Like, we're starting to lean into psychological thriller territory, Atlas.
Yeah, or it's like one of those, you know, it's necessary, but it's a bit depressing documentaries.
Oh, no.
You know,
those
where
are
you
worse.
learn something really important, but not something happy. As Pays is going to find Mihail. He needs to hit that Mega Gnar, and he will be able to get there, as you could see. But this is just the rotate around, take as many turrets as you possibly can, augment the coffers. And this game plan has been working out very, very well. Canyon looks for the Pillar of Flame, doesn't find it. As the Mantrid Q does come on forward from Guga as well, as inner turret now under fire. What do they do about it? What can they do about it? Double knockups come in. There's flashes forward as Canyon will get that first one. It's actually Pays as the teleport is interrupted. The Fate Seal did come out.
Hit it!
And Calix, yeah, he's actually going to find one. Doesn't find that Q, and Chovy, he finds the turret, so he's not going to be going down. And Gen.G, yeah, it's now almost 10,000 gold.
Oh, you know what this is? This is
League of Legends.
Gen.G, to get that 18-0, they went too far. You know, this is like, no.
Yeah.
Have you seen Prisoners? The Villeneuve movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and Hugh Jackman?
Hugh Jackman, yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is feeling like. Like, you can't look
no.
away.
Yeah.
But it's, oh no, not Mial again! You know, the knock-up, the CC. We talked about the combination. All this crowd control that's available from the Ashe, from the Braum. So hard to play into. And add a brand on top of that.
Oh?
So maybe they can take Chovy.
Okay.
Oh, he has. Yeah, he doesn't need flash, I guess.
Well, there's a teleport coming in from Keen as well. And so now, Nongshim wondering whether they can get this 3 versus 2 happening. As Chovy gets taken down relatively low. Keen still very healthy though, so they do have to be careful.
Oh, look away, Atlas.
All right, Rift Herald going on a run. And is he going to crash, kind of like Lehens did? Looks like the answer's probably no here. As he gets round the dead turret, that has definitely confused a bunch of people in the past. As yes, the Mantrid Q did fly in, but it doesn't do anything at all. And we're going to get another charge where he is going to go. Yep, Canyon is gonna.
Lehens!
It's actually the Lehensing. He just does. Sorry, Lehens just jumps in and does the Lehens.
But he should die there, okay? Remember,
Yeah,
we had
he did it
the
last time.
funny highlight.
I know, and he's probably still cackling. And I kind of thought that it was once again Canyon that dived in, but obviously if they are just going into enemy territory, it was Lehens. And Gen.G, like Baron isn't on the map yet, and they look like they already have it. You know, as okay, Fate Sealed comes in, grabs 2 of them, as now Pays trying to kite it out, but he's not going to be able to do so. Mihail's going to get stunned up, but he'll have Mega Gnar so quickly, and there is the double stun into the wall. The knockback, and Canyon is going to be taken down, but the Keen Sante is still there, and they're running out of damage. Jiwoo trying to get what he wants done, but oh dear, he gets into range, but so does Jiwoo and locks him down with an ulti. Gen.G overstepping and are finally punished.
The dream is alive, Atlas! Ignore the mid lane!
Yeah, no, like...
Ignore the fact that Chovy wasn't
Strong,
there!
leave this!
No, no!
It's not
Ran
about
away!
It. Yeah, here we go. And as you can see, the
Bounty.
victorious Jiwoo pushing forward.
Oh, he is unrelenting. Nongshim never giving up.
Oh, and Lehens missed a cannon. It's all over.
Actually, starts off. Shout out to Calix. Really nice redirect there. Gets the Q free, gets a big ultimate, and takes down one of the big members on Gen.G. Pays, who up until this point really has been unmatched. Really, ever since he's finished his Bladed Rune King, Calix has been feeling better. Like, beautifully done, right?
Yeah.
Flash Q free, then hits the ultimate immediately. The tragedy is that even despite everything, he doesn't actually live.
Yeah, he also dies,
getting it. And then here, it's nicely done by the rest of the team, knowing that Pays is gone and there is no Chovy. Man, if he gets Canyon as well, like...
Yeah, it could have
they
been
actually
all
are...
over.
The movement from Canyon there, really big. Not in the you know, the grand scheme of this game, but he would have died as well if he got clipped by that. So, nicely done on his end.
Not to mention Mihail might have been able to do something, get that Gnar a little bit earlier for the transformation.
Yeah.
And then they throw all 3 of them into the wall, and then it's much cleaner, potentially. Still, Gen.G positioned around the Baron right now. It's a Hextech Soul this game as well, and that means Hex Gates are on the map. And Gen.G, they're just going to start the Baron.
They do have double Leandri and a Fed Ashe.
Yeah. And Now Sylvie is in position. I guarantee that.
Come on, Sylvie!
Can they actually find it? There's the Nature's Grasp. We've got flashes actually coming on through here. As out goes Calyx once again. Mihail, he gets the Gnar, but he also just goes down. And my God, they get the Baron, but at what cost, Chronicler? As Calyx is the last man standing, he's going to have to try and get out of there. No! And he'll be interrupted. And Santa Claus just going to give him the thumbs up. I think that gets him at least off the naughty list, but it doesn't allow him to avoid the death chamber.
Oh, Nongshim. Never giving up, run towards that Baron, and
it's the Red Bull Baron. No, we're not playing with.
There's no power.
Yeah, everyone is just gone.
It's just a play, and it's a bit of a split call where, unfortunately, I actually think that maybe they can get something going if they all go in. But Sylvie makes the call to go for Nash. The rest of the team, and realistically, like with how far ahead the items were, I don't think they're gonna make it.
With the fact that Paze is actually able to keep auto attacking in that fight is why there was such a big difference.
For me, the fact that Keen gets the drag back there on the Gnar actually ends up being used. They were relatively low, so nicely done. There's a reason why the Keen Sante is held in such high regard, and it's with a flourish, Atlas, but I do think we are about to hit something that's never been done before in the LCK. As Gen.G, this feels like a victory lap.
It really does, and it has for quite some time, this game, let's be honest. I think Nongshim, they've been relatively aware of it. And Gen.G, just a force that we haven't necessarily ever seen here in the LCK.
We really haven't. The fact that Paze is not even, like, you need to get 2.5 times the kills and you're still not up to his kill record.
Yeah.
Thanks to that MSI game. What was it, 28 in the end?
Yeah, 28.
So dumb.
And MVP still went to the crank.
And it should
love
have.
to see it as Pillar of Flame comes down. Guga is really dead. Jiwoo also tagged here. Rylai's going to slow him down as now Lehens looks for him with the Winter's Bite, gives it the present as it were. And now a teleport is going to deliver the Azir to this bottom lane. They're going to clean up the rest of these inhibitors as they find them. I think only 2 are going to be required. They would like to finish this one off. The minion waves are getting thinner, I guess. Oh, another one conga lining in here towards the bottom side. Nongshim, if they want to stay in this, they're going to have to find some sort of 4v5 miracle here, as Guga is actually already back.
He's only level 10, Atlas!
Yeah, I mean, this death time attack is okay. They go in, pulls back immediately. The Gnar just explodes, though.
Oh,
I think he used the ulti as now Chovy gets a couple of flashes, hunting for the sweep. And now the minions and the rest of Gen.G are just getting to work on these turrets. Oh my goodness, Paze. Every auto just feels like it does a million. Jiwoo also, with these Mystic shots, is starting to hurt. But unfortunately, they're just not in a position where it matters at all. And Lehens is just going to present the door and say thank you very much for the history-making 18 wins in a row in the LCK. No other team has done so here in Korea.
And it was a show, Atlas. Yeah, sure, if you look at the gold graph, if you look at the kills, you might not know it, but I think Gen.G, they could have probably ended this game at like 18 minutes.
Yeah.
And the LCK's first perfect round robin. Absolutely mind-boggling achievement. And I wanna reiterate that we've had some of the records, you know, in specific metas.
Yep.
In specific situations. There's no caveats. There's no asterisks. Gen.G just went 18-0.
In a row. And this is the first time that we've ever had a perfect season. Of course, I think 20 games in a row is the longest, but it was split across certain things, right? And it's not broken. So they could keep going. And so now, like, who knows? Are we going to get the first perfect season? Is that the next question that you have to ask? Because, of course, the question always is, what is next? And that's the next logical step. How far is this going to go?
Lehens like, where's my logo?
And Lehens was one of the guys that got pretty close to breaking this last year as well on KT. And pretty cute that Lehens, it feels like he's just kind of been here for all of the attempts to break records like it. But this team is just something else.
It really feels that way. And there have been a couple of LCK teams that have found momentum like this. I think 2015 SKT, that's the big one.
100%.
But I think 2020 Damwon also, it felt like the aura of the team, the versatility that they had.
Interestingly enough, Chovy was already in that conversation alongside Lahens in 2019 Griffin, right? Like that spring season was one of the most dominant that we'd seen, especially such a new and young team in the LCKs. This was a fun one. That one Mystic shot, man. So close to Jiwoo just winning that. As, yeah, the Gen.G victory lap must feel really sweet. The Gen.G and Gen.G fans, as they make history here in the LCK. For Nongshim, I imagine probably not too phased. I mean, this team is just really, like, any team that loses to Gen.G, I don't think you take it personally, you know?
You really don't. And obviously for Nongshim, this is a bit rough because especially with the BNK upset, they drop in the standings. But I gotta say, over the last like 2 weeks, I think they've slowly been trending upwards. And I think Calyx, Calyx might be the answer. I think Gugur has been playing a whole lot better than he did in the first couple of weeks. The unfortunate reality is that none of that matters. When you're playing against a team the caliber of Gen.G.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter in the context of this series, but if you just make sure you get your goals correct, and if your goals are perhaps beat Bro in both round robins, then I think they're absolutely going to be able to do that.
Maybe beat DRX again?
Yeah, this is
like
the thing.
try and claim for at least that higher end of the non-playoff teams. And that's a fair goal if you have been at the verge of ending in 10th.
And also just trying to like continue working on getting this synergy sorted out, because I think that Nongshim actually demonstrated in game 1 of this series that they can actually play the map in a lot of these instances in the early game. They need to iron that out. And Gen.G did, Chovy just did some fun things going through the Nexus a couple of times. And you can see it's not the normal amount of jubilation because it felt like it was a relatively quick game.
Yeah, went back and forth there.
It was a perfect game until the Baron steal as well. Apart from a few kills, I guess. But as far as all of those objectives were concerned, yeah, that was a shellacking.
Fitting ending for Gen.G to round robin 1. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Showmaker, you're up next. Please, someone's got to stop this. And if it ends up being Kenyon's old teammate?
And he also, like, you saw the genuine anger and aggression when he was in that interview after his POG. Played very well in their last series as well. Maybe we're setting up for a bit of a banger in the Saturday Showdown, but we're also setting up for some gentlemen to take over and break down this series. Let's throw it over to the space.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. History has been made. No drama, no playing with your food about it. Gen.G took care of business 2-0 and now have the longest consecutive game win record in the history of the LCK. Congratulations to Gen.G. 2-0. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Wolf and Valdez to break it all down. And 23-ish minute game, not a ton to break down here, but it's good to see this top tier team taking care of business and not really doing anything extra.
I mean, it's the kind of game that reminds you that this is a record-breaking, record-setting team right now. A bottom 2 team in the LCK just cannot even tango with this team. Like, they don't look like they belong on the same level. They don't look like they're even one tier above. They look multiple tiers above. And in terms of the LCK standings, they certainly are, but there's the macro, the early game, Canyon's pathing. Game 1, the lane swaps got a little bit close, but the second it opens up, Gen.G just run with the game. And it happens again here in Game 2, but from minute 1.
Yeah, and the thing is that Gen.G, it doesn't need to be against Nongshim. It can be against T1. It can be against really top teams in the LCK, and they do very similar things. So Gen.G really are just on another level right now, and we can take a look at the draft. We can talk a little bit about this game. You know, it did happen. We saw the Ezreal first pick. We saw Chovy immediately going for the Azir. I thought maybe he was going to pick the Yone, you know, expecting kind of Azir to come out because that's just the way this meta works. It's Tristana and Corki, and then it's Azir and Yone, and then it's, I guess, Hui and other things. But yeah, at the end of the day, the draft didn't end up mattering too much. We did get to see Ezreal Karma again, which was nice, I suppose.
The draft mattered a lot for how the lane swaps worked out, though, and I think that this is a really key point. They picked up the Brand early, or the Braum, excuse me, early, and the Cassante into the Gnar works out really well if you're going to lane swap, and I think that Nongshim should have maybe been a little bit tipped off by the fact that they picked this into the Gnar, knowing that there's that extremely strong Ashe and Braum at level 1, and maybe should have been able to read that a little bit more, but I think you just never know, obviously, and with how lane swaps work with the nerf to the top side pushes and the plates you can get from that, maybe they were like, nah, they won't do it, but they did, and that's what this game was all about.
Yeah, again, when Gen.G initiated this lane swap compared from game 1 to game 2, you can see the difference when they're in control. And that's most of our highlight number 1. It's highlight only that we have here, as it was the early game that Gen.G put on here, as it was just suffocating pressure that Nongshim just could not keep up with.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell that Nongshim seemed a little bit unprepared for this situation, so they tried to go for a 4-man dive onto Cassante, and boy, could we have told them that was a mistake. Level 1 Gnar not able to help out all too much on that dive, and then just to compound that, they went mid and got a kill onto Colix.
Canyon is just everywhere this game, making this happen. Obviously, the Lehens roam down bottom side, predicting that dive there really helped them seal the deal top side. And then over here, you could see that this Gnar is already so significantly behind. CC'd here, tries to go for the forward play there, ends up dying. And then it's just a Maokai who's massively far behind, sitting under turret, sadly. And like, this is just one of those moments where you're like, what's his function here? Does he go back? Does he try to get the wave? Does he leave? FaZe is just like, it doesn't matter what you do. I win no matter what. I get plates, I get a kill. And at that moment, that final clip there, the game was over. It was done. Your top laner's out of the game, your jungler's out of the game, your mid laner's losing lane. It's GG.
And then like 3 minutes later, they're just in between turrets on the bottom side of the map. It just got really messy. It started off with the lane swap, and then everything went Gen.G's way, and we didn't get anything else because we didn't really want to pile on anymore. The point was made. Gen.G won the early game so hard that we had like a 12,000 gold lead by the end of the game.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what the interview is going to sound like and say, because we can hear the comms. And for all of us here at the LCK and everyone watching at home, it's historic. For the players, it just sounded like another game. They're like, yep, we took care of business, congrats. But this is LCK's first ever perfect round robin. 18 games in a row, 20-game win streak, the longest win streak in a single season. That's including the games from last split.
Yeah, so they broke 2 records in a single game. Were able to get the 20, get the 18, and sometimes it feels kind of bittersweet when a record like this is broken, because you think about all the old records and now there's this new one here, right? And so we had like a multi-man or multi-team tie before. Now Gen.G pushes up ahead. You know, teams like Griffin get ripped out of the record book because now it's Gen.G. But at the same time, I think this is a really important moment. I think people really haven't even been talking about how dominant this Gen.G roster has been. Like, this is history in the making. And as the casters point out, we don't know how long this streak is going to go.
That's the fun part about it. I mean, they might go on to 18-0 in series, and maybe they go on to a back-to-back. You know, like they might go on to another LCK title. We can't call it right now, but certainly with how dominant they are in this round 1, it feels like we're heading in that direction because no other team has been able to do this.
Absolutely, and this is a strong LCK. There are years where, you know, you can start to see the decline of some teams, but this T1 squad has been together now they're going on their 3rd year. They just won a international tournament. You see D+ stepping up, Showmaker revitalized now with that new roster, Hanwha Life stepping up as well. What an exciting time to be in the LCK, and how dominant this Gen.G squad has been. So congratulations to Gen.G, longest winning streak, and still going. We're not going to have this celebration every time that they win, but, you know, who knows how long this one can go. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2. And last time it was Chovy, this time it was Canyon. The 2 catalysts for this squad getting it, the 700 POG points here.
Yeah, this season a lot about the junglers. I think Canyon's kind of leading the charge on that alongside with his protege in Lucid. And I think that this game, you know, it's really difficult to do 1,000 DPM as a jungler. There was a lot of action in this game, obviously, which helped, but he was everywhere, as Wolf said.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the big plays done, right, and eliminating the enemy jungler, eliminating the enemy top laner. You know, in League of Legends, you respawn, but did they really in this one after they got put behind? You started to wonder. It was just absolute dominance. We've been seeing Such fantastic plays from Canyon and Peanut. Just an iconic jungle duo right now here in the LCK. Lucid leading Peanut in terms of jungle POGs, but man, Canyon and Peanut's early games, these two players have been so phenomenal, not only this week, but all season long, but especially this week. We've seen this huge jump this week and the last with Peanut and Canyon. It's like, what are you going to do against these guys?
So we did have some votes for the AD carry. I actually thought about that as well. I think that's fair. I think Pace had a fantastic game of Ashe. He had a lot of kills as well, but the arrows were hitting. He was always in the right spot. He was doing a good job. He had that one moment where he flashed and got the kill. Media kind of went off the chain a little bit with the Cassante. He did have that one cool play where he burnt both the flashes, but then died. But
early game, he absorbed a lot of early game pressure. Media cooking with that one. Right Media getting it right, though, so you can put a mixture of Pogs and Keck Ws. I don't know about that one, but we'll see. Again, the Pogs for today, Chovy and Canyon, we'll get to hear from them in the interview in just a little bit once I'm told it's ready. But just one more time, this Gen.G squad, so dang dominant. What do you think the ceiling is for this team here, Wolf?
I mean, the other thing that I've talked about a little bit at the beginning of the season after they got the 4-peat was the fact that this roster hasn't even reached its ceiling. It hasn't been together very long. So, I mean, you know, they get to the point where T1 is at where they have that much experience. I mean, how high does the ceiling go is the question we have to ask. It's very worrisome. Like, does it just kill the LCK? It's just not even interesting. They just win every time?
Yeah, that's why I think the next big interesting thing is that, yeah, they do seem like the favorites. The team that got closest to taking them down was DK, I guess, in that one game. The next interesting thing for me is who's actually going to beat them? Who's going to be the first one to actually take the win? Is it going to be Home Life? Is it going to be Fear X, like BNK Fear X? Is it going to be something random like that, or who's going to do it?
Well, I've got a little teaser for you. Make sure you tune in on Saturday, because that's the big one. Again, right back at it. One of the best parts about flipping from round 1 to round 2, we have a lot of rematches. Gen.G, D+, going back at it. Also, T1 Hanwha Life Esports getting a little bit more interesting after T1 had some shaky ground here today. So we'll see what's happening with that one. With so many players on this roster, it feels like you could just go through any lane here, but Canyon having 700 Pog points, just being so dominant. Like, who is the most important player to this roster to you here, Wolf?
For me, it's definitely Canyon. I mean, Chovy has had a great season, and he has gotten massive leads in his lanes, but whenever Chovy starts to look a little bit less relevant, that's when you know Canyon is popping off, right? And it's not like Chovy's not relevant, it's just that he isn't as necessary when Canyon is winning all 3 lanes for his team, because they're all winning, because Keen's winning, Chovy's winning, Pazel and Hens are winning, Canyon can go wherever he wants, he can do no wrong. I think he's the glue that holds this roster together.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of Canyon and Chovy for me. I think having such a strong mid lane to really make your job a little bit easier. You mentioned all the strong lanes, really makes your job extremely easy. Canyon does the most with all of that easiness, I guess. He has so much space to just go wherever he wants, and he does a great job. But I feel like Chovy just winning every single matchup really helps as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys, for helping us fill on in, because it's a great interview coming up for you right now, as Deer is standing by with the translations.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Chovy and Canyon on the side of Gen.G, who just got a clean 2-0, securing LCK's first perfect round-robin record and breaking the longest winning streak and achieving the most consecutive wins in a single season. Congratulations! Thank you. Wow, how incredible. I'm at loss for words. So how do you feel to make history with all these milestones? Yeah, we made it through a perfect round-robin record, and although it's not really a part of our big picture, our big goal, I want to just be able to keep our form up so that we are successful in the future. And Canyon, how do you feel? Yeah, with our 2-0 victory and all the new milestones, makes me pretty happy, and I want to keep my momentum and make sure that we do even better next time. And how do you feel? about getting the POG again. I think, honestly, my teammates did so well. I feel like I was able to get POG today because my team supported me. Yeah, in order to set these records, there must have been so much collaborative effort from everyone within the team. So what was the process like? Well, everyone's given the same exact time to practice, so we wanted to make sure that we make the most out of the time and be most efficient. And so we individually would have to think of what we have to do within the process and work with the coaching staff as well. So, and Canyon, as the winning streak continues, how is the team atmosphere? I think the team atmosphere is pretty steady. It's always the same. And during practice, we try to be very communicative regarding our mistakes or somewhat, and we are very good with each other. And Chovy, you got a POG with Tristana in Game 1, and you've only played Tristana once so far. So why haven't you played her when you're so good with her? It's like you're a Corki enjoyer. Initially, I thought that Corki was a better pick, but there was a patch where Corki was nerfed, and afterwards it felt like I started feeling like he wasn't as good. And I feel like no matter what the matchup is, even with Tristana, I think it's really all a skills matchup. And yeah, in Game 1, we saw a boom boom damage moment from you, Chovy. So let's take a look at this replay. This was the Baron fight. How did you find this angle to fight here? So we knew that Kosta had a cooldown on her ult, and because we had a really good opening to a team fight, there was a really good moment and a really good moment where we utilized what kind of abilities that the enemy had. So Canyon, do you agree that you were the reason Chovy got so huge? Yeah, I think the driving force for a mid to get so fed is definitely a contribution from the jungler. And Chovy, in Game 1, both of the damage dealers, Tristana and Ezreal, dealt an insane amount of damage without any deaths. So, with you being the one who got the POG, was Pace disappointed at all? Honestly, except for Lehan's, no one's too greedy about getting POG, so he wasn't very disappointed. So was Lehan's disappointed today? Yeah, he was slightly disappointed, and I think watching my interview right now in the waiting room, he's probably going to nag at me, what's going on, Chovy? And Chovy, in Game 2, you quickly locked in Azir after the Ashe pick, so what were you trying to achieve? First of all, I noticed that everyone is a little scared to kind of blind pick, so I just wanted to go with a pretty well-rounded pick. And in Game 2, you faced Yone, and lately with Absorbed Life and Second Wind Runes, Yone is strong against Azir in the laning phase, so how do you deal with Yone as an Azir? Yeah, Azir is actually weak against a very stable champion, and I believe that Yone is very advantageous in that sense with these runes. But I think it's just that the most important part as Azir is just to maintain your CS and just go even in the laning phase. And so Canyon, with the lane swap in Game 2, it's not supposed to be as efficient as before, so what were you attempting here? This was something that we expected the enemy to not really predict, so we just tried to catch them off guard.
그동안 또 한 번도 안 했던 브랜드로 이렇게 높은 숙련도를 보여주셨습니다.
So Canyon,
초비 선수의 트타와 마찬가지로 그동안 브랜드는 왜 안 꺼내셨던
it looks like you also played brand for the first time and displayed a top-notch brand skills. So why haven't you played him all this time? You know, today, I know that I've always been meaning to play Brand, but with all the jungle bans coming in, I saw a really good opportunity to play Brand. And it was very fun playing Brand today. And your next opponent will be D plus Kia. What is your resolution, Chovy? Yeah, someone in D plus Kia keeps telling us that they're going to kill us. But if I ever see them coming to kill us, I want to just flip it around and I will kill you instead. Wow, how terrifying. Canyon. Of course. You cannot hold back either. Any resolution going into D plus Kia? You know, as always, I will make sure we win the next match. And that's the end of the interview from Chovy and Canyon, and back to the space. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to flip the thank you back around to you, dear. Yeah. Thank you so much for that translation. Chovy said he's going to...
I'm going to thank you.
Yeah, that's what he said. He was going to flip around the kill attempt by Showmaker, so we were flipping it around for dear.
I was hoping he was going to do the Showmaker, you know, a little like cutthroat action or a little like Showmaker punch action. Yeah. But he just said he was like so bored. He was like, well, what if I just flip it around?
It's going to reflect
kill you.
Yeah. How about that?
Let's take a look at the standings after today's matches here. Get your O's in the chat for Chovy and 18-0. And also, we can use the O's for Canyon as well, because there's an O in that one as well. Dominant first half of the split here for Gen.G to close it on out. Nongshim finding a couple of answers, but still looking to try and climb their way into playoff position.
I mean, big thing for me is T1 dropping that series. If Hanwha beat them again on Saturday, that's going to put the gap between the two of them to 3 victories. And that almost solidifies that Hanwha is going to be higher in the standings at the end of the season, depending on strength of schedule, of course.
Another important one tomorrow, DRX versus KT. I think that KT sitting at, I think it was, what, 4-4? Yeah, I think they're at 4-4. Yep. They really want this win to close out in a positive note for the round, and then we go straight into round 2, so we get to see some revenge matches, some repeats. It's going to be fun.
Yep, Bros still looking for their first win. Kwangdong Freaks looking to try and continue building up, being one of the Western teams on the standings. Y'all, it has been a record-breaking day of LCK, and thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow you'll be with the Valdanal Desk, right? Valdanal Desk host.
Valdanal host.
Valdesk host.
Valdez will be hosting. It'll be my day off. But thank you all so much for watching on behalf of myself and everyone here at the LCK. We appreciate you watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
이겼지 하나생명 방해전찬 갑자기 어디선가 들리는 엔진 소리
하나생명전을 이기고 지고에 따라서 순위에 좀 큰 영향을 줄 수 있다고 생각해서 이번 경기에선 복수하도록 하겠습니다.
T1을 상대로 결승 진출전에서 패배했던 기억들이 아직도 뚜렷하기 때문에 역으로 저도 상대에게 패배의 감정을 돌려주고 싶습니다.